All right, if you're just now joining us here, it is going to be a long day, and if you're alive, hopefully you've heard about this over the past couple of days. I know it's been about as highly advertised as a situation can be. We've been watching this for a while now, creating quite a buzz into the media. All the ingredients sort of coming together here over the past couple of days and nights, and as a result now, what is happening is that we're really going into that plan of making sure that everybody knows as much as they do about this situation as it all comes forward and moves across the rest of the country. So it's going to be a pretty big deal overall here for a large area that I have to show you. Brand new tornado watches just now coming out over the past few moments. Those have been pushed out into the field here, and right now the tornado watch to the northern side of everything is going to be from Mason City, Iowa, 35. They go south or down to Ames and Des Moines, and then back over to Davenport, includes Dubuque in Iowa, Peoria, and into Quincy and Springfield. Alton also. Tornadoes. Numerous strong tornadoes are expected. Widespread hail up to apple size. Not often you get apple-sized hail, but that's going to be the case here as we go through and into the next several hours here. Almost 6 million people are included in this situation. Almost 6 million people included in what's about to happen here, just in this northern portion of everything that you currently see, because there is so much of it that we've been looking at and talking about here over the last few moments. Now, right now, this is where the risk factor is going to be. I can't even get the whole thing into the picture because it goes north-south and it doesn't fit my 19 by 20 1080 sort of resolution that we have here. But what we do have, let me just show you, is that we go from north to south, Mason City to Waterloo, Des Moines, back over to Davenport, into the Quincy area, Peoria, Springfield, and then into Indianapolis, with the purple area there being a high risk. Now, it's not often we get a high risk. You see along the bottom here, we've got our risk adjustment here. This is what you would have anywhere from thunder to a marginal risk. On a scale of 2, which is a slight, we get tornadoes every once in a while. Enhanced is sometimes more about hail when it comes to that, but a moderate risk and a high risk. High risk maybe once or twice a year is about it. That's about all we get when it comes to a season. So getting this in and out of the way here pretty quickly. The high risk to the north is right there from Davenport down to Quincy and just east of Des Moines, encompassed by a moderate risk, which is gigantic here, runs north-south for quite some time, and then into the mid-south of Tennessee, right there in the northwestern corner of Mississippi. East of Little Rock and Pine Bluff is another bullseye area there. These are called PDS tornado watches, meaning particularly dangerous situations seem to be setting up here across these regions, and as a result, there is more caution here that we would be taking. We want to make sure we're very cautious about what's happening going into the hours here coming up. Brett Adair, we have him out there. We've got a whole plethora of people who are out and about who are going to be watching the situation for us through the rest of this afternoon into this evening. We'll get you up to date on where we are now with some of the current conditions that we do have outside. I got to get rid of this first of all, and no reason to see the Meso. We just talked about the Meso right there into that area. That's not going to be a factor here any longer, although the Meso did indicate that we were looking at the possibility of strong to severe thunderstorms that would lead to tornadoes being put down, and some large tornadoes also into the area is something that we'd be looking at as well. So kind of watching all of this as we move along through the next several days, into the next several hours, and beyond, keeping all of this in mind. So we want you to stay safe out there. We want you to make sure that you have a place to go should you need to into the afternoon, into the evening hours. It's going to be a situation there where some of this is going to be moving very, very fast, 60 to 70 miles per hour, and some locations which could take you, quite possibly by surprise if it's coming in pretty quickly here. So we want to make sure that we watch out for all of that as well. And one or two things here. I'm just now checking to make sure that we have going on. Let's see, what do I got right there? More and more of this precipitation as it comes in during the day. One thing you're not going to have to worry about is flash flooding this go-around. This is going to be moving super fast, not a slow-moving sort of situation. It's going to be moving very fast and moving in and out of the area. Right now, we only have a severe thunderstorm warning, our first of the day. Severe thunderstorm warning. That's the northern sections of Arkansas coming into the western portions, southwestern sections of Missouri near West Plains, Mountain Home, an area I know very well up there near the Table Rock Lake area. You may have been there to Branson, Missouri. Beautiful place up into there, but now we have severe thunderstorms that are popping up across the region. Temperatures are warm, but let's go to the radar first, and we'll get into what's happening with the actual data in just a few moments. But the radars that we do have that are out there right now, we'll go to the Memphis radar, I think. Let's go to Springfield, actually. That'll give us a better look at what's happening down into here. But new thunderstorms beginning to grow here. As my grandmother used to say, you can tap a thunderstorm cloud at this point, and it's going to rain and thunder. That's that much instability that is out there. That's a little bit of a euphemism, but that is sort of what it is. You tap it with a stick and it's going to rain. Now, these thunderstorms are super unstable. The atmosphere here is super unstable, and we've been calling this, we call this CAPE, the ability for the atmosphere to rise very freely upward and ascension. And so that's what this is the deal here about. And well, thank you. That's so kind. Thank you so much for that was really kind there. Proxima 888. I really appreciate that. That's super kind of you, and I thank you for doing that. We're going to spend the entire day here with you today to make sure that you know about each and every mile. You know we do. This is something I've done for going on 41 years now. I've been covering severe weather. I've been in so many situations similar to this. I don't know how many high risk I've been in, but I've seen this sort of a situation so many times. And so if you've got questions for me, please just ask. Did I say ask them? Please just ask them, and I will get them answered for you as soon as I possibly can. Natalie is with us there. Lizzie is with us. And I hope that everyone will be kind and courteous to each other. And so that we can make sure that everybody is, in fact, helping each other out during the day today. We're in car with Brett Adair. We've been watching what he's been doing through the day today. Brett is working with so many companies and networks today, but we're going to be in car with him from time to time. We're watching him right now drive along the interstate system. Let me see if I know where he is. I think he's somewhere. He's down there on a 55, it looks like, on I-55, probably going a little bit north. At this point, he's going to try to catch some of those thunderstorms there. Now, the thing I want you to see about the picture here that for me gives me pause is when it comes to severe thunderstorms and tornadoes and that kind of thing, they thrive off of sunshine. Sunshine helps them to rise rapidly, and so they thrive off of that ability. And here we are with a cloudy sky there into the mid-south of Tennessee and southeastern Missouri. That is good news overall. That is a sort of a situation there that may not get out of hand very rapidly, and at least could somewhat inhibit or limit the amounts of moisture and thunderstorms that'll be working into the area there. Sunshine adds instability to the thing. And so at this point, we've got a cloudy sky across the region there. And I think it's been cloudy for most of the day there. If you're in this area, by the way, if you're in part of this region that is covered by the watches or the risk for the day today, I'd really like to know about your environment. If you can help me out, if you can message me and let me know, we're going to all work together to do the forecasting. And if you'll let me know about what's happening at your house, how the conditions are at your house, what the temperature is, if you even know the dew point, that would help me out a lot as well. But sky condition, cloud cover is always a good way to help me help you out when it comes to this situation here. And here's what we got going on. The northern sections there, if you will, of Arkansas. I'm going to back the picture out here just a little bit to show you what we have. And I'll take on the full-on composite radar. This is it all over this portion of the country. And you can see from central, north-central sections of Missouri down to Kansas City, we already got a severe thunderstorm warning there around Marshall at the moment, moving toward Moberly into Kansas City. Moberly about to get a severe thunderstorm there coming in from the south. I don't see anything spinning or rotating, but this is what the modeling has been telling us here for a while. The models have been telling us that we were going to see this kind of a situation. Initialization was supposed to happen about noontime, and it is noontime Central Time. It's about when this thing is getting started. And from this point on, we are projecting to see the instability really go crazy here. And when you go up with height, as the precipitation, as we go up with height in this whole thing, this is going to be the situation where things begin to spin just a little bit here as we go through and into the next couple of hours here as well. So looking like what we're seeing here is going to be some of the precipitation that's going to be moving in. It's going to be pretty heavy, but start to spin. You can already see that little bitty curve that's taking place. You'll see it a whole lot better when we go to the single site radar, and we'll go to the Little Rock. Well, let's go to Fort Smith. It'll probably show that one Meso storm just a little bit better. The Fort Smith, Arkansas, single site, DeQueen northward all the way up into Wicks, that area there, over to Odin, and then the Wichita. Looks like the Ouachita National Forest. We've already got a few showers and thunderstorms. Ouachita is one of those areas there that quite often out into the mountainous areas there, we end up getting showers and thunderstorms that would build. And as you can see, I don't have anything rotating here. Only thing, and I hope you've learned this. I've tried to, as we've gone on, I've tried to teach you some of the things that I know about radar meteorology. And one of the things I know is that oftentimes you will see a congregation of lightning strikes taking place. I have lightning strikes on here that last for 5 minutes and drop off the oldest one. So all of these lightning strikes, what is it, about a dozen here, have taken place over the last 5 minutes in between Buck Creek Landing and Queen and just to the northwest Otis. And this is somewhat of an indication of seeing tornado genesis, the beginning of a tornado that might be getting its act together. And that is something we'll look for. You and I will be looking for it through the day today. If you see it and I don't see it, I would certainly appreciate you letting me know that you saw it. And we're going to be going to these advisories all day long today through the day. This is, again, a regional outbreak. This is from the central region. Regional outbreak is beginning to unfold across the central United States. All forms of severe weather, including strong, long-tracked tornadoes, meaning that some might go 50, 60 miles in this sort of a situation. Long-track tornadoes are possible through the late evening hours. Be sure to have multiple ways to receive your weather information. That's what we always count on. And I'm going to add on to this because over the last couple of days, I know I'm an old dude. I'm a old timer when it comes to this stuff. And I'm okay that the younger generation is trying to really get into the science of what is happening here. It's a tiny bit concerning, though, that we're getting advice thrown out there for people and their lives. If it wasn't a life situation, I wouldn't get so up about it. But I'd like for you to do this. If you're not watching me today, and I hope you do, I don't get paid. So somebody gave $45 there, so I appreciate that. But I'm doing this because I've done it for 40 years. I retired, and I love it. And so I feel like it's one thing that I can do to help out is try to break down what I see on television and maybe give you and your family a head start to keeping safe. I worry about some of the young generation now giving advice about where they think you should go and about when they think you should go and about what's coming your way. Folks, it's like a doctor. If the doctor has never seen a body before, you're going to go to him. Make sure that out of the thousands of people who are giving you advice today, that you at least hang on to somebody who's been there, done that, and can give you some good advice. That's all I'm going to say. I love that the youth is now into the science of it all. They're sort of skipping school and just learning off of a YouTube app or something. Little worrisome. And it's not really about school. It's about what you've seen. This is all about experience and whether you've seen one before. Have you flown in a plane before that went into the eye of a hurricane? Well, if you haven't, you probably can't describe what it's like on the inside of a hurricane, can you? Same thing with severe weather. So I'd invite you to, whoever you choose today to hang with, just make sure you're getting the right information for you and your family. This is life and death. This is not, I have a chicken sometimes on my show, and I don't know if you've seen it over the past few months. My chicken that I saved on the side of the road in a blizzard went on the dodo and just took off like millions and millions of views. But I can't bring the chicken on today because this is a serious situation here, and I'm gonna treat it as such. So let's look at what we got right here. This is where we have the double, sort of, if you will, the two high-risk areas. One is into the mid-south of Memphis, Tennessee, but it's held together by a moderate risk that goes all the way up to Davenport and Springfield and Cedar Rapids. That's going to be one of our high-risk areas. Now, listen, most of the time when we're really, kind of getting into this, sometimes we get into this and talk about tornadoes in the yellow, in the slight risk areas. So think about that. It's a huge area if you include the yellow, which goes up to La Crosse and into Grand Rapids, Michigan, all the way over to Cleveland, actually, on the western side of Lake Erie. Then southward into Nashville, into Memphis, into Jonesboro, and Little Rock is where you have your higher risk areas there. Now, the tornado outlook for this region, the hatched areas that we talk about, well, again, our highest hatched areas are going to be right here into the purple, but it's really all of that yellow has the highest risk for producing a tornado, and severe winds included in the same general area, really. What ends up looking like a really bad tooth, or a little comma, if you will, there, showing up into the screen for the day today. It reaches as far south, we'll say, as central sections of Mississippi, Winona, going down I-55 or I-22, we'll say, almost all the way over into the northwestern sections of Alabama. It does include Winston County, that region there too, and a slight risk goes all the way down to Birmingham. And as far to the east as Huntsville, Alabama, we're in an enhanced risk there for what is happening there as well. So that's just some new information there. We're going to be watching Twitter through the day today. I will pass all that information along to you as I get it, because Twitter is pretty important right now as to what's coming in. We'll get a lot of information there. We're going to be getting a lot of information from all of the guys and girls who are out there. And we do have several girls who are out there. And you see what just happened? Now we've got an outbound that just started to show up. A couple of little ticks there that show up as an outbound. And now you have into the atmosphere. Now we have a spin, a rotation that's going on there that was right around all of our lightning data there just a few moments ago. So it's a pretty big deal at what's happening here. This may be the first sign that the atmosphere is indeed spinning in this area, that as you go up with height, you are creating shear. And so that's why these thunderstorms have the ability to go ahead and spin. This is up into the mountains here near Mountain Home. This is a Table Rock Lake area here just outside of Branson, Missouri. Beautiful, beautiful place right here. Table Rock State Park there. You got your, a Bass Pro Shop right there. And Branson, Missouri, your country music home there as well. Second home to Nashville, Tennessee. Then off to the north, we have some more thunderstorms that are popping up. These over to Marshall and Moberly that we were looking at there just a little bit earlier. I hate this because we're getting up here into some radar-starved areas. It'll be hard and difficult to pick up some of these thunderstorms as they move on by. Look, this one already has that little kidney bean shape. You can see what's going on here with this storm. There's your little kidney bean that goes over to Salisbury, over to Brunswick, into that area. Have to watch that. It's the bookend low pressure center that's taking place there into the moment. That's moving northward and eastward. I don't see any velocity data. It's almost out of our 70-mile range at the moment, which is indicative of getting away from the radar site too much. But all of these areas have their own little patterns of strong to severe thunderstorms already. And pretty much like that for the next several hours, that'll be going on, moving eastward, just out of Des Moines over to St. Louis and beyond some of the other thunderstorms that we're looking at. But we have 4 alerts. These are all severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment. 4 looks here, severe thunderstorm warning. And this one is Baxter and Marion County into Arkansas, Fulton there as well. Into Missouri, a couple of warnings here. Tornado possible. This says tornado possible, and guess which one it is? That's the one we were just looking at. You and I both watched it become possible as a tornado. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning with a possible tornado tag attached to it. And so what they're saying right now is they're going to be watching that. As it gets a little bit closer to the radar, we'll have some more, some better data, we'll call it. Little Rock radar has sort of the same thing overall, but we're out of the 70-mile. This is what we call the purple haze, out of the 70-mile range. That gets us a little bit out of range of getting our Doppler products back in. So at this point, not exactly a situation that we'll be looking at and knowing a whole lot about. Let's go to the satellite data here because I want to show you what's going on with that. We'll put it in motion and take a look. Some of the bubbling that's going on here across central sections, Texarkana into the southwestern portions of Arkansas. These are all needing to be watched here as we move along and into the next several hours here. That's going to be a big, big deal. And want to make sure that you are paying attention to what's happening here on this side. Now, it looks like everything is clear of Dallas. I don't see regrowth here into Dallas at this point. Everything's kind of hanging along this blue line and pushing on eastward. The northern part of this is going to zip along very fast. The southern part will drag just a little while longer than all the rest of it, but coming in across into Springfield, back over to Des Moines, southern sections of Iowa, near Ottumwa, Davenport, Peoria to Springfield. All of that is certainly within the area that we need to be watching. Low-level water vapor imagery. Sometimes this is a forerunner. This can tell us a lot about new thunderstorm growth, and you can see the green color. Everything that is orange is dry, but everything in green is new thunderstorm growth, and you can we'll be spotting those through the day today. New areas that'll be pumping up and piping up. Here's the center of the storm. Here's the blow off of the storm. That's the upper level that's taking all those clouds along with it. A little bit of light drizzle is probably going along with it as well, and headed off to the north and northeast. Some cloud cover over here as far to the east as, say, Chattanooga, Tennessee, Knoxville. You're into the clouds there, going to stay into the clouds there for a little while longer. I don't think that's going to change very much at all. But the actual geocolor from above looks just like this. From Conway over to Little Rock into the Hot Springs area, Pine Bluff, Texarkana, and beyond, into the Memphis region. You got a few breaks. Brett and I were talking on the phone a few moments ago. These are the breaks. Here's where you have some sunshine that's popping up, and I think this is going to be a little bit more of a volatile or rapidly volatile area as we move along. I think that's possibly going to be some of that stuff that we will be looking at. And I'm looking at several of the guys who are out there. Brian Emfinger is out. He's in Pottsville, Arkansas. We got Nick, who is in Galesburg, Illinois. He's on the northern fringes of everything. Our very own BA is right here. He is live. Brett is right in that area there. Where is he? I'm gonna go down here. Where is Brett? Is in Terrell, Arkansas. So he's over there on the western side of the Mississippi River. He's watching all that stuff coming across from over in there. We'll get into his car in just a little bit and be talking to him from in car as we go through the day today, much like we did over the past couple of events that we had. So we'll be getting his expertise on what he sees. I see what I see on the radar, and I pass that along, and he tells me, he verifies that, whether or not it's actually on the ground at the moment. It's going to be a long, long day, folks. We're going to have continuous warnings that will be popping up. We're right here at the very beginning of all of this. This is where everything is going to start through the day today, and it'll be a continuation going into the latter part of the afternoon. But we got you covered with all kinds of information when it comes to cameras, when it comes to everything that is pretty much going to be part of our day today for the next 12 to 16 hours or so. Let me just read some of these. Sarah says that's very, very close to you. Any of these lines are going to be, pretty close to somebody, I think. And you're going to go, well, I'm not in that line, but I'm in this one. I don't take it like that. You got to kind of take the mess as a whole. Let me show you what I mean here, because they're not actually, none of this is going to be, yes, you're in it. No, you're not in it. And by that, let me show you what I'm talking about here, because this is the big area. And again, from the green all the way around is a possibility of getting hit from the green all the way around. Take that full screen for me there. And again, let me just show you what's happening here. So the green all the way around, I took the radar sights off of there. And it goes in steps. So the green is going to be the least likely severe, and then it'll work its way up to the bullseye there into the middle. The purple is going to be the high risk. And again, on average, 1 or 2 of these per year, if you get one. And now today we have 2 of them that have popped up there right in both of those places, one off to the north and another one down to the south here. Dew points are crazy high. They go all the way up to the north there. We'll look at those in just a couple of seconds. But here's really the thing that we are looking at overall. Let me just choose another radar here, because I want to show you what I'm talking about when it comes to this whole situation of where you are. And let's just say that you are in, let's just say you're in Louisville for now. We're going to say you're in Louisville, Kentucky. So I'm in Louisville. and I see that I'm still in the enhanced. This is enhanced over here, which is not as bad as being over here into the moderate area, which is not as bad as being up here into the high area. But I want you to look at this. We had an enhanced risk a couple of times over the past 6 months. We've had an enhanced risk in areas that ended up getting large tornadoes. F3 kind of tornadoes that can happen in the enhanced and the moderate as well. It doesn't necessarily mean we're not talking about the size of the tornado actually here. We may be talking about the length of the tornado being on the ground in some of these cases when we change the colors, but a tornado is a tornado. And if you are over here in the yellow and an F3 hits you in Chillicothe, Ohio, well, this is the worst tornado day you've ever been a part of, wasn't it? And you got to think about it like that. If you didn't get it, just because you didn't get it, doesn't mean it didn't happen. And we're now, social media is showing that more and more often, where we used to think we had a bust, and then the next day you see all of the videos coming out of what was not a bust. One person, 2 tornadoes might have taken place, and one person lost everything they owned, and for the rest of their lives now they're going to be talking about the fact they were in the worst tornado they've ever been in their lives. So kind of look at it that way. And if you live on any of these lines, I'd prepare the same way. If it were me and my family and I lived in Charleston, West Virginia, I would prepare the same way as if I lived over here in the middle of this mod in Fishers or Indianapolis, Indiana. I'd make sure that I had weather information, and I'd make sure that I had telephone that was nearby. Make sure you have your safe place already thought out. Don't wait until it happens. But if you're going to the safe place in your home, make sure you have it thought out. Nothing is new when it comes to that stuff. If anything, over the years, we've learned that some of the old things are still pretty good. But what we do understand is that more head injuries come out of these situations. More people are hurt by the fact that they are in the path of something when they're flying across the room and hit them in the head. So now, more and more, we talk about covering your head with some sort of, some sort of thing. If it's a mattress, if you can throw a mattress on top of yourself and somebody else when it's happening, that'd be the thing to do as well. The kids, we've talked for years on television. We talked for years. I don't think I invented it, but I remember talking about wearing a helmet, a baseball helmet. I grew up living in Birmingham, Alabama, and I did the weather for many years, over 25 years in the Southeast, both in Chattanooga, Tennessee, Birmingham, Alabama, and in Atlanta, Georgia for many years before going up to Minneapolis and then back over to Denver, and now back into the deep South again. But I can tell you that, head injuries, and for your children, make sure that they have, some sort of information, and you make sure mentally that they are all right. It's not that you don't tell them what's happening. And I'm not saying this because I know, I'm saying this because one of my better friends is a disaster psychologist. I wish I had him on here at this point. I might even try to text him here in a few moments and see if we could get him on to talk about this, because I'm sure they are hearing the hype. They are reading the hype online, and there's probably some things that we could do to make sure that, everybody has enough information and can keep along with us as we go through the rest of this afternoon. So making sure of those things will help you out as we go along during the day today. Again, it's a high risk for 2 separate areas. One is down to the south, another one that covers Peoria and all the way to the north, almost to Des Moines there in Iowa, and then all the way down to the south as well. We don't currently have a severe thunderstorm that is producing a tornado, but it's pretty much like that. It's going to be like that for the rest of this afternoon. We're going to go from severe thunderstorm warnings over to tornado warnings. The past couple of events, we've gone from really nothing to having tornado warnings. Well, in this case, it looks like we're going to have severe thunderstorm warnings first of all, and then we'll migrate back over. And let me get rid of this whole mess here because it kind of covers up everything that we're trying to show you, the rest of the information. Let's do some forecasting now and take a look at what's going to happen here with some of our forecasting models. And you know this, if you've been with us here for a while, you know the way this travels is that we end up going from the models that take place into the short term. Some of them update themselves every hour on the hour, but go out short amounts of time, 18 hours on the some of the general top of the hour stuff, you get them for 48 hours. I like them at times if they're doing well. If they stink, then I don't like them, and I'll admit they stink. Right now, we're going to go with what's called the HRR. We often call it the HER. Updates every hour on the hour, so hopefully it makes a correction. It should. It should look at the radar data that it has at this moment, initialize that, and go from that point on to give us the rest of the day's events is what's going to happen. So right now we have 13 hours worth of this. This is from 16Z coming in moments ago. So 16Z is now what we're looking at. This is going to be 11 o'clock data coming in. I hate the time change. I loved it when 18Z was noon and I could work off of that. But 16Z, so we're coming in there. 17Z is noon now. So 16 is 11 o'clock. And now we'll move this forward in time. This is forecast data here. And as I move it forward with you, we'll see what happens here. We go out to the 2 p.m. hour Central Time. And now you can see at 2 p.m., we have quite a few more cellular thunderstorms up and down the line. They really begin here across eastern Arkansas and, eastern Texas, southwestern Arkansas. Any of these little isolated cells could be tornado bound and kind of looks like it. See how they have that curvature, meaning that as they go up into the atmosphere, they begin to spin and turn. Little Rock, Arkansas, we have a cluster of thunderstorms in there. And again, the time is at 2 p.m. that you're looking at here at 2 p.m. And then as you go further to the north, these are all three wicked looking. These are all three of these cells right here are wicked looking. Any one of those looks like it could contain a tornado. This one actually does as well. There are 5 single cell, supercell thunderstorms there that are taking place across that area there overall. And so pretty much what we're looking at there. Go further to the north, again to the 2 o'clock hour, the same thing. Supercell thunderstorms all the way up into Jefferson City. This is a forecast, folks. This is what we're looking at as a forecast. Goes all the way up here along the line, the Missouri line, western sections of Indiana. Now you're looking at, of Illinois. Now you're looking at some of the storms coming into western Illinois, and then all the way up to the north along a warm front that goes out of Rochester and into the Madison area there too. We got low pressure and plenty of it right there into that region. That is at 2 p.m. this afternoon. I can move that up one more hour, and at 3 p.m., kind of got the same thing. At 3 p.m., all of these, if there's anything here that sticks out to me at all, it's that all of these are still singular cells, super cellular. They're not within a line just yet. They're all individual, which means they'll take on their own characteristics. They'll spin if they want to. They'll do whatever they want to, really, in the environment that they're in. And it's reason to believe that still at 3 o'clock this afternoon, this could be an area where we have multiple tornado warnings that would be occurring at about this point, just to the west of Memphis, over to Covington, but coming across the Mississippi River right there at about 3 p.m. So if you live in western Mississippi, western Tennessee, your time frame is sometime after 3 o'clock. If we believe this model, and I do, I'm going to go with it because I still feel pretty confident about it. At this point, also, we have some of the strong thunderstorms right up here into Peoria, over to McComb, into the Lincoln, Jacksonville area. The likelihood here of picking up a strong thunderstorm with the possibility of a tornado is going to be there as well. Some of those are going to end up being very vigorous there into the area, and they'll just do so quite a bit as we move through and into the next 12 to 24 hours or so. So still watching out for all of that, and because that's on the northern side of everything, and where I still think we're going to have the likelihood, the possibility of some of those bigger thunderstorms there going on as well. And the rest of this is kind of messy back to the west, but let's move forward in time again to show you what we do have here, which is a succession of more thunderstorms coming in across the Mississippi River, now into the Mid-South here. This is 6 p.m., where now we're into the Mid-South. We'll have multiple supercell thunderstorms. We could have multiple tornado warnings at this point that go all the way down to Tyler, Texas and beyond. And then, as you can see, into Pine Bluff, Arkansas, Little Rock, across that area there are more. They go over to Conway. I'd say your time in Little Rock, into Searcy, Arkansas, there by the college, over to Arkadelphia, down to Magnolia and El Dorado, is going to be the 5 and 6 p.m. hour, maybe even into Memphis and beyond about that time, too. These are huge thunderstorms now. These are going to be massive thunderstorms coming in. They'll also have some hail involved. I think very likely we're going to have hail involved in all of this. Paducah to Clarksville, and then all the way down to the south into St. Louis, into the Jacksonville area, into the 6 o'clock hour, climbing northward, Kenosha, back over to Milwaukee and beyond. Some of those are big thunderstorms there, too, that will definitely be following as we go along. We move a little bit further. We're going to go all the way up to the 7 o'clock hour, 8 o'clock hour, and now we're looking at a huge comma shape. Now we got a big low pressure to the north. Low pressure to the north, and if you draw this out, this is going to end up being kind of like, well, let's see. This would be a big low pressure center, normally drawn in the red, as you can see right here. Extending out of that would be what we call a somewhat of an occlusion, right about there. This is where the whole thing occludes. And what we're saying is that the cold front's outrunning the warm, so really you have this occlusion going on right here for this time. And then beyond that, it's going to be a cold front down to the south that follows the rest of this along. That'll be a cold front extension down to the south, which is extra lift that'll be coming in and being produced along this line. But still, we have tons of moisture that's available coming out of the Gulf of Mexico. These are lines, by the way. These are isobars. The blue lines that you see, these are called isobars. They're lines of equal barometric pressure, and the lines of equal barometric pressure tell us that that is the flow that is being made right now. This is a satellite image, which is supposed to be pretty awesome, and it is. A satellite image coming in, and where you do see the thunderstorm activity now, this is part of the lightning data gathering that the new GOES satellite system will use. We'll look at it. It's called the GLM feed, and we'll look at this in higher resolution coming up here in just a couple of seconds and see what's going on. Pretty much what you see is what's going on here. One of my guys, Brett Arnold, by the way, I just read what he said. He's not going to sugarcoat it. It's looking like it could be one of the largest tornado outbreaks over the past 10 years. Take all warnings seriously today. And Brad's a youngster who used to watch me when he was a kid there in Birmingham, Alabama, when I was doing the weather there in Birmingham. And I still keep up with him quite often. So we're watching out for all of this as we move along across the rest of the area, and we'll do so. Brett posted something up there about 31 minutes ago. He tweeted. We'll be trying to talk to him as well if we can here in just a couple of seconds. And the other thing I wanted to show you was, let's just do this right now. Let's go and take a look at the GOES satellite imagery, and we'll do that for that area right there. Put it into motion right about here to show you as we go through the day today. Again, it's a very turbulent atmosphere at the moment coming out of southern sections of the Gulf of Mexico, working their way northward along I-55 or westward back over to Arkansas. Still got some of that stuff going on there into Tennessee as well. So looking out for all of that going into the next few hours. Brand new tornado watch. This is a new tornado watch, and they put a PDS tag on this. PDS meaning particularly dangerous situation that's occurring here. Tornadoes, several of them strong. This goes until 8 o'clock tonight. A tornado warning is in effect. Scattered hail, size of tennis balls is possible. Tennis ball sized hail is possible. Winds gusting up to 70 miles per hour. That is possibility there too, but about 8 million people are in the path of this. Should it continue, that is your tornado watch, which is now in effect. It goes from St. Louis, I-70 southward down to Memphis, I-40 corridor into the I-30 area. That goes over to Texarkana as well. You got to watch out for all of that. And let's take a look at the arch here in St. Louis here at the moment, because St. Louis is one of those areas that falls within our watch. Just off to the south, we've got more of that situation that'll be piling up here as we go through and into the next several hours. That's going to be one of those regions there in St. Louis where the storms come just a little bit later on into the afternoon. Yes. Brett is where in western Arkansas? Say that again. West of Arkansas. Okay. Maybe we can get him, maybe we can raise him here in just a few minutes. I hope we can, because there's some stuff I got to tell him. Let's see, and let me do one other thing here. Trying to tell people I know who live into the area what's about to happen. So, all right, let's get back at it here. look. A couple of people, by the way, one of those is not real, and I don't mean that as something offensive to one of the people there. But the one on the right is the old mayor there of St. Louis, who is responsible for efforting getting the arch up, and he donated the land there across the river to help the situation out there as well. So that's a pretty good deal there. But I've been there. I've actually sat next to him last year when I drove in from Denver, Colorado. So that is an amazing sight to see if you've never seen that before. Let's go on in time here a little bit up to the 8 o'clock hour now. We'll take a look at 8 o'clock tonight as the HER moves along. Now we got thunderstorms coming into Shreveport, Louisiana, right about 8 o'clock into El Dorado. Now east of Little Rock and Pine Bluff, but coming across the Mississippi River here on the western side of Memphis, and then you get back up here into central sections of Tennessee. Now you got a big storm. It looks like it's hogging down the road here on I-40, coming out of Dixon and moving into Hendersonville, over to Springville, Portland, Gallatin. That's what you got going on right there. Hopkinsville, over to Campbellsville as well, into central Kentucky. This will have a big reach into central Kentucky as we go into the 8 o'clock hour tonight. And Bloomington, back over into Muncie, Indiana, Fort Wayne. We'll have thunderstorms over here as well. Now, you're getting out of the risk area, but still, nonetheless, you can't tell a thunderstorm. It's out of the risk area, so it still looks like there's going to be some storms. The actual center of low pressure is a 988 low near Decorah, up there on the northeastern side of Iowa, where most of that is going to be pushing on northward around that low pressure center there. There actually is going to be some snow on the northern fringes of this, right there in the northern sections of Wisconsin. A decent snow that'll be falling there as we go into the next part of that whole situation and move along. And for the record, yes, there's another situation coming up. It's spring now, folks. Now we're going to get spring stuff at least once a week, if not more. Spring situations. We've got a Tuesday event next week, maybe a Thursday one coming up as well that we'll be looking at, and sort of ride that out, too, as we move along. And down to the south here, live radar once again. DeQueen, there's your thunderstorm coming out. They had a tag with it that said it was a possible tornado coming out of the area there just a little while ago near Dirks, Daisy, and Norman, Mount Ida included, and into the Ouachita National Forest. You got some thunderstorms up there, too. So your thunderstorm warning now in Russellville. And looks like Atkins is going to be in the same place. 70-mile-per-hour winds are possible here. The National Weather Service has this in Little Rock, Arkansas for Pope, Yell, Conway, Perry. You're underneath severe thunderstorm warning located near Danville, moving to the northeast at 50 miles per hour, 70-mile-per-hour gusting winds and quarter-size hail. The likely culprit there is it comes out of Hector as well and goes northward. They got 60-mile-per-hour tag on that. Logan, Searcy, Johnson, Van Buren. It's going to be Conway, Yell, and also Polk counties. You're underneath a severe thunderstorm warning with a possible tag there that says it could be tornadic. And again, the tornado watch, I don't know what they just did with this. I don't think they added anything. I think it still is the same, but it goes down to El Dorado, northward to the border there. Doesn't include Shreveport, Longview, or Tyler, or Monroe, so it doesn't cross over the Louisiana border. Kind of sits in that area there where the new thunderstorm growth is just now taking place. Goes northward over to St. Louis, into Columbia, and beyond, where some of the bigger thunderstorms are at the moment. No tornado warnings. We have 5 alerts, but no tornado warnings that are ongoing. It's West Plains. Now up to Mountain Home, that is an area there, too, with a new tornado warning. $half size hail reported here with 60-mile-per-hour winds. Southwest of West Plains, moving to the northeast at about 55 miles an hour, 55 miles an hour there across all of that region there, too. So kind of watching out for all that, too, as we go into the next several hours and beyond. And still watching what's happening. We've got Susan K. with us here. Dean Barry's helping out with some of our questions for the day today as a moderator. Sarah's with us. And Sarah's been with us off and on for quite some time. Alan Copeland is in here. We've got Rapunzel. Rapunzel, please help us out here today. And let's see, who else have we got? Lizzie is with us here. Tammy Mustafa, she's in Southern Illinois. Tammy, we're watching for you. Anything pops up there, we'll let you know about the warning. Listen, I will tell you this. Nobody is going to give you a tornado warning faster than we will. And I can prove it. So if you want to pull up 2 different people and see when you get the warning first, I'm 99.9% sure that 99.9% of the time you'll get it first here because we're very streamlined when it comes to that, when it comes to getting these warnings and placing them on the air as rapidly as we can. So stay with us for that as we continue our march on here throughout the rest of the region. We're following Brett Adair. We're also trying to get him on the air here as we go along and to get some information from him from what he is seeing on the roadways. And right now, I think we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning over here. It looks like near Mount Airy and Leon. That's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning popping up just a few moments ago. 60-mile-per-hour winds here. Look at that. Now, these are some pretty big single-cell, supercell thunderstorms that are just now beginning to pop up here into the western side of Missouri, coming out of Leavenworth and beyond, and moving northeastward. Two things you can see, I can see, and you don't have to be a meteorologist to see either. One is that, see the striations that you have on the radar site here for each of these cells? They're strung out a little bit. I mean, if you just kind of look at them, you can see that they're striated this way, and so it's pretty good bet the upper level wind is blowing in this direction. When it gets up to the top there, it's coming out of the southwest, so it's blowing the tops of these in that general direction there. But because down at the surface we have a surface wind that's coming in that is more than likely going to be, let me just put everything on there, surface wind that's coming in out of the south. See these little arrows here? See that little ball? And I know these are small, but what it's telling you is the temperature in red is 69. The dew point is 61. The wind is blowing from the south and blowing northward. And so it means that the wind is blowing in this direction. So it's a southerly wind at these ground observations that we're looking at. And then the upper level wind is coming in from a differing direction. And that we call shear. And so that's what we're talking about through the day today. What we're going to be watching out for is the shear factor that we'll be looking at right now. Again, the tornado watch, they said a PDS is what we're looking at. Several tornadoes, intense tornadoes are likely. Scattered large hail up to 2.5 inches, getting up into that apple size right there. Damaging winds scattered about of 70 mile per hour or greater in some of the gusts that'll be headed through the area there too. The yellow indicating where the tornado watch is. You know what? This is one tornado watch out of many that we'll have throughout the rest of the day today. We will have many that'll be popping up. And as we go through the remainder of the day today, those will extend on eastward, getting into Bloomington, Jasper, over to Evansville, the western side of Kentucky, western Tennessee, and now to the western side of Mississippi also is what we'll be looking at. So we just talked about the southerly winds at the surface, winds coming in from a differing direction. And how do we know that? Well, because these storms are stretched out this way. Every one of them is stretched out this way. Let me make this bigger. I hope you can see that. They're all stretched. They come from this direction to that direction, southwest to the northeast. So into the upper level, this is the direction the wind is blowing. And what was it doing down at the surface? It's coming in from the south, which gives us shear. That's the direction that we have that's giving us the shear, the spin. It's already allowing this to occur. There had to be a trigger somewhere to make the a tornado. In a hurricane, it's totally different. A hurricane, it's produced most likely within the hurricane itself, and not because of the shearing winds, but because of the difference that we have with height when it comes to these situations here overall. Tyler Sherry, southeast corner of Queensland at Kippering in Australia. Do you think this is going to be 211? No. I was in 211. I lost a vehicle and saw quite a few people who lost their lives in 2011 in Birmingham, Alabama, in Pratt City, Alabama, actually. This is about fire danger over there in Colorado. I know that's a deal. That's going to be in Teller County into Colorado, close to where I used to live there. So they've got fire danger going on there at the moment. 59. Some of these dew points have not materialized to where they were supposed to be. We're still in the 50s in Hannibal into Quincy, but we're going to see that change over more and more as we move along. We'll start to see the dew points go up and up across this area because this is guaranteed to be volatile as we go through the rest of this afternoon. They did add another severe thunderstorm warning to it there. As far as velocity data goes, there is an inbound and an outbound to both of these. This one's probably a little bit more prevalent than the other as far as positioning goes, but there is some spin right there. A little bit of spin going on right there near the town of Mercer. All of these could be precursors to tornado development, tornado genesis popping up here into the region. And that could be the action for that as we go into the next several hours here. And from what's going on across the rest of the note here, we're still looking at everything that's going to be moving in across this area going into the night tonight. So just sort of looking at all of that and where we are at this point. Got to make sure that, a couple of people have talked about it. Make sure that you check on your neighbors, the elderly who are out there. Believe it or not, I have talked to a few people today who did not know that this was the case, that we were going to have this sort of a situation. It's a particularly dangerous situation. And from the National Weather Service, you see how it says this is a PDS situation? Well, what does it mean? It means the wording is enhanced, and it means it's extra special. This is a special sort of, it's not your run-of-the-mill kind of watch that goes out. This is telling you that it's very likely that a lot of things are going to change for the rest of the afternoon. Consider canceling appointments, postpone outdoor activities, multiple ways to receive a warning, and inform others of the heightened risk around you. And again, we're not talking about this is going to be just like 2011. You'd never say that. There's never, if you want to upset someone from the National Weather Service office or the folks from, Ken Graham, my buddy Ken Graham, that used to be with the Hurricane Center, never liked to go about comparisons. Each one of them is individual, just like each one of these severe weather events is an individual entity, and is always, has something about it that is just not the same. So they did go ahead and issue a tornado warning for this storm up here. I think that's our first tornado warning of the day. Actually, it's associated with all of this. It'll be the first of many that does occur. So that's a Kellerton, Iowa tornado warning just now issued from the National Weather Service office there. And one for Arkansas that we'll get in here in just a second. I got to get rid of this first of all, because all that starts to get in the way here. But let me close that off. And we'll go up here to the first one. This is a tornado warning for Kellerton, Iowa. This is from the National Weather Service there. This is going to be Grand River, in Van Wert, and Decatur City in Kellerton. The National Weather Service has golf ball size hail possible with this as well. About 2,700 people are going to be affected. This goes until 1:30 this afternoon. A tornado warning issued there on the southern side of Iowa, if you will. Down to the south, the other tornado warning that we have, it's a brand new warning, just issued a second ago. It'll be popping up here. Where did it go? They didn't cancel it because I saw it on the other side. They'll pop it back up here again. There was a tornado warning there for a second. I can't remember exactly what county it was, but it's a little bit different than what I see now from what I saw before. But anyway, that's where we are. The tornado warning up there to the north. We got several severe thunderstorm warnings down here to the south that we're looking at. There's the new tornado warning popping up. It was Hot Springs that was the reason for that. And so we'll go down here and take a look. The Hot Springs radar has a tornado warning for this storm. You can see it's very tight bound situation right about there. It's very tight. Goes over to Norman and Mount Ida into the Hot Springs area. The polygon takes it over to the Hot Springs area as we go through and into the next little while. Right now, they are saying that this is moving at what? About moving at, it's going to be Clark County, Perry Pike, Garland, Montgomery, and Hot Spring County underneath the tornado warning. And it is moving to the northeast at about 60 miles per hour with dollar-sized hail showing up there. So we do a little bit of a look here at what's happening. If we do that at 60 miles per hour, some of the towns that will be included here are right here. It's going to be in the Cato Gap area there in about 20 minutes. Glenwood in about 20 minutes as well. Plata Welsh, all within the next 30 minutes. Joplin in about 31 minutes. Into the Yoma area at about 36. Crystal Springs, Bear Lofton. If you see one of those areas that you recognize, in Hot Springs, it takes about 50 minutes at 60 miles per hour. Taking about 50 minutes to get over there into the area that we are talking about. That's going to be one of our first thunderstorms there in the central sections of Arkansas that we'll be watching. as everything comes now from west to east. Arkansas radar has been pretty busy already through the day today, but now we've got a tornado warning that we're looking at. All of these thunderstorms still individualized, although these become a little bit more linear now with the past few moments. You can see they line up just a little bit more from Norman to Mount Ida and into that Amity area there just off to the south. Or you look into Russellville here. There's some thunderstorms there that we're watching as well that we'll have our eye on. And we'll get some information here in just a second. We'll get some more pictures showing up here. We'll get some video to show you what's happening. We've got a couple of people who are pretty close to being on several of these storms here in the next few moments, and we'll have some pictures for us. Brett is headed northward again. I think he's over here somewhere. Let me see if I can put the data back on here. Sometimes it doesn't work very well on my iPad. Brett is going to be right here near Forest City, and in truth, this is Brett and I really saw one of our first tornadoes together right here near the town of Earl, Oklahoma, just west of this region. And a long time ago, we saw a small tornado go into an EF3. And I don't know if Brett was out of high school. It was a long time ago. So he's over there in that area near Forest City. And he's watching a storm there. Now, when you get just over the river right here, you get into Arkansas, you can see for miles and miles and miles. And he is. And he's kind of looking for gas, too. But you can see it's windy. It's very windy there off into the distance. The wind's been kicking up there for a while. And so been, watching out for him and what's going on there into the region. Been taking care of, there's a little bit of sunshine now showing up too, which Brett was not happy about there a little bit earlier. So looking out for that as well. And some of the situation there is only going to get worse as we go through the rest of this afternoon. He has a little bit of time to wait, but you can see there is a tornadic thunderstorm just off to his south and west coming into Hot Spring. And if it is moving at 60 miles per hour, as we do know, that would be over here. He's still 160 miles away from that. So he's got about 2.5 hours before that one actually comes over there. If there's new development, though, he'd be right in Johnny on the spot there should that come back in. And then I don't know where Brad is. We got Brad Arnold, who's out and about as well today. Brad has been Johnny on the spot for a while. We'll try to get his video up here in just a second as well. I just talked to Brad last night. We were actually talking about the Braves, but that dude's he's got instincts that help him out there too. Non-thunderstorm wind gusts during the day today. Well, it's going to be gusty all across the west for sure. We got 50 to 60 miles per hour being seen there on the eastern side of the Colorado Rockies into the foothills and across the rest of that area. And that's going to be an expectation going into the next several hours. Still, tornado warning in effect there near Grand River, Kellerton, Decatur City, Van Wert. You're underneath tornado warning there. And that'll be right there along I-35 coming out of Osceola and Mount Airy and going northward and eastward at about 60 miles per hour. About 2,700 people are in the path of this situation as it goes northward and eastward across the entirety of this region. So that's where Brett is. Some of the conditions that he has, I think you saw a few moments ago. Brett has some, 73 over a dew point of 64 degrees at the moment. So it is quite, it's sticky. It's stanky there. And they're going to be that way for just a few moments. And so Brett just sent us a little note that he'll be catching up with us here and beyond in just a few moments. He just got settled in there for the minute. But we'll talk about some radar analysis and some stuff here in just a few moments as well. We'll get into that and talk more about that as we come into the next little while. That Kellerton, Iowa warning is still in effect. That is a tornado warning that remains in effect there across the area. I got to keep that in mind. The Hot Springs radar is still Little Rock radar is still picking up the big storm there in Hot Springs. So we're watching out for that also. And we're just going to, kind of watch this all materialize as we go into the rest of this afternoon. There's going to be more and more of these popping up as we go through the day today. This is the beginning, sadly. This is not the end of the whole situation. And still looks like there's going to be plenty to be watching there as we move along. These are some sheltering guidelines from the Paducah National Weather Service office there in Paducah. If you'd like to check that out, they always do a terrific job. I hope by now you have a pretty good idea of what is going to be happening, though, and that as far as your sheltering goes, you've done it before. In this situation, say that again? All right, there's an extension to the Hot Springs one because they let the other one go. So, which one? Oh, this one way up here. All right. So they did, let's see, at 41 expires 41 minutes. So they issued that at 1:30. I think they're going to go, I don't know what they're going to do. Anyway, that's still a severe thunderstorm with a tornado warning attached to it there. It's a pretty big storm, as you can see it right now. Also looking at, yeah, also looking at a hail core there involved with this whole situation. And we break this down quite often for you because what you are now seeing is a very mature storm. This is the hail core in purple that you see. This is the spinning that's going on down here. We come back to, and we've got two little flanks here that go off on the right and the left side, creating low pressure on both sides, and a little indentation in the back that we call a V-notch, bunny ears, whatever you want to call them. You know, they can be whatever you want them to be. Flying eagle is one of the terms I grew up with calling that. That's a very mature storm up there, and already has some of the indications of being a tornado there at the moment. I don't have anything that says this is on the ground. Correlation coefficient has some interesting looks there near Tuskegee and into the Kellerton region, Grand River, but I don't see anything that looks like right now it is producing any kind of damage that would be on the ground or anything of that form. And again, the tornado watch includes a tornado warning down to the south into central Arkansas, Crystal Springs, Mountain Pine, into the Glenwood Hopper area just outside of Percy on US 70. That is a tornado warning. Still occurs there. 2-inch size hail is also possible. 52,000 people live within that area with 18 schools. Hopefully, all that's been taken care of and decided on during the day. Today it is a Friday, so hopefully everybody was able to get their kids home. I think they were making decisions about that. In a high-risk situation, they don't often, they don't actually in any way, shape, or form end up calling this a situation that you would not want to let school out for. So I'm pretty sure that's what they're going to do there in that situation. Let's see what else do we have here. This is down to the south. Again, the tornado warnings that we currently have run mainly from Des Moines all the way down to the south into the southern sections of Missouri. You can see down into the Mark Twain National Forest, or 3 warnings that we have currently in the central sections of Arkansas. 3 warnings that we currently have there that we're still looking at as they move on eastward. Farrar is here with us. Thank you so much for being with us today, as well as regular guy audio. He's in the Mount Airy area. Tell me about what you see there, because it looks pretty bad there at the moment. And I'd like to have any conditions that you have, please pass them along, whatever you've got, and I'll repeat them on the air here. And we can get a sense of maybe what's happening into the short and the long term of everything that's going on here for the rest of this evening and into the night tonight. We pass along information. You can help me out with forecasting and for what we call truth casting, nowcasting, which is what is actually happening. And it seems like I know the majority of all of you there who are with us here today. We have somewhat of a relationship now with the past 6 months, and I trust you all. So please give me the information as you have it there, and I'll pass it along to help your neighbors out. Maybe somebody that you know into the area would like that information there too. 1.25 inch size hail. What is this? This is going to be 1.5 inch size hail there in Baxter County from a trained spotter just south of the Missouri state line on Arkansas. What was that going to be? Near Mountain Home. So that was going to be right up there. I think that was going to be near Clark Ridge, and it yes, it was. And this is a new Meso discussion out of Iowa. What are they saying here? This is discussion. Brand new Meso discussions, by the way, being put out now by the Severe Storms Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma. And this is Meso discussion number 394, and it's concerning the tornado watch number 93. And what you are seeing now is a new localized area just to the east of the low pressure. The tornado potential increasing throughout the 2 to 2:30 Central Daylight Time hour. Large, very large hail, 2 to 2.5 inches is also possible. But they went ahead and drew a circle as to where they are thinking about the likelihood of tornadoes may occur here pretty soon. One, we already have a warning on, I think, there for the moment. That's going to be this one down to the south here where we have 68 over 60. 70 over 64. Again, it's 70 degrees over 64 for the dew point, and the wind is out of the southwest at 20 miles per hour. We got 2 ticks there at 20 miles per hour. So the dew points are already into the 60s. We got 63 over here to the east. Green is a dew point condition. And then the low pressure center, you can see it right there, just off in the upper left-hand side of the screen. That is where we have the actual area that we're looking at. And yes, that's going to be south central sections of Iowa where this is all occurring and taking place. And we just want to make sure that you're aware. Now, these are wind barbs that go up. This is a balloon site. So these are the latest in the vertical wind stacking here. And again, the one down at the surface is red. The blue one is showing you that we get a little bit of southwest. We drew this, you and I drew this when we looked at the storm. We looked at what was happening at the surface and then what is happening aloft. And there's an angle there that's being created, and that's why there is shear available there. Shear that we're looking at and we know about is already showing up across that area. So pretty good news there overall, at least as far as what we are watching. Again, they put out another Meso discussion. This is number 95, and this is going to be included for the eastern side of Missouri and southern Illinois. The National Weather Service Office, Severe Storms Prediction Center, initial threat of hail may evolve later with risk for all hazards. This is the area just south of St. Louis, from St. Louis over to Farmington into the Carbondale, Cape Girardeau, Paducah area, and West Plains. They've drawn a circle around it, which means they are concerned because of some of the new growth you can see. Some of the thunderstorms down near West Plains are popping up down the Carbondale, Mount Vernon area there too. Or Weather Watch 94 down to the south. This is in the northern part of Arkansas. So that you're looking at Paragould, Jonesboro, down to Marshall and Conway. That's what we're looking at there as well. So there's a brand new Meso discussion. They're throwing those out there a lot now. So I love it. There's so much information that's being passed along that they were having to hold on to there for many, many years. And I love getting all the information that we can possibly get. I really enjoy getting all of that. Eric Toll's been with us as well. Been watching his camera through the day today. He's got some big bad clouds showing up. Eric does off in Mount Pleasant, Iowa. We're watching as he turns the corner here into the dark clouds in Mount Pleasant, Iowa. This is going to be one of those big areas there that we were looking at that is going to be I almost said under the gun, but not under the gun. This is going to be just one of those regions there where we're likely going to get severe thunderstorms. They'll be continuing as we go through the next several hours. But this, again, is that area just off to the north there that we're looking at, Mount Pleasant, Iowa. And riding along there, I'm not really sure where he is exactly on what interstate system, but he's right in amongst it all there. And that'll be near Van Wert or over into the Osceola area where already some 1-inch size hail was reported in Clark County there, but that's Osceola, the town of Osceola into Iowa. Large storm here. Talk about bunny ears. Do you see them? I see them. There's your little V-notch that's going on. Low pressure here, low pressure here. Big hail core right in here. And the inflow coming into it right there. That's dry air. And then you got your little notch area right in there too. Very well mature, well-formed supercell thunderstorm off into the distance there in the southern sections of Iowa. Certainly the region there, one of the other regions that we'll have to pay attention to going into the next several hours. So a tornado warning up there that still exists. I didn't get the latest on that. How long? This has still got 33 minutes on the tornado warning near Leon, moving northward at about 60, was it? Golf ball size hail being reported 50 miles per hour to the north. 7 miles south and east of Mount Airy. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado right there into that area. And another one to the north. You can see it right there in Osceola that we were watching. Also, new severe thunderstorm warning on the river here into Hannibal. I spent the night here during a flood. You might remember it. It was a flood that came through there. And there was some Mississippi River was way, way up at that point. Right now, we got a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect here just outside of Hannibal on the east side of the Mississippi River. But that thing's coming across the river here at the moment with some really strong winds. This is what's called a B-weir situation, a bounded weak echo region. B-weir, bounded weak echo region right here, where sometimes this is, where you first get some of the splitting of a storm to where it gets its individual characteristics from it. The B-weir is where we've got the drier air rising upward through the column, and then over to the other side. Down to the south, more thunderstorms. Mark Twain into the National Forest. Still have those there near Salem and West Plains. That one had a tag with it with a possible tornado earlier, and we still have a tornado warning down to the south. About to move closer and closer into the Hot Springs area from the National Weather Service there in, well, this is going to be covered by the National Weather Service, I think, out of Little Rock. They're still in that area there, the Little Rock, Arkansas National Weather Service does have. This is Perry, Montgomery, West Central, Hot Spring County, also western Garland and Pike. You're underneath a tornado warning. It's radar indicated. 2-inch hail was being reported there also. 2-inch size hail being reported there just a little while ago. So still watching out for all of that. Coming out of the south, moving northward and eastward. Some thunderstorms now off to the east. Coming into Memphis at the moment. Mostly showers. I don't see a lot of lightning there, so it's rain at showers. And this is the other part that Brett and I were talking about. And Brett did say he's going to be with us here any minute, I'm sure. We're just going to look up, and Brett's going to be there. And we're going to go, boom, it's Brett. So right now, Greenwood, Cleveland, over to Clarksdale into Oxford, you got some light rain falling, and this is a stabilizing thing. When you get light rain like this, when the light rain falls, that's stabilization, and that's a good thing. This is what you wouldn't want to see here would be to have tons of sunshine. That would not be good. So the light rain is a blessing and a stabilization sort of a situation there that helps the atmosphere to use some of that energy into the light rain. And you see it's trying to become a thunderstorm off to the north here near Hernando, up 22, just outside of Southland. But at the moment, that's some light rain showing up there. Also into central and south Alabama, we got a little bit of light rain showing up there too. Jackson now, we got some light rain. Ridgeland into Jackson, that's all light rain there. Carthage and beyond. And then down to the south, we have some more stuff going on here, too. But the two warnings that we have still intact across this area from Des Moines down to the south, still looking at both of those as they pop up here and move northward and eastward, about 55 to 60 miles per hour. And let's see what I can do here. Try to answer some questions here if you got some good questions for me. Samuel Camp, David, if you turn your cyclone port layer in, there is going to be one in the direct path of the Arkansas tornado warning. I'll do that here. Have a little bit of trouble with cyclone port locking up my iPad, though, which is the only thing I'm able to use here. But we'll try to get that on. In fact, we've got one of the best directors ever in the world who's got, I think it's going to be the Perry County Weather Watchers, is the one that you're talking about. So we'll try to pull it up on a PC, actually, and watch that coming up here in just a few seconds. Thank you for pointing that out. That's exactly the kind of information that we need, and I really do appreciate that. But that's going to be just outside of, let me see if I turn my, do that for a second. Yeah, if you've noticed, I don't leave my cyclone port on for very long, or that information long, because on this iPad, for some reason, there's still it's buggy, so it'll freeze it, is what it'll do. But there it is, off to the north there. You can see it in that area. It's actually in this Perryville area there, and I don't know. We're looking at somebody's yard. I feel a little odd because we're looking at somebody's yard there. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we'll look at the sky a little bit more. So that's going to be up in Perryville there on the northeastern side of the actual deal. But yes, the tornado is, the warning is not too far away from there, so we'll be getting that information to you as it comes on in. And the sky does look pretty dark up there into that area there anyway, so kind of watching out for the whole thing. We got two cells that are popping up down there, one near Norman and Amity, another one near Hot Springs Village, but coming out of Hot Springs anyway. And this thing that is spinning and rotating is going to be right there. It's pretty tight. I mean, it's a pretty tight rotation going on. Hickory Station over to Cato Gap. And there's your tight little rotation that's occurring here. Not exactly gate to gate. We don't have pixel to pixel that you can see. But it's a decent little forward bearing, if you will, of what could be a tornado. What's the other thing that we talked about? When you see sometimes in the generation of tornadoes, what do we also see? We also see lightning being generated in a tightly packed area, and there it is. in between Hickory Station and Cato Gap. We've got that sort of a thing going on. And so you sort of look at that as a whole and go, okay, there's something going on right there at the moment that we'll be watching pretty closely as we move along. Have the same thing going on up here, but we don't have an inbound and an outbound marker showing up with that situation there west of Conway. And really don't see that anywhere else either at this point. So we got the 2 tornado warnings there, one above, one down to the south, both into the area there that is of great concern to us here at the moment. And we're still watching out for some of the strong thunderstorms that we're looking at. By the way, folks, just if you don't know, there is a double-barreled high-risk area, one for today, that goes off to the north. It includes Des Moines, Iowa, into the moderate risk. Davenport, you're into the high risk. It does not matter. It's not a prestigious thing to say, nah, boo-boo, I am in the high risk because I'm in Quincy and you're not over in Des Moines. Any of these areas have the possibility of producing a tornado, and any one of them, I'd say anywhere into the yellow in particular and beyond and inward, have the probability of producing a tornado as we go through the day today, and it may be quite large, but not into this high-risk area. I don't know how many times that happens. I don't know how many times, but it happens a lot. And so that's your first, the high-risk area that's furthest to the north. The one furthest to the south down here is what we call the Mid-South area of Tennessee and Memphis over to Pine Bluff, Little Rock, right there along the Mississippi River, if you will. That'll encompass that entire area over to Tupelo into a moderate risk, and Jackson, Tennessee as well. My old buddy Joel Barnes is up there. He does weather in Jackson, Tennessee. He's watching what's happening there for his folks in his DMA. Down to the south into Texarkana, Greenville, and Columbus over to Huntsville. You are in an enhanced risk. This is for later on in the night tonight. We'll look at the whole modeling situation and take that into account here in just a few moments to see what's actually happening with that. But for the record, all of that is going to continue to slide on to the east. Tornado watch that we have, a PDS situation, particularly dangerous situation with tornadoes occurring in Mason City, Waterloo, Cedar Rapids, possibly Quincy, Springfield, into Peoria and Peru. Through the night tonight, some wind gusts could make it up to 70 miles per hour, and also some apple-sized hail. This goes till 8 o'clock tonight, that possibility of tornadoes to occur. So kind of looking out for all of that. Again, this region that we're talking about is really from the mid-south of Memphis, Tennessee, that goes all the way up into Des Moines. That is your area there, the hatched area, if you will, the greatest risk for having these thunderstorms and tornado warnings that should be and could be occurring going into the next several hours. This is widespread wind gusts. This is out of the Peoria, let's see, out of the Peoria area. Let's see. Michael Beard is with us. What's up, Mr. Beard? Photojournalist, world-renowned photojournalist. How about Clarksville, Tennessee? Let's talk about Clarksville, Tennessee. Let's go back to the map here and take a look at it. Clarksville, Tennessee, one of my favorite places in all of this world. Beautiful place up there, but we'll go and we'll take a look at what's happening at the present. And what we do have at the current time is we have some thunderstorms here, there, everywhere, but not into Clarksville. This is an area where we do have a few storms. I don't see any lightning, but over to Russellville, Franklin, into that area, there's Clarksville, northern side of Tennessee, just northwest of Nashville, Tennessee. We do have that a region there. Down to the south or over to the west into Paducah, Princeton, into Madisonville and Hopkinsville. But that's not our severe weather. Our severe weather for the Clarksville area comes a little bit later on overnight tonight, and we'll look at it as we go to the HRR, put that into motion. Let me see how many we have here. We only got about 6 or 7. We'll take this back to 16Z, where we should fill up the rest of the card there. 16Z, if we will, 16Z. So we'll have 18 hours worth of it here. Let's go to Clarksville and take a look at it and put this into motion. And again, our times are here at the, we got another, somewhere in that list of scenes, I think I have a scene that allows the time at the top to show, if you can find that. I think it says models only, unless, is that it? Yeah, but that doesn't look like it. Something happened to it. It looks like it got hit with a truck. Well, maybe we fix that later, because it looks like I had an Ambient and I tried to fix it because that's not what it looked like. I had everything to where you could read where you could read the times, and you can't read the times. I told you when I get on Ambien, I'm liable to order women's clothes. I've ordered some really weird stuff. You know, this camping gear camping gear for women. I ordered some of that stuff. I thought it was a funnel. That's all I'm gonna say. So up to the Clarksville. Where's Clarksville? Last train. All right, so there we go. So we're up to 2 p.m. This is 2 p.m. I'm sorry I'm having to tell you the time. I'm going to get the time on there before we finish because you have to see the time in order to understand the data. So here it is, Clarksville. This is now at 5 p.m. when one of the strong supercells approaches the area at 5 p.m. if you believe in the HRR, and I do. So that's a 5 p.m., 6 p.m. It's hitting the fan. There, bud, and it looks like that's going to be passing on through. Then we have other supercells into Dixon, Jackson, Humboldt, over to Millington. There's 3 more that are there, and those have been showing up. Those supercells have been showing up through the day today. They never really went away, so they've been showing up for a while today, and I believe in them. They're out in advance of the actual cool front area, which is still back to the west. And even within the cool front, these are all still supercell thunderstorms. Everything you see up and down the line is still individualized. It's not linear just yet. Maybe a little bit more linear down to the south, but all this, all the way up and down the line, these are single cell supercell thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes at about any particular time. And you can see now at this point, there's actually, we call this a triple point area. It's the first time I've seen this really showing up, but this is the region where the warm front goes all the way to the north and then turns into what we call a triple point area right about there. This is where it turns warm. You've outrun up here. This is an occlusion that shows up. You're outrunning the warm air with cold air up in here. But then you've got the warm air that should be shooting all the way to the north. This looks like the warm front to me is right up there in the Fort Wayne South Bend area, maybe even southern Detroit, the glove there, the mitt. You've got some of the warmer air trying to sneak into there, but this is called the triple point area, and sometimes that's the most volatile. That's where you get the most shear that would be occurring. So I think that's going to be our warm front extent as we go generally into that direction. And then down here to the south a little bit more. So you're really in it there, into Clarksville. You're in it for a while there across that region. In Iowa, they just went ahead and continued the tornado warning for Grand River, Iowa. That's going to be the continuation of the warning. Grand River back over to Van Wert on I-35. Quarter-size hail there. Not a big population, about 675 people, but that's south of Osceola again, where we're looking at that continued tornado warning that we do have. South of there, quite a few supercells that are still producing severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment. Give them another hour, and those will be tornado warnings. I'm telling you, there'll be numerous tornado warnings going into the next few hours. The Hot Springs warning is still out there, and it still includes Hot Springs in its path. It does have 3 more minutes in it at the moment, coming into Norman, 13 miles south of Mount Ida, moving to the northeast at about 60 miles per hour. We'd have to look at the actual radar to get a better look at what this looks like now, and it still looks pretty wicked. And what do you see? What do you see with me that we were looking at? Well, you see we've got all the lightning that's popped up. Hickory Station back over to Mount Moriah, into the peak area there, and beyond Amity into Norman. We still have some strong reasons to believe that there's some spin there. This is a tornado. I think this is a tornado. This is about the best gate shear that we've had. We've had 2 cells, 2 areas here that we were looking at that were close to each other, that were really set up from what we're looking at, and pretty much that just is what it is. So I think there's our tornado right there occurring. Let me see if there's any kind of damage that might be occurring. Correlation coefficient, and that's hail, debris, hail that's showing back up. I think. Don't think that is a tornado that is on the ground, but nonetheless, it's coming into Hot Springs out of the southwestern side, moving northward and eastward at a decent little clip. near Mount Moriah and Hickory Station is where we have this most predominantly showing up. Then south of Russellville over to Conway into the Clinton area. Still looking at what's happening there, too, with some of the big thunderstorms that we've been watching there through the day, too. Go down to the south here to the Queen, Dirks, into that Norman region, Amity, over to Murfreesboro. You're next. You'll be seeing some of those bigger thunderstorms popping up here next. We have 11 alerts at the moment, 11 alerts that are out and about. And that's basically where we are. So they did reissue this tornado warning, which now Hot Springs is in the middle of this thing. Ping pong ball-sized hail showing up. The hardest thing for me to say in all of television, and I said it once. I don't think I'll say it again, but that's how large the hail is. Tornado warning now for Hot Springs, Arkansas, the Piney Lake area, and just outside of Mountain Valley, Fountain Lake, and the Lake Hamilton region. That is a tornado warning, which has about 96,000 people there into the Hot Springs area, 96,000 people who are under this tornado warning. It'll update in just a couple of seconds. It goes a little bit further off to the east than what you see here currently. Dirks, we now have some new lightning data that's showing up into Dirks, so kind of watching out for that too to see what happens there. Should that become an individual thunderstorm that produces a tornado, we'd be all over that too. From Morrilton down southward, these two are beginning to break off just a little bit. Velocity data. There's an inbound-outbound marker there near West Applin. You see what's trying to happen here? What's trying to happen is that every single one of these individual supercell thunderstorms, every single one is trying to individualize and produce its own little wing, own little area there of spin that's occurring. And as a result, we're seeing, these high probabilities of turning over tornadoes as we go into the rest of this evening. And then sadly, after dark, when it becomes, almost 50% even more dangerous, when that sort of situation occurs. Excuse me for one moment. So there we are with that and the way that that's currently happening there. So watching all of that as we move along. Yeah, let's keep the comments. I didn't see what it was, but let's keep them nice so we can all stay on here. I think I hear the voice of... Okay. B, do you hear me? I do hear you, man. Let me see. I see you. I do see you. Yeah. Yeah, so everything's kind of initializing, sort of like we thought. Some of the modeling was indicating this. We'd initialize around noontime or so, and now everything is pretty much. I think it's very easy now to produce rotation. We've seen that off and on in just the few cells that we do have, and everything looks like it's going to try to stay as best it can. Supercellular. It doesn't look like anything linear is about to happen anytime quick. So is that your feeling overall, that maybe at least for the daylight hours here, you'll get to be able to see what you're chasing?
Well, I do think so, David. I actually, so here's this setup. We've had ingredients that have come together typically at the wrong time. After dark is when we've been primarily dealing with our bigger events as of late. In this situation, everything happens to be juxtaposed where we've got instability increasing through the afternoon. We've got an intense upper level jet that is plowing into a large warm sector. To me, David, after looking at some of the shorter term guidance, especially this morning, this is a classic high risk type scenario where we get supercells that could last for a long period of time. The models were showing some linear fashion material earlier. Well, now they're going back toward cellular environments. So I'm concerned that we're going to deal with long track supercells and the possibility of some strong and long track tornadoes to go with it.
Yeah, and also we've already had some pretty big hail falling in a couple of these storms too, 2.5 inches. Apple-sized hail being the wording that the National Weather Service Severe Storms Prediction Center has put out in a couple of the mesos that they did put out there. Anything at the moment? I know you've had a little bit of sunshine. I can't see outside of your car at the moment, but I know you've had a little bit of sunshine, but you were looking cloudy there for a little while, and was thinking that was going to help, but there's really no help, is there?
Well, no. What's happening is the cloud cover in this particular case is not inhibiting daytime heating. We're already in the mid 70s, so we're already prime. The cloud cover is actually helping the severe weather situation possibly be worse because we're not mixing out. We've got an EML that has been in place, and there's some drier air aloft. So if we had sunshine that could, those high winds aloft could mix down to the surface, they could mix some of that drier air down. Well, cloud cover will stop that, and that's actually what's happening. We're holding these mid 60 dew points and actually increasing them across some areas now as we go into the peak of heating, hours. I mean, we're just now approaching 1:20 local time here in the Central Time Zone, which is where we're at in Arkansas. I mean, we've got 6 hours of solid daylight to go, and we're seeing developing explosive thunderstorm development. So this is definitely not a good thing.
Brett, you and I often talk about situations like this, and sometimes we'll try to look for what would be something detrimental to the situation, like is there a cap here? Is there this there? Does it break this? You see anything detrimental here at all that might cause this to be, to at least be less than what it appears to be? Is there any kind of a wrench that can be thrown in here that is a saving grace?
The main wrench that I saw would have been the potential storm mode, and until we see how that evolves a little bit further down the road, you know, that could still be maybe a fly in the ointment. But to be honest with you, David, the winds at the surface are beginning to back locally ahead of these storms, more southerly, even southeasterly in places. If these remain isolated, I do not like what I'm seeing on the radar and in our guidance that we've been watching this morning. I think that we're in for a very bad day. I think everybody, all the viewers, need to heed those warnings. Make sure you've got your NOAA weather radios programmed, those storm shelters cleaned out, your cell phones with the wireless weather alerts ready to go because today is likely going to be a very significant weather day.
Yeah. We're going to be watching with you through the day today. I know you have a lot of commitments with some of the networks and what you have out there, but I know it's your channel. You'll be checking back in from time to time. Anytime you see something, we'll sneak back in and look at your in-car and your outside of your car. Do we have his outside of the car camera working?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Well, hold on. Let me see. We may have had a little blip in service here, but we're working on getting that taken care of and repaired.
Yeah, we don't have it here, he
Uh,
said, so.
I'm shutting it down now, and I'm gonna go ahead and pop it back live, and let's see what you guys have. Give me just 1 second. We got a new tornado warning north of Little Rock, moving toward Morrilton, Perry,
Yeah, we have it on screen.
Perryville.
It's on screen there.
That's a nasty looking warning there with a
Yeah,
bounded couplet.
yeah. I have a camera over there. I guess it looks like it's in somebody's yard, but um, maybe we can check it again, and you can cut that part out. This is a pretty good camera. Yeah, we'll look at it here in just a minute because there's a camera about 3 or 4 miles to the east of where we have the circulation going on there. So that is one tornado warning there. We have two down into the state of Arkansas. A lot of lightning now. We talked about this lightning genesis that takes place when you get lightning to start forming. Tornado genesis often can follow it. Looks like that's going to be sort of the situation today where that does occur off and on. We had the tornado warning to the north. They've allowed that to expire. The one up there in Des Moines, Indianola, that is no longer there near Osceola. They did allow that one to go away for now, but that's in an area there that's going to be watched there too. On the western side of Illinois, coming in there, we have several warnings that are up and out and about. It looks like this is so a little bit earlier. I think for me, a little bit earlier than I thought it was going to get hot and heavy, but I am a little concerned about the fact that everything is still individualized. Every single thing that you look at, all the way to the north here. We just went through the HER data a few moments ago, and it looks like that all stays together, coming across the Mississippi River into the Mid-South, and maybe even as far to the east as Nashville going into the latter part of the night tonight too. So higher populated areas probably as we move along and into the next few hours here.
Yep, definitely looks that way, David. And we got a little bit of stratiform that's in between these cells. But if you look at the echo tops, that'll really tell you the story that these are individualized updrafts. These are not merged updrafts. They are individual. Tell you what, I see something very concerning developing down there on the hot spring cell. Matter of fact, we're getting reports that there is a wall cloud now associated with that storm west of Hot Springs. And
Pop up the video for
here.
Brett so he can see it here too. It's the Mega site there, Brett. And I don't know if you can see, and I don't know which direction this is looking at. That might be west. It's pretty bright.
You talking about the northern storm up near Perryville?
Yeah, you were talking about Hot Springs, though, weren't you?
Yeah, I'm talking about the southern. When I see that northern storm, I guarantee you that's going to be up there close to that moisture axis. That site looks like it's moistening up though. And again, every one of these cellular elements that are going, this to me, this is a bad sign. We're very early in this event, and these thunderstorms are developing, growing rapidly and going into rotation rather rapidly as well. So that couplet though down there to the southwest of Hot Springs, that's going to generally head toward Little Rock, that one scares me quite a bit. Just the way it looks and the intensity that it is, even on a broad level right now.
Yeah, that'd be man, it's moving fast. Or at least whatever's aloft is moving fast across Mountain Pine there.
Right.
Yeah, I'm like you. Everything that initializes does just so very quickly and has rotation very quickly. Every single severe thunderstorm warning has some rotation on it.
Yep. Everything's going to spin today, folks. That's not even a question. The question is, you know, where can we get these areas of very intense rotation that'll spin all the way to the ground? I can guarantee you, any individual storm today is pretty much going to have some spin to it. Going to have large hail damaging winds. So uh, it's going to be a long day. I mean, we're really just getting started with this thing.
Yeah. Any other observations you have here? Anything? Have you heard of any damage yet?
No damage yet. Kind of going through the motions here with you, looking up to the north too. I see we have some severe warnings up in Missouri, Illinois, and Iowa. That area is popping off pretty quick too. And those storms are going to do the exact same thing. What will really tell the tale with these storms are likely going to start moving at a very rapid clip. I feel like once they start moving more rapidly, we might see tornado genesis take place faster, and then obviously you got to worry about that long track nature too.
So we did just get a new tornado warning for Faraday Bay, the Shirley area with hail. This goes until 2 o'clock. Tornado warning, 30 minutes now on this tornado warning. 11,000 people included in it near Formosa. It's right along US 65 going over to Clinton and just off to the west of Fairfield Bay. Tornado warning there showing up just moments ago. And the other thing was, let's see. A pretty ugly storm off to the north. I may look at that in just a second as well. Severe thunderstorm warnings off to the north. There's several of them. We're looking all the way here and to the south, but it's starting a little bit early. 2 tornado warnings now to the state of Arkansas, and we got one pretty close to a camera there that we're watching very well. We're taking a look at what's going on. I'm not sure exactly where it's spinning.
David, now we've got 3 tornado warnings, one southwest of Clinton. So we got 3 total tornado warnings right now. We just had law enforcement reported a funnel cloud in Percy, Arkansas, down in Garland County. That is going to be the hot spring cell, I believe. Let's see. Let's see, where is Percy?
The one to the north here is Rabbit Ridge over in Clinton. Greer's Ferry is included there. That's a tornado warning sort of developing there near Greer's, the Ferry Lake. We're lined up now with 3 tornado warnings in Arkansas.
Looking to see where Percy is. I'm not seeing that. Maybe I'm blind here. I don't know. Regardless, this very dangerous storm is nearing the Hot Springs airport there pretty rapidly.
Yeah, it's had rotation there for a while. Velocity data's tad broad, but see what matches up.
Yeah, hold on one second.
Yep.
One second, Dave. Be right back with you in just a second.
Yep. Pretty good storm right there. Tornado warning goes for another 30 minutes or so from the National Weather Service there in Little Rock. That's going to be southwestern Stone Van, Buren, Cleburne, and Conway counties. You're underneath the tornado warning for the city of Clinton, moving northeast at about 40, located near Claude. You should be in a safe place at B Branch, Formosa, into the Narrows Marina area there, Austin and Conway. You're also underneath a tornado warning coming in from the west, moving to the east. Pretty good storm. They're beginning to come in. All individualized supercell thunderstorms that are capable of spinning almost immediately when they pop up. So we're going from severe thunderstorm warnings to tornado warnings pretty quickly.
Yeah, David. I tell you what, that hot spring cell just wrapped up and really tightened its gate-to-gate signature. I tell you what, David, I don't. Do you have? And I know this is going to sound different. Do you have radar scope that you can activate?
Yeah.
Use radar scope. Go to the super res storm relative velocity there on that storm. You're going to see what I'm talking about. That did not look really good there. On that hot spring storm, but it's about to pop out like a sore thumb at you when you hit LZK there. Go to that super res storm relative velocity right there.
Yeah.
Oh, you're on the regular velocity relative.
Yeah.
It's right underneath it. There you go.
Yeah.
That's popping out like a sore thumb. It's right over the community of Piney, about to cross 70 and 270 there, 270 business.
Right.
It's going right through the Piney community. That's probably the most stout rotation we've seen all day.
Yeah, and I thought there was some sort of CC on it there. There he is. There at Piney. Do you see it?
Let's see. Oh wow, yeah. Yeah, I think that's definitely CC there. Hold on, let me go ahead and ask.
That scan in particular showed it. You're gonna get me back into.
That's the new scan, correct?
Yeah, last scan.
That's what I thought. That's right over town.
Yeah, matches perfect.
That's co-located too. I would be willing to say there's a tornado on the ground just on the western side of Hot Springs, Arkansas,
Yeah,
right now.
yeah.
Based on that, I would say that's a confirmed tornado at this point.
I would think so too. It says weather spotters reported a funnel cloud earlier, so I don't know. There's got to be.
We also have a new tornado warning just south of the Hot Springs cell coming up right behind it. Every storm, as we mentioned earlier, all these storms as they go up, they're going tornadic. It's not
Yeah,
taking any time either.
yeah. No, it doesn't take long. The Morrilton Conway storm looks a little rougher now. The Clinton storm has good gate to gate. Just south of town. Correlation with it.
Yeah, that's a CC drop. You got a debris ball now. Went just through Piney, going into West Hot Springs right now. Yeah, big debris ball. Going over West Mountain National Park College, Whittington Avenue. It's headed towards Sugarloaf Mountain. That tornado is on the ground now.
I would
Or it looks
definitely
to
take
be.
cover immediately here if you live in this area. It's coming in south. Well, at least the debris ball is going off to the northeast. Fountain Lake, excuse me. You're next in line. Should that continue that motion? You see what he's talking about here. Sometimes you have to squint your eyes and make sure you're not looking at just crap, but this is the anomaly that's showing up, and that's what showed up there in the last 2-3 images that we were looking at as a debris signature. It's different from all the rest. All this other crap here is different. This is fairly large. The brighter the color, the more the anomaly is. Decibel-wise, coming back to the radar site, the more difference you're looking at, so that's definitely something that is aloft there at the moment.
Reissuing a tornado warning for that cell for the Hot Springs area. That man, I tell you, they're saying the National Weather Service is saying that they believe that it is a noise data processing error.
Oh, really?
They're saying that. I'm not going to say they're wrong, but I don't know about that. That's a very nasty looking hook echo that went through Piney. I mean, I'm sure we'll hear about it in a very short period of time because that area is populated.
Well, and like
on
you
the west
said,
side
it
of
was
Hot Springs.
super co-located with everything else too. That's what surprises me.
Well, and the Hot Springs airport's right there. I mean, they would have a view of this thing if they don't have it blocked by a hill or a
Yeah.
mountain or anything. Let's see. Yeah, it's a wild looking signature there.
Well, nonetheless, they've issued a tornado warning for us. So if you and your family live somewhere between Hot Springs and Fountain Lake, I'd certainly find shelter, find somewhere safe, because it looks like it's kind of headed in that general direction off to the northeast. If you will, Longsdale, you're in the path of the storm, and whether or not they reissue, that'd be a little bit further over into Benton and then maybe Salem. beyond that point. So watch out very closely. We got two tornado warnings there following each other up. We still have the one off to the north there, just north of Perryville. It is widened out quite a bit. Big gap between the inbound and the outbound on this, so it's no longer what we thought we had there for a few minutes. Brett just mentioned they were issuing a tornado warning down there. This is actually a reissue of the one to the north that they're looking at, but this one is for the Hot Springs area that goes pretty far to the east now and includes Avila and Benton, Arkansas, that we're looking at. Fountain Lake into that region, ping pong ball sized hail, and they still say radar indicated B. That's just north of Highway 270, US 270, and along I-30.
Yep. I tell you what, right over Hot Springs on the north side, just got a new radar scan, man. That continues to look suspect to me. I am not convinced overall that there's not something there in that hook. It's about to cross Highway 7 there at Hot Springs on the north side. And that's problematic. Big time problems with that cell.
Yeah. Yeah, I got to believe so too. Trying to figure out. We got a camera out there that's getting pretty close to some of this stuff.
Well, you're going to have another camera with us here soon. If they've included Benton in that warning, we are now near Carlisle, Arkansas. Lone Oak is next up on our list, and we're coming into Little Rock. I'm thinking we're going to go through the south side of town and try to intercept this on 30.
Yeah.
Maybe down around Benton, actually. Now that you mention it, I think that's probably what we're going to do, because I don't see that storm losing any intensity. If anything, that storm looks like it's gaining strength.
Yeah, they just pushed forward to include Benton.
Okay, I can tell you something that you can look at, David, to kind of give our viewers an idea of what we're dealing with. I just went and we've been looking at the lower tilts. Look aloft. The mesocyclone on this thing is a monster. That means that we're dealing with rotation all the way throughout the thunderstorm and not just in the low levels. So that gives me an indication that this is going to be a long track storm and that we're about to deal with big, big problems as this comes toward Little Rock. All the way up through tilt 4.
So I'm taking the radar upward. If you haven't noticed, we're at velocity. We're at elevation 1.2 now and up to tilt 4, which Brett was talking about. It goes all the way up through the storm. So there is rotation that goes well up to the top of the storm. I don't exactly have that mode that allows me to know how high the beam is at that point, but 8,000 feet, 9,000 feet.
Yeah, I assume we're getting close to the. Gives you an. We're dealing with the surface. That is very here in the next hour with the supercell. I mean, it is moving toward the Little Rock metro area. I think, now is the time. If you're in Little Rock and Benton, you should be, thinking about your tornado precautions and the preparations for that. If this actually has, a ground circulation and a tornado that moves into your area, very strong supercell thunderstorm is evolving here, and it's going to move into town, and it's not going to be long. You got about an hour and 15 minutes. If you're in Little Rock, you've got less than that in Benton.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado warnings now to central sections of Arkansas. 5 tornado warnings up there. We got half a dozen severe thunderstorm warnings into Missouri. No tornado warning now into Iowa. They let that expire, but it is a severe thunderstorm warning south of Des Moines. And other new thunderstorms are beginning to spawn and make their way across this area as we go into the next couple of hours. We're right here at 1:42 Central Time this Friday afternoon on March the 31st, where everything's beginning to really pop here just over the past couple of hours, maybe a little bit earlier. Kind of thought it'd be the direct heating of the day, but at the moment, we're already seeing just about each and every one of these individual thunderstorm cells that pops up has an immediate rotation to go with it. and the propensity. Sometimes these things rotate a lot above the surface and only above the surface. The anomaly being that rarely do they touch the ground sometimes when you get in these situations. This, I think, is going to have sort of the opposite, or at least a 50-50 shot at most of these cells coming down to the surface, all the way down to the surface, which is pretty much what everything is all about here when it comes to tornadoes and tornado forecasting. Sometimes we can tell, when there's going to be spin, but not necessarily when the spin is going to touch the ground. And sort of you just build on history when you get to that point, and three or four of them just did. So there's no reason why they wouldn't still do that. And the false alarm rate that you might normally have. Sometimes people don't know and they'll call a bus, Brett, but there was a lot of spin going on, a lot of rotation just above the surface. And I don't think that's going to be the case today. I think we're going to see quite a bit down to the ground.
I agree. I agree. The environment gets better with time as we go east. We have these individualized supercells developing in central, western, southwestern Arkansas, but the environment actually gets better with better vertical shear with time, better instability further east. Once you get east of Little Rock along I-40, well, that was unfortunate. Once you get east of Little Rock along I-40, though, that area is where things really look volatile in terms of the air mass. Forest City, Brinkley, Stuttgart, DeWitt, Jonesboro over toward the river. I expect that to be the hot zone where things, we may see tornadoes prior to that, but we may see really big, bad, nasty ones over there.
So sort of watching all of that again, and it's certainly there's a rotating storm there in Fountain Lake that we're looking at there just moments ago, just outside of Hot Springs, Arkansas. Everything pretty much accumulating into that area. The National Weather Service continues a tornado warning there in effect for the next 30 minutes. It's going to be Garland, Pulaski, and Saline counties. You're underneath a tornado warning there. For the next 30 minutes, a storm capable of producing a tornado into that region. Ping pong ball size hail being reported there as well. Moving northeast at about 60 miles per hour. At about 60 miles per hour. They did just issue a brand new tornado watch, by the way, Brett. This is going to cover northeastern Texas. I think this is new till 9 o'clock tonight, and also northwestern sections of Louisiana. With the rest of it. So it's just gathered it a little bit further down to the south, goes all the way down to Killeen and College Station, over to Lufkin, Woodville, and almost to Natchitoches there in Louisiana as well, but does cover Shreveport.
Oh, wow. Wow. Okay. That's interesting. That's pretty far to the south. So, again, everything's going to spin. And SPC just issued a new mesoscale discussion saying that for central Arkansas, southwest into central Arkansas, saying strong tornado potential may develop through mid-afternoon as supercells move east-northeast. Scattered supercells have developed across the area, increasing mid-level rotation noted with the cells immediately west and southwest of Little Rock. Recent meso analysis shows on the vertical wind profile that 0 to 1 and effective helicities are in excess of 300, which is pretty high, with a stronger heating noted just to the south of the southernmost cells. Mixed layer capes in excess of 1,500 across the region and very favorable wind profiles. Tornado potential is expected to ramp up through the mid-afternoon. Greatest strong tornado potential is expected over across central Arkansas corridor for the next 1 to 2 hours. So basically, they're seeing the same thing we are. We got cells that are already going, and these are the ones that produce or they propose the greatest potential threat here in the immediate time.
What was this one? Is this the one you were just
That is
talking
the
about?
one.
Okay.
That's it.
So that's central Arkansas right there that he's talking about. You see the the wind profile is, again, the upper level wind is coming in out of the southwest. We have a southerly wind down at the surface, so we're getting, at least a fair amount of shear here, effective shear as it's called, and some of the other data here is a cape that's belonging here as well, which is an instability factor there as to just how much of that. And we've had abundance of cape, really, that's been in this situation the whole time. We just had a report too, Brett, of Sirens going off northwest of Little Rock.
All right. All right. Little Rock Weather Service is now kind of backtrack just a little bit, saying we may have had a legitimate tornado debris signature north of Hot Springs. The debris signature is dissipated, but we're thinking there was debris on radar for 5 to 7 minutes. Maybe a new TDS trying to develop just east of Fountain Lake. Not positive yet. Waiting to see if we see continuity.
Yeah, you don't like to call anybody out, but all of
Well, no, I
my
mean,
years and your years together knew that it was on top of each other, so it wasn't.
well,
Yeah,
it was the only thing that in their defense, there has been some radar attenuation type issues this morning, and we're dealing with the mountains and the hilly terrain over there in west of Little Rock, which is difficult to get those lower level signatures anyway. So beam filling is also a thing. I understand. They had the tornado warning out, which is a great thing. They had that thing warned to a T well in advance of any tornado. So they did the job. Everything was good.
right.
The post analysis part is where they've kind of got to look and see if there was an issue on the radar. I'm with you though. I saw that looked like that was pretty co-located. So there may be. I'm assuming they've probably gotten some calls that there may have been some damage
Damage.
somewhere
Yeah.
north of Hot Springs. Yeah.
Still pretty tight on the inbound and outbound there, and the super velocity, the storm relative velocity showing up there. The reflectivity still looks, kind of like what it did there. A little messy.
You know, do you remember? And I hate to say this, I don't want to get anybody fearful, but this looks a lot like the Mayflower tornado track that hit Maumelle and Mayflower back in 2014. I was over here for the EF4.
Well, yeah, you mentioned that. You mentioned, and I do remember it. I remember I was covering it somewhere else with you. I wasn't there, but what makes you say that? You've already mentioned that once before to me.
Just the location of the track right now. It's showing a forward motion that may actually go a little west and north of Little Rock. It's being pulled a little to the left right now. It seems like it could still go right into Little Rock, but it looks like it's going to go a little to the maybe on the western side of Little Rock, northwest side of Little Rock, versus south of Little Rock. So we got to watch if we see any type of a right turn, which would also indicate that we're getting a significant increase in rotation. That would be something that would be problematic too. But that storm there east of Fountain Lake now, man, that thing is looking really legitimate at this point.
Yeah, it's probably our storm of the moment here. We don't have the tornado warnings that we had that were, somewhat uh, just over and over again there for a little while into southern Iowa are no longer like that. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings coming across Missouri at the moment. Severe thunderstorm warnings have popped up there. I don't see anything that looks yet like it's going to pop off a tornado warning. So for the moment, at least our environment seems to be the most volatile down here into Arkansas that we were watching. We've been watching that spin, that rotation there for just a little while. It breaks its lessons. It's not this, we don't have as much net shear at the moment, I don't think. If you just look at some of the pixelization here, the net shear's come down a little bit, but oftentimes a storm will probably, cycle here as well into central sections of Arkansas and coming into the western side. And somebody said that they heard sirens, and I don't know, maybe they live pretty far west of Little Rock and heard the sirens for that. We didn't really go over that, but that's a tornado warning there as well, just outside of there. Two tornado warnings now coming in. You can see Brett. Brett is right there in the circle, Drives me crazy because I can't tell when he's got a new haircut. It's so small right there, so maybe we could fix that. Um, Not able to see a whole lot about him, and I get him confused with some of the other people. There's Brett. He's not too far away, coming in from Kerr, it looks like, headed down in that general area, and then he'll be making its way near the Bauckham region and coming on the south side of North Little Rock, if you will, and he's going to be heading off this storm near Fountain Lake here in just a few moments. They'll probably come together somewhere there just on the southwestern side of Little Rock County, and then move. He'll sort of find out what's going to happen. There's actually two of them there that are lining up. They'd be coming in. A third one to the north.
Here we go.
I think they just reissued a little further to the north a new mountain home tornado warning there with a little bit of gate to gate on that storm there to the north. That's going to be Izard, Van Buren, Cleburne, and also Independence counties. You're under a tornado warning. One of my favorite places, Bald Knob. You got to get those in there. Greenbrier, that's this is a mesocyclone down here near Worcester and Greenbrier near the Republican area. That was spinning. That was a tornado warning a little bit earlier, but you can see it's a very broad spin now that is occurring. There's really nothing there in between what you can see that is rotating. There's nothing that's sharply turning. The storm of the moment, if you will, just outside of Hot Springs coming northeastward. This thing, again, we had a forward motion of almost 60 miles an hour a little while ago. What are they saying, 50 now? So we did get a couple of reports of the Fountain Lake area there. They did have school today, and they got kids sheltering in place there a few moments ago when the storm went over Fountain Lake. It did go right over that area. So they are, that was some of the information that we did just get just a few moments ago, was that they did shelter in place there at the local elementary school in Fountain Lake. And now that the storm has passed just over there, moving near Bland and Congo, will be coming into the northeastern portions of that polygon pretty soon. Brett Adair is right there near Sherwood in Heath Lawler. Send me $1. Lawler is right there just to the east of the airport, and they're going to, you can see him just above me here. He's got other duties to take place of, but we're also watching his vehicle off and on from just outside of his vehicle. We'll begin to see some of the dark clouds that'll be popping up here in a few moments because the storms are approaching him pretty rapidly. His automobile is somewhat facing into the storms here as well, and it's great to do it this way. I love doing it this way where Brett gets all that information on the ground. We get some stuff from above that we can also pass along to him as well. A continuation of the tornado warning down to the south just came across Amity. That's a severe thunderstorm warning down here that we still have with some rotation trying to form again. Lots of stuff is rotating, as Brett said earlier. Lots of stuff's going to rotate all evening long today. So this is now a new tornado warning. Greenbrier and Worcester. The thing that I just said wasn't tightly packed. They did go ahead and issue a tornado warning for it. Maybe somewhat preemptive. I don't, they normally wait until it's a little tighter packed unless there's something flying around into the air. There is a little donut hole there into the middle, but that's fairly broad there overall in a spin.
I'm actually coming into Little Rock now on the east
Menifee, and here's the reason they issued that tornado warning there for Mountain Home. That's going to be for the next 18 minutes. There is a tornado warning in effect there. Independence County, Izard County, Van Buren County, and Cleburne County. You're underneath the tornado warning for the next 18 minutes because of this spin, this rotation ongoing there near Fairfield Bay. That is moving northeastward, going to make its way up into Guin and Mount Olive, the Mountain View area over the next several hours. Keep that in mind as you are watching what's happening here in general with everything headed on northeastward like that. And then this is the brand new tornado warning up near the town of Guy. They just issued that as a tornado warning. So again, Brett is over here.
We literally just passed 40 and 440 split. We're near Landsbrook here on the east side of town, about past Baptist Health Center here in North Little Rock. We're going to continue toward the west on 40, and we're likely to stop at the interchange there, maybe near Jeffrey Arkansas Surgical hospital, over in that area, and monitor the direction of this storm motion and get out ahead so we can get a good visual of it. Because as we know, these supercells sometimes they like to take a little jog to the right. So we need to be in position to where we can either move back to the northeast, or if we need to go south and make ahead of it. But again, this is a potentially dangerous situation coming into the west side of Little Rock here very soon.
I don't know if he was talking to us, but if he was, it was a good
Oh,
report.
no doubt, man. Based on what
He's not
I'm
talking to us.
seeing, we're seeing an actual dramatic increase in convergence. Those colors, those reds and those greens coming together on the radar that you guys at home are watching, and we're starting to see that north of Lonsdale, and that system is going to continue to move in the general direction. So expect that tornado warning probably to be extended any time now. And if I were in Little Rock, any of those areas, I would definitely be going through my tornado precautions now versus in the next 15 to 20 minutes.
I don't know if he's still on or not, but
All right,
just
this is the first
note
time I
that
got a chance to tie in with Todd. Is that the surface? So I'm looking just off the deck here.
let me mute him for just. I didn't mute him.
We had anywhere that we could get down on 430.
So what he's doing is he's planning his trip here. He's planning on where to go. He and Heath are getting their heads together. Heath believes that he gets to set the course, but he doesn't. If you'll listen close enough, Heath will make a suggestion. Brett will wave him off and kind of go wherever he wants to. But that's, when you're responsible for everybody, that's what you got to do is make the call and go with it. He's pretty close now. You can see they're getting pretty close. They're in Sherwood. They're getting really close now, just north of the airport. To coming in on the side of the storm that would, let's see, what can I do here? Oh, there we go. So there, it looks like they're on this road right here, which is, looks much better if you do that. And it's in the summertime. This is a wintertime image, summertime image. They're coming in on this split right here pretty hard, and that's going to, let me do this real quick and change my map background from satellite to that, where we at least have some street names on here. So he's on I-40 at the moment, south side of I-40, coming in on the Calvary Road there, just parallel to the Calvary Road, the I-40 frontage road there, into that area there too. But coming in on the split is where he is at the moment. If he sees the country inn and suites, Lord knows what he might do. They have a continental breakfast there. But I-40 is where he's going to be traveling, right up and along 40, getting close to the Arkansas River here on the western side, southwestern side of Murray Lake. And I think he's just going to go over here and kind of sit for just a little bit to see what happens, because the storm is down to the southwest now. I did go ahead and throw in the vertically integrated liquid. This is hail. This is our hail product, which shows us where you have the highest density of the object, and that's going to be right there where we have hail that is falling there across the region at the moment. Some of the hail is large, 2.5 inches being reported from time to time. The velocity data is still indicating there is some sort of, it's not tight. It's certainly not tight. It's an inbound and an outbound, but it's nothing like it was a little bit earlier. This is actually the rear flank. Increased confidence and very strong. What is this about? This is about the southwest, where they're looking for high winds there into Arizona, into the Four Corners, really. Looking for some damaging winds blowing dust in the southwest and the southern Rockies. That continues there too, but that is not related to our storms. You with me, B? Yeah. Yeah. Still wild. I mean, you got what, a dozen lightning strikes there within 5 miles of where this whole uh, thing is occurring here, and I think I kind of learned that. Brett. Do you remember back when we were in Earl, Arkansas, and watched that tornado develop in front of us at the lightning strikes that were occurring all around that funnel as it occurred? I don't
Yep.
think I'd ever really known that up until that point. And like one of the pictures that I have is of the lightning, a stroke of lightning right next to a house. Do you remember the house? It was a brick home there. That the tornado was there. The funnel was there. A little needle there, but I think that's when I really got to see firsthand that
Yep.
lightning strikes are tightly packed there to tornadoes oftentimes.
Absolutely. I remember that bolt. I've got it on video. Matter of fact, when
The
that tornado was touching down and we started to watch it, it started well, not really a skinny little rope, but kind of a winding little cone there, and it really blew up quick. I hate to jump off that subject. We now have a tornado warning in effect for downtown Little Rock here. It looks like Faulkner, Pulaski, and Saline County till 2:30, producing a tornado 8 miles west of Salem. That is moving northeast at 50. Currently about 10 miles northwest of Benton, but that includes Maumelle, North Little Rock, downtown Little Rock, Sherwood. Basically, the National Weather Service office is all included in this. We're right in the center of this polygon, so it's coming our way.
400
And there's the
and
tornado sirens.
411,000 people in the population center there, 110 schools and 20 hospitals, and the dreaded ping pong ball size hail that I can just barely say. So there is a tornado warning now, goes until 2:30 there, that was just now issued from the National Weather Service there out of Little Rock, and that's a continuation of what we've been watching for a while. The storm, you can see, if you look at the polygon here, Brett is right there in it, right in the center of the polygon, so he's going to get a good view. If we can go to his car cam, let's see out the front of his car here if we can. I'd rather really see that in the radar, I think, at this point. We'll watch the radar from behind, but actually going to see quite a bit here from this area. Are you going to get off on 430?
Yep. Yeah, I think so. We're gonna dip just a little bit south on 430 and wait on this thing to come close to us.
Yeah.
I think that's probably in our best interest right now to do
Yeah.
that.
You'll be looking southwest and have at least a good view of whatever's about to
Yep.
happen.
Right, I agree.
Like you said,
So
it's pretty close
that's
to the radar, so it's difficult.
right. That's kind of what we're doing right now. Let's see. Watching the cell though, I mean, it's got a very interesting look to it. Looks like it's trying to wrap in.
We did just get a new tornado warning into Missouri. This is going to be radar indicated pea-size hail up here in Princeton, Missouri, and Lucerne, Missouri. Goes until 2:30, right up there in and along Highway 65, US 65. That's 136 comes in from Lucerne. Brand new tornado warning. Just about to move over into Iowa there on this storm. So still watching out for everybody. That is a brand new situation just now showing up. Not even showing up on the radar on the Omega product just yet, but we'll get into that, but we also want to be watching what's happening just ahead of Brett and Heath here. They're headed southwestward now. The storm is headed to the north and to the east, so there is a somewhat of a collision point there where I think everybody can sort of see what's happening along with Brett. We're riding along with Brett inside of his vehicle and hearing the sights, hearing the sounds, seeing the sights of what he would see as he's out and about this afternoon. And Brett, there's quite a bit of lightning for sure coming at you.
I'll tell you what, David. One thing that's got me concerned for Little Rock here proper is if you look at that storm, it is doing what we call a pivot. The highest reflectivity gradient now is a north-south gradient, and usually what that signifies is that you may start seeing a tail flank or a hook echo develop on the south side of that storm, and that is something something that is showing up now. You can see it there. It's almost straight up and down, and then the top side of the supercell is kind of vented off to the east a little bit, and that's where all of your lightning is right there in that core. So I am very concerned that this supercell is going to try to turn over, as I would call it, and you'll see that backside really develop a hook echo and maybe a ball there, and it's just, this will be a worst case scenario because we're going into it's a 2 o'clock hour here in Little Rock. It's a weekday. We've got people working today. Traffic is not that heavy right now. We're on 430 south toward Texarkana, but you can see that we've got a developing situation coming. And I'm about to be out of this front flank, and then we will start to get a better visual off to our southwest once we clear a little bit more of this rainfall here in just a few minutes.
Yeah.
A lot of lightning, though. That's a lot of lightning in that core that's moving this way.
Yeah. Just outside of 9 minutes after 2 o'clock into the afternoon. It is a Friday. Some people might have been allowed to leave a little bit early, but nonetheless, there's still some traffic. You can see coming inbound toward the city on the left-hand side of the screen. Brad is headed in an outbound manner there. On the backside, if you will, that's on I-430. Coming southward and into that area near the surgical hospital. Looks like they're on his left. He's going to be crossing over Highway 10 here pretty shortly, but we'll get a better view because you'll get out of that flank residual precipitation coming down there and should be able to see down to what we believe is the rotating part of this whole cloud, this whole situation here as it comes northward. Not as tightly packed as it was a little bit earlier. But again, we're getting pretty close to the radar site here at the moment, so maybe getting a little bit of deflection from that actual place where we are there. And very quickly here, new Meso discussion. This is going to be up near Chicago. Brad, I don't know if you saw this too. This is a downstream tornado watch is likely within the next hour. That includes Chicago, the western side of the lake, Lake Michigan, with all that stuff that's building back into Illinois, moving northeastward. So they're still thinking there's enough shear there, there's enough cape there to produce tornadoes downstream. 95% watch likely there at a Meso discussion 400.
One of my guys, Brian Imfinger, is just down here, and he just sent me a message. He's got the drone in the air. He said it's trying to tornado right in front of me, and he is just to my southwest.
Oh, I see it.
See where he's at. He's north of Salem. I told you that's that pivot area down there to the south.
Can we show it?
I mean, if you've got it, go ahead.
We got it. We got it.
Let's see.
It's all rotating.
I'm trying to see is it okay?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh wow. Yeah. Oh wow. I see the signature showing up now on the southwest side of the southwest flank. It's about a tornado. That is that's bad news. I'm gonna have to flip around here and look at this unit real quick. So,
Brett, you're gonna want to see this.
Uh-oh. All right, I need to let me see. Hold on. All right, is it up?
It will be in.
I don't see it on my screen.
15 seconds. He just had to move it over.
All right, it just pivoted over. It's pivoting around now. I should be able to see it here to my southwest in just a minute. Just 1 second.
We'll watch both.
I'm gonna jump back here and check a piece of equipment. All right.
That is ugly.
It's coming, and it's coming right for us, David, where we sit right here. We may have to go down 430 a little bit further south. Find a place to get off. Look and see. Okay, see, it's right back there. Yeah, take this right. Get off at the gas station or somewhere right here. We can take
the drone back successfully.
Yeah. You can see that big wall cloud low over the hill there. Probably going to have to, let's see, right down there. Okay. Having to make some adjustments here. Hold on one second, guys.
You're good.
Okay. Definitely have a developing situation here on our hands.
Move he and I
Yeah.
far left-hand border, if you will, so we can have all that
See,
screen.
Super Res Velo. It looks like it's really it's making an attempt here. It's making an attempt, but it's let's see what it does. Hold on, David. Let's see. Can you hear the sirens?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what Brian did with his drone. He's out of his car now. But his drone was wicked.
All right, we got very low clouds, whatever they are, over the hill. Wow, we got very intense cloud of ground lightning right here. Very, very intense. Yep, right here works. Right there. All right. We're going to have to be ready to get on this road and go south down 430, okay? All right, we're go quickly. All right, that over the hills, guys. We're looking to the southwest there. Let me let the weather service know what I've got going on here. Whoa. What is my cross section here? Off 530.
Right outside of Breckenridge.
All right. That is a wall cloud. Yeah, well, it's trying to tornado just to my south.
You get Heath to move that lamppost.
Well, at this point,
hear
we're
ya.
going to have to take what we can get.
I hear you. Been there, done that.
Yep. Yeah,
That is some intense right to left.
it's right to left, very, very intense. Weather Service is saying they see a developing tornado moving toward West Little Rock, most likely. Very intense right to left. I'm waiting on this next scan because we may need to go a little bit to the south. It may come right over top of us.
Yeah, you're not far from the whatever road goes. What is that? 630 that goes back east, but kind of in the middle there.
Massive wall cloud there now. You guys have got a great shot of it.
Yep.
All right, let me whoa. Yeah, you
lightning.
can see the motion. Let me get back with you guys in just a minute.
Okay.
All right.
So what he sees, what you're going to see is, can you take the radar full screen for just a second and let me show them what they're looking at? So what you see, Brett is standing. Brett is right there on the roadway, and he is looking back toward this. This is the rotating wall cloud that's ongoing right here. So he's looking in this direction. We're watching him, following him. Look at that. So he sees it there at the moment for what it is, and it is a rotating situation. Now, we're really tight to the radar. The radar's right there, so sometimes it doesn't pick up exactly what you'd think, but I think right there is where the rotation's going to be. And again, it's going to be coming right over him, so we'll find out here in just a couple of seconds exactly what's going on. I don't see anything that looks like it might be in the air aloft. Again, Brett is right there. I don't see a particular thing. It's all cluttered with some different anomalies. But as far as what might be some rotation beginning to take place, it'd be right here in this area. I think if we're talking about a possible tornado beginning to shape up, it would be the National Weather Service office is going to take shelter here because they are in the path of this storm, and let the Memphis office take over the duties here. That oftentimes will happen where your National Weather Services will hand off as they go to, I wonder if they're at LIT. So again, let's go back. I see the funnel right above his head. Does he see it? Brett, do you see it above your head? Is that not the funnel? Brett, it's above your head, bro. Brett, do you see it? Brett, do you see the tornado? Hello, hello, hello. Is that not the tornado right there? Huh? Take him down because I see it. It's right there. Saw it the whole time. Yeah, just take him down. You can take everything down while we can see it. But can we still talk to him? I'd love to talk to him. There's your funnel coming across western side of Little Rock, Arkansas. This is Chemic Village here. This is coming across right now, coming across 430, US 430. That's going to be, Interstate 430. A tornado is coming across the area. You can see it on the screen right there. Brett was showing it to us just a few moments ago as a funnel. I couldn't really tell if it was touching the ground at that point, but you can definitely see it is a funnel moving off to the northeast. Brett is in that area there. They may move, and right there you can see down at the surface, you can see where it's touching the ground, right there over that hill that he is looking at. He's looking off to the west, off into the distance a little bit, but a tornado on the ground into that area, still moving to the north and to the east. So they're going to have to get out of the way here because they are pretty much right underneath it. Those are scud clouds you see right there as he goes on by. There's nothing there available for him to see at that point. But there's your tornado back to the west. Decent-sized tornado there now, beginning to show up very well on the imagery. The tornado touched down just moments ago. Brett, do you hear me? Brett? He's still trying to get a camera shot there, but this is a tornado. Right there is the tornado spinning there. There should be debris on the radar. I don't see it just yet, but now you got visualization, so this is definitely a tornado. I don't see any kind of debris, but it's going to be close. And you can see where Brett is in the actual radar imagery telling you two different things. But watch this as it goes on by. You're going to be right up here into the front seat with Brett as he watches this thing pass on by. He's going to end up being just off to the south of it, I hope. He has positioned himself to do so. There's a little debris ball showing up into the radar at the moment, too. But there is your tornado. Shows up very well there across the area and is likely, as it is moving toward him, going to be in that area just on the western side, if you will, of Chemic Village and crossing over the river here very shortly from west to east. This is going to be the Arkansas River. Murray Lake is in this region, too. So watching out for all of that. One of the first tornadoes of the day to get a visual on it, and Brett Adair is right there on the storm near the town of Breckenridge, but also just on the southwestern side of Little Rock, Arkansas. North Little Rock is what he is looking at as the tornado comes in and is moving generally from west east. Still efforting getting his pictures here. He had to move to get out of the way. He was really too close to it at that point and was becoming a little bit of a larger tornado when that actually happened there. It was a larger tornado coming in over that hill there that we saw just a few moments ago. It's going to be crossing over one of the interstates, so Brett is probably going to go down and try to do an intercept here and stay ahead of it. One of the things you do see is on the roadway right now, and this is going to be on the interstate. That's going to be on Interstate 430. Nobody seems to know what is going on. The roadway is still moving. A tornado is just like minutes away from you there on the western side, and still kind of headed off in that general direction off to the east. I'll show you the radar imagery here at the moment. The tornado, as you saw it just then and just there, was right in here. And Brett is right here. Tornado coming in. So the tornado's right here. There was Brett coming in just on the south side of Breckenridge. So he had to get out of the way. The National Weather Service office was talking about this and talking about the fact that it was moving pretty rapidly now, beginning to take shape and move in that general direction. B? Can't hear you, B. Do you hear him? I don't hear him. He's talking to somebody. All right, but nothing out of the front of his truck. Still trying to get him out of the front of his vehicle where he did have the tornado just moments ago. I don't really see it showing up anymore here either on the Omega. But there was definitely a tornado coming into the downtown area there just moments ago. Brett was on it as it came across the area and was still moving generally at a pretty fast pace, it looked like. It was trying to jump there on him and did so pretty quickly. They did issue a tornado warning. That is a brand new tornado warning. I'm sure this is going to have an observation tag to it. It says observed from the National Weather Service office. A large, dangerous tornado now over the area. Looks like this is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. A damaging tornado has been confirmed. And again, we got Brett. Wish you could just turn your camera around, B.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Can anybody hear me?
I hear you, but we've lost your feet out the front of your vehicle.
Look, I can't hear David. It's chopping up. Hold on.
I hear you. I hear you now.
All right. Sorry. That thing came really, really close to us just now. You saw that massive tornado develop.
We did.
Wow.
We did. Now, we've lost your stream out the front of your vehicle, but...
Oh, man, that is bad. Yeah, go back to the north. We're going back to the north on 430, David.
Okay.
That was absolutely insane when it came across.
Yeah, we had it. You had your mic off there for a minute, and I was yelling, Brett, it's over your head. It's over your It's over
No,
your
I
head.
could see it. I could see it.
Well, you were looking down at the time. But yeah, it was that's pretty wild. That's pretty wild. I knew you had to leave, but as soon as you did, we lost your video.
We're going back north. Well, you probably lost my video because the cell phone tower that was right in front of us got hit. We watched the tornado hit the tower. The tornado was slinging debris right in front of us. I had massive debris. Let me take this call. I'll be back.
Okay.
This is Brett. This is Brett.
Tornado line. I'm sorry, but he didn't know it at the time. So anyway, where are we? Let's get back to what we do know, and that's that there is potentially a tornado still in the downtown area there. We don't have any kind of information that says it's not still on the ground. Brett said it was a large tornado. We thought it was, I thought it was large there too for a short while as it came over the hill. Now we're looking back at his car cam again. He's going to be coming in here. I'm afraid he's going to lose. Now he's not going to be able to get around very far, but again, a large tornado. We just watched it cross. He's still close to it. Look how close he is. Well, it did just move away from him there. He's on the back side of it. And if we're going to get to see it, we'll see it again here in just a minute because he's coming over the top of this hill, and maybe we can get some more information from him when that happens. But still just outside of 430. They're headed northward past Bainbridge now, which was where it all began. Now the tornado is approaching the city. I don't guess we have any kind of earth cam or anything over there. They've gone with a tornado emergency now in town, a damaging tornado. This is in town now. In North Little Rock, the National Weather Service has issued a tornado emergency that is in effect now for this area. You can see cars are now stopped on the roadways. It's going to be very difficult for him to get much further along through the area, but this is now a damaging tornado, and a tornado emergency is occurring in North Little Rock near the Jacksonville area, Cabot into Butlerville and Beebe and Garner. You're still in the path of this storm as it heads across the northern part of the city, doing so at about 60 miles per hour. Strong thunderstorm, likelihood of a tornado still on the ground there at the moment. And now it's going to be very difficult to get around because there are a lot of automobiles who are stopped on the interstate above. There's probably some damage over there, and or some folks who are just trying to get out of the way here at the moment. Maybe a little bit of damage right there. Was a tree down, I think. Is that a tree down? That is a tree down, so I think it moved right over that area where he is right now, the tree that is down. He's going to stop and get a little video probably of that. It's just going to be impossible to keep up with that one tornado at the moment. It's going to be impossible to do that as it heads on to the north and to the east, and does so again at a pretty rapid pace. I don't know if we can get Brian M. Fingers' video on here before long, but that was pretty wild too. If we can take a look maybe of what he had. He'll have to package that up before we can get it back again. But that was pretty wild, the drone footage that he had, and we tried to get that on the air for you. It just it happened too fast to be able to do that. But once again, bad situation there on the northern side of Little Rock. Now a tornado is likely moving across the area from west to east. We're going to assume it's still down on the ground. You saw it. I saw it when it was down. We'll try to back up our coverage here in just a few moments and let you watch that again here. We'll effort doing that in just a few minutes. I think I can do that. It'll just take me a minute to do so. But as the storm came across, it was producing some very large hail. And in fact, if you'll give me 1 or 2 seconds right here, I can go ahead and back that up and replay that for you. If you'll stay off of my pad here for just a couple of seconds, let me back this up. A very dangerous situation right now in that area, right over the cross, the western side of what is going on. Some of the strong to severe thunderstorms that we're looking at during the day today have now culminated into a tornado that just was on the ground moments ago, moving across the area there. Brent Adair is still on scene. He's going to have more information for you as we move along, but it was pretty wicked stuff there when it all took place. When it all got started and moved on across. I know we were watching that closely on a radar for quite some time. Thought it dropped to CC a little bit earlier than it did do so. And now we're still producing the possibility of a tornado on the ground there in and around that area. Canton, Illinois, Glassford, Illinois, St. David, Illinois still have a tornado warning included there until 3 p.m. this afternoon. There is a tornado warning that is into the region, so we're going to be watching out for that also for the remainder of this afternoon. We'll get into that in just a couple of seconds here too. Brett's still back in his vehicle. I don't know what they're having to do, gather some information here and then sort of look at the big deal here. And I can show you, if you want to go back and just take my iPad again, we can kind of look at this again, if you will. We'll go through it in another succession here, and I'm just going to replay this for you from moments ago. And I want you to look over Brett's head. The one, I don't have a way to draw here, but see the big light tower. See the big light tower. Look at the one to the left. The next light tower to the left is where the rotation began, and you could sort of see it. You have to kind of squint, but that's where the funnel began. See it right here, just about to touch the light tower, right in this area right there. There's the funnel. Brett still hadn't seen it yet, I don't think. He was still trying to get some stuff done at the time, and then you could really see it getting a little bit closer. And I think right here I was trying to tell him it was over his head at about that point, and it was starting to show up even a little bit better right there. Again, if you squint really quite a bit, he was still looking. Still difficult to see at that point, really, as it was coming over the hill. It was a little bit white there. The condensation funnel was a little white as it showed up. And then, pretty much what we're looking at there, too, was the other part of this. Now, he acts like at this moment he sees it again. He's got his camera back out. He can't hear us in particular. But let's see what's happening here. What else does he see? Is this live? Yeah, Brian Emfinger was there. We watched his drone off air. We watched his drone video and saw what was happening. It was pretty wicked there. The two of them have to go together, the drone and Brett. And it's going to be tough getting out of this now because he's caught in traffic. If there's any damage on the roadway at all, it's going to be very difficult to get out of it. But so we were kind of doing this. This is what we were doing live when we were on the air. Brett was looking around trying to figure out where to go. And I don't know, where was our best video of it? Our best video was probably right about... Not following me. That's pretty nasty. Yeah, again, we're following Brett there at the moment. Tornado emergency continues for North Little Rock. That goes until 3:15. A tornado watch now issued for Illinois. They went ahead and covered all the way over to Chicago with a tornado watch, by the way. That includes Madison, Wisconsin, Milwaukee, Kenosha, DeKalb, Kankakee. You're underneath a tornado watch here at the moment. That's going to be a watch that'll last for quite a while. And yes, this is confirmed information. It was confirmed by visually and confirmed by the fact that we saw it. First of all, we saw it. Brett watched it there for a while. I watched it, and so we know we had a tornado there for a while. It wasn't just a funnel that was on the ground. It ended up being a tornado there, and moved on by. I can see damage. I think he's driving around some of the damage now. I see trees that are down, at least off to the side of the roadway. I do see trees that are down into the area. That's one of the reasons that right now we're seeing what we are seeing, because most of these thunderstorms have passed on by. So this is damage that was done when the tornado passed on by, which I think, again, he's just outside of, he is just outside of that, well, yeah, now this thing's really on the ground. This thing is just to the east of Sherwood. This thing is still moving up Sylvan Hills into the Sherwood area, coming into the North Hills Minor region. It is a tornado emergency. That's why you see it colored this way. It is a tornado emergency. And so the Weather Service is still all about this. 39 more minutes on an observed tornado. Take cover immediately. This is a particularly dangerous situation because the tornado is on the ground at this point, moving northeastward. And it is going with some 1-inch size hail associated with it. When you get close to the radar side like this, it's very difficult to see what's going on because you're just outside of the 10-mile range, which is what we call the no man's land area there, the cone of silence. And until this makes one more move, we won't get a really good idea on exactly where it is, although we think it is in Jacksonville here at the moment. And headed into that area. Now, Brett is over here. Brett's on the western side here near Cantrell Road, but he's following on 430, Interstate 430, and he's going to try to go, I don't know where he's going to try to go. There just aren't any roads that go from west to east unless you go southward on 40 again and try to shoot along it right there. It'd be very difficult, but still, nonetheless, tornado warning there. Storm near Sherwood, Silver Creek area, 197. 107 is included here. The Little Rock Air Force Base is just off to the north. I know it's going to be pretty close to the Air Force Base here within the next few moments. So looking out for that. Pretty tough there. But that's where Brett is at the moment and still passing along and through that region. We've been following him very closely. He's had all this information for us. You can see lots of, well, let me get off of this and you go, let's use your interpretation of him because it's going to freeze up my iPad here if I don't. So that's what he's doing right now is he's checking out what's going on. We have a new MD. This is from a mesoscale discussion, tells us from the Severe Storms Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma. This is concerning the tornado watch. Once again, likely intense tornado ongoing in a very favorable environment right now in Little Rock. Yes, sir. We know. We just followed that sucker as it came across the city there and is now moving eastward, northeastward. It's 72 over 65, meaning the dew points are high. Everything is still screaming that this is going to be the case going into the next several hours. It's going to be very juicy atmosphere, at least juicy enough to be producing tornadoes for the next several hours all across this area as we go into the rest of this evening and overnight tonight. Right now the tornado has moved out from underneath the radar. So I think it's about right here. I think it's over here near 67. US 67 is where I think we have the tornado. Indian Head Lakes is where it looks like it is, and it's moving off eastward, northeastward on 67. US 67, 449 is the other area, 440 is the other area that we're looking at. Efforting getting Brett over there as quickly as we possibly can. Brett needs one of those, he needs one of the, do what? Say that again. All right. Let's get some of the other warnings here because we do have other warnings. I know that's a tornado emergency that we're looking at down to the south there. We do have other tornado warnings, two of them to the north here, both of them. One near Boonville. This is radar indicated. A tornado warning here out of central Howard County in central Missouri that goes into 3 o'clock tonight. A secondary one just to the east of Chillicothe. That's going to be a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near the town of Hale, or about 13 miles to the southwest of Brookfield. Moving to the northeast at 65 miles per hour. $half size hail being reported out of that storm. The other tornado warning is moving toward Peoria, believe it or not. This is, we've already got one situation here, but now we have a large, dangerous tornado located near St. David or near Canton. Observe, this is a PDS tornado, so our second tornado threatening a city is coming in here from the west, moving northward and eastward. We're looking at the radar here to show you where it is. It's right about there south and east of Banner. Going northward, we have some indication that this is on the ground at the moment. The National Weather Service tells us that it is probably somewhere around 24 right there, US 24, coming into Glassford, the Banner Marsh area, and then going northward and eastward at a pretty rapid pace. You can see where the likelihood of the tornado is going to be within the hook echo that we saw. This is so similar of a storm that we just had going over Little Rock just a few moments ago. Sort of looked the same way. Hail shaft right here. We've got outflow, and then we bring it back around here in the form of hail there, and winds coming back over here. But there's your likely tornado occurring there on 24, it looks like. US 24 coming in from the west and moving northward. Big storm that's situated there too. Davenport down to the south over to 61. Got a couple of storms there into Burlington and beyond. Those are severe thunderstorm warnings, but capable of producing a tornado at just about any time. Same up here in Des Moines, down to Centerville. 4 severe thunderstorm warnings that are occurring there as well, that are very serious as well, that we need to watch. The tornado warning down to the south in Fayette, that's near Glasgow, that's moving northeastward, so we'll keep our eyes on that. And a tornado emergency now for northeastern sections of Little Rock, Arkansas. The National Weather Service, which was alerted by Brett, I think he gave him a call. I think they probably watched this on the air just moments ago when it did take place, as the storm headed in that general direction of the downtown area. And I know it did probably quite a bit of damage. Brett is going to have to come around the interstate, as you can see, which is clogged. There's quite a few people there on the interstate. He's not going to make a whole lot of inroads out of there anytime really soon, it doesn't look like. But the purple box that you see is indicative of it. It means something bad happened. And yes, take that video if you will. Take the M-Finger video. Is that live? Yeah, see if you can take it. We'll take it here for a couple of seconds, but we can see there was damage. Damage was done there near Sherwood and the Jacksonville area, and this is some of the damage aloft that we're seeing right now from Brian M-Finger from his automobile, where the damage was done there. That is an Amazon truck there that has been turned over in that area. Again, coming in live right now. You're watching it from his his drone camera. Trees are down. That was a decent sized tornado. And you can see from above, it did a lot of damage to that area there. The housing that was in that area there did a lot of damage and pretty much basically tore that part of the community up very sadly from one spot to the other. You know, that's the storm that came up on Brett there. So you know why Brett got out of the way. He had to get out of the way because that was the case. But pretty much what we're looking at there is a tornado that touched the ground. This is not straight line wind. This is no discussion about what this was. It was a tornado. There's the path that occurred with the whole thing as it moved on northeastward and is still doing so at this point. Okay, let's drop that off now and take a look back where we are here with currently what's going on. And we got from Jacksonville northward all the way over to Ward and Beebe. We still have the tornado warning that is in effect. Tornado warning in effect there across the area. Still watching out for that. We'll do that with an instance here. And Brett is still, you can see him. He is eyes to the sky trying to see what's going on there. And in most of the situation, I think he's, he's still trying to see the storm. He's down to the south of it. He can probably still see it coming up on the south because he has a little bit of dry air in between himself and the rest of the area coming up there. But most likely what we're looking at there from Jacksonville back over to Little Rock, the rest of the area there too, we still have some of the thunderstorms that are popping up across the region are going to be quite strong to severe. They're still going to be promoting big thunderstorms that have the possibility of turning in some of these, turning them into strong to severe thunderstorms throughout the next several hours. So kind of watching out for that as we go along. But the thing we're looking at the most right now is a likely tornado still on the ground here. The velocity data tells us that's where it is right there near Jacksonville. Brett, not that far, but it's so hard to keep up with a storm of this magnitude. You can see where he is right there. He's about 10 miles away from the storm, but I don't think he's making forward progress here at all, especially because of the fact that the interstate is going to be pretty tough now to get around. There's Finger, and you can see again where all the traffic is. But that's where the tornado went across the interstate, why Brett wasn't able to get around very well, coming across the interstate there and moving pretty rapidly across all of this area there too in that short amount of time. So a really big deal overall there. Check out all the trees that were broken off. Everybody there knows a tornado just went through that region. This is just on the outside, the outskirts, if you will. I think what you're looking at there is near the town of Breckenridge and coming in on 430. This is going to be in that area there. I think I saw a Kroger there a few moments ago, which matches up pretty well with getting in and out of this region here. High risk during the day today. Two separate areas. We've already had a confirmation of a strong storm. Moved through the region and producing a tornado quite apparently there to everybody. It doesn't take a meteorologist or scientist to figure out what you just saw was a tornado that was on the ground just moments ago. So pretty large storm there too. We don't call those over the air. We don't decide how large they are, but still I think we have a tornado near Jacksonville. Again, Brett's approaching from the southwest. He's going to be running into a lot of rain here first of all, so that's going to be a little bit difficult coming on the south side. But there's your tornado again up near Jacksonville, moving northward and eastward from the National Weather Service office there out of the area. They continue this as a tornado emergency. You can see they just sent another one to us, tornado emergency. About 100,000 people are in this polygon, golf ball size hail, and a damaging tornado is on the ground here at the moment, coming up from the south side and moving northeastward. And it's all in association with the strong thunderstorm complex that made its way through just a little bit earlier. Listen, folks, it's 2:47 into the afternoon. This is not when we expected to be into the height of this whole situation here. So we started a little bit earlier, and that's just a reminder that this was set out as a PDS, particularly dangerous situation all the way around, with some of the higher figures coming in to bring this to a high risk. Earlier in the day today from the Severe Storms Prediction Center, they made this a high risk, and they did so for reasons that they needed to, and knowing what was going on. But that's why we got this box right here, the polygon box that you do see, indicating to us where we have the likelihood of that tornado doing that. And then if you go up here, let's look at the other radar here very quickly and see what else we have. I think if you still look at it, it's a little bit different. Maybe here, let me see on the velocity data. Velocity. There it is again, and the likelihood of the tornado is still there. It never did look like gate to gate anything because it was so close to the radar there to begin with. Brett could see it, though. He could see what was happening, and so kind of knew what was coming. He saw it wrap up. He saw how it lined up and then wrapped up. Still, we think we have a tornado right there near the Jacksonville area. We got some high winds. We know that for sure. Some of these wind speeds are going to be in excess of 75 to 80 miles per hour. From time to time, we're seeing that being the case as we've gone through the afternoon, and there'll be more in that sort of a situation. Right now, I think I can put the old deal on there and show you 78, 82 mile per hour winds right there in the center of the storm. Brett, can you hear me? Brett cannot hear me, although it's not because he's not choosing to, but he can't hear me. He's got so much stuff going on you can't imagine. That's the most stress I've seen in my buddy's face in quite a while. That all happened really, really fast, and before we'd really gotten a deep breath in. I mean, we're sort of analyzing this thing. We both decided what thought was going to happen there, and it certainly took off pretty quickly when it did. And still have a tornado there just outside of Jacksonville. It's headed on to the east. It's going to be so hard. I don't know what he's going to do. He's going to try to chase it on 40 and go north maybe. But a very difficult situation there overall to follow a storm of that magnitude as it goes eastward across the region. We have other thunderstorms down to the south. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings down here into Broken Bow, into the Idabel area, coming into Mana from the southwestern side in Hatfield. That's going to be severe thunderstorm warnings there that'll be in effect for Polk County. That's going to last all the way up until 3:15. Severe thunderstorm warnings have turned into tornado warnings to the north. North of Columbia now, we have a tornado warning near Booneville. This is Fayette and Booneville. Tornado warning here in 2-inch size hail for central Howard County into central Missouri. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near New Franklin or Fayette. It's moving northeast at about 55 miles per hour. Got to watch that storm closely. It is likely producing a tornado. Check that out. Tight inbound and outbound right there near Harrisburg and headed northeastward. Just a little bit out of our radar range, but we'll get it back in there here pretty shortly. The Brookfield storm as well that we were watching has an inbound-outbound marker. It is a tornado warning here that'll last for a while longer as well. Into Lynn County, it goes until
David.
3 p.m. into Lynn County. Yeah, bub.
Hey, buddy, I've got video coming up of the damage and the tornado. I had to get that taken care of really quickly. You guys watched it live here on the air with meteorologist David Neal and myself. Moved through downtown and North Little Rock, West Little Rock as well. Rodney Parnham is where we were sitting. That tornado where we were letting you guys watch it develop, that is exactly where it came across the roadway, hit all those businesses down power lines, flipped cars, blew them off the interstate. A very, very bad situation there. Emergency responders were coming into the area. We checked on a couple of vehicles as we could. We're going to continue on the storms because obviously this is going to be a long day and there's going to be more of this activity as we go through the next little bit. So, David, that video will be up here in just a second. If you want to pull that to give everybody an idea of what is coming. That tornado went from 0 to 100. I mean, so fast. It was so incredibly quick the way that tornado started to develop and then got destructive. I had horizontal vortices in that tornado.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you didn't know it was coming. I mean, you said it was coming. You said it was looking that way when you saw M Finger's video. Yeah.
We talked about the pivot. We talked about it was the perfect situation, unfortunately, for tornado genesis at that time, and it just unfortunately it did a lot of damage.
Yeah. There is by the way, there is a tornado moving through Peoria here at the moment. We have our second large city being affected. Peoria is underneath a tornado warning here at the moment as well, with a storm just to the south side of town, but headed in a direction that looks like it's going to be going northward into Peoria from the south side, coming up 474, the major interstate coming in on the south side. Big hook echo there, Brett, and it kind of looked a little bit like your storm there for a little bit. And
David, all these storms today are literally going to do very, very bad things.
Yeah.
Very bad things.
Yeah.
It's just unfortunate. All you can do is when these things touch down, all you can do is pray for these people in the path.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of people are out. I mean, I know you can't always, I know life has to go on. I get it. But a lot of people are out. And so it's still a PDS tornado warning. They just sort of reissued this damaging tornado again, going up that area, Cabot toward the Beebe into the Hickory Plains area, just north and east of Jacksonville. So the Weather Service still continues this as a PDS damaging tornado on the ground. And I think that's still very likely the situation. They're just outside of North Little Rock and moving northward and eastward at a decent little pace here. Right now they're saying it's moving northeast at, about 50? I think they said just a few moments ago. So 60 actually they're saying now. So it's getting it. Are you gonna stop? What are you gonna do?
I'm moving, man. I'm moving.
Yeah.
It's time to move with it. I don't think that we can stop at this point.
Yeah. There are still there's still quite a bit of growth downstream of you. 2 tornado warnings downstream of you, still into Columbia, into Boonville, and Marceline. So there's several more storms down in that area right there. I know our little Atlanta buddy is Brad is down there. He's in Hannibal. He's kind of watching what's going on over there, and then all our stuff here as well. But we have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings into the Ouachitas, into Mena, and into DeQueen, and just outside of Idabel.
Yes.
That was wild, B.
What's that?
I said that was wild.
That was definitely something a little different. A little different.
Can you see the screen?
Hold on.
If we play this and you can
I
talk
cannot
about
at this moment. Yeah, give me just 1 second. Yep, I can see the screen now. Yeah, the live stream, I'm sure, did not do it justice.
Debris.
You can see it really well right there.
But yeah, wait till it gets closer. Wait till it gets closer.
That was pretty wicked. Were you just in a parking lot there, like a regular parking lot?
Yes. We were actually yelling at the people at the gas station, telling them, hey, go, go, go. I mean, these people were like watching, just no clue. No idea, man.
Right there, that sucker was pretty big.
Wait. Oh, it gets bigger. It gets bigger. The RFD slammed us.
Wow.
All right, it's debris. That's big. All right, where do we go?
And again, still on the ground. Look at that. Look at that.
Look at the horizontal vorticity at the bottom.
Look at them. Wow.
Hit the radio tower. Go.
Wow, B.
Go, 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 go. Slowly.
This is the type of weather day that we have ahead. It's not good. It's just not good.
Huge debris in the air. Huge debris. Box, go. Go. Tornadoes right there. Go. Here we go.
I don't know what was back over there.
Tornado just came across 430 in front of me. I'm at Henson Road. We got vehicles thrown.
Is that Heath checking to see if anybody's in the vehicle?
That's Heath checking to see if anybody was in the vehicle. They were not. They were good.
Here on the west side of Little Rock, we were watching the storm.
Wow. Wow. And again, going across, I mean, it crossed over 430 there.
Yes, there were vehicles thrown off of. I think that was 440. Was that 440? No, that's 430. You're right. I'm sorry. It's 430.
And then crossed over 40, so it's gone across 2 interstates, if not.
We did see the damage on 40. The damage on 40 itself was not as bad. The trees were completely devastated. Hold on 1 second. Probably going to get a influx of phone calls.
I would think.
Here really, really quick.
Right now, the tornado is up near Cabot, a little bit further up near Cabot. They took the emergency wording off of it, but still looks like it could be a tornado there into the area there just outside of Cabot, just down to the south and along County Road 38. headed toward
All
the
right,
dark
David, I'm
area.
gonna get back with you in just a minute, buddy. Slow down. Look, David, can you
Yep.
do me a favor?
Yeah.
Touch on something. There's a supercell on the west side of Little Rock that's starting to get a pretty nasty appearance again. We may want to touch on that because let me take a look and see if we have any spin in it at this point. Doesn't
We,
look
yeah.
quite as good.
No, it had a little spin like 4 or 5 scans ago. I looked at it. It did have a little inbound, outbound there at one point, but it's gone now. Just outside of the polygon in Congo, it looked like it was going to follow it up again, but
Yep.
yeah, right about there, it looked like it was. But the rotation's gone, and now the lightning's just kind of all everywhere. But I'm sure that's insult to injury right now, where people are trying to clean up. I was watching M-Finger's video there. He's on the ground now, and he's in some damage, and people are trying to clean up. You can't do it in a thunderstorm, so. And now this whole spin, this whole rotation is quite broad, but still there is a tornado warning in effect. Play the can't play that video enough, so play it one more time while we're still in this area here. There you saw the tornado. There's a cell tower right there in that it was bound to make its way toward. You can see that right there. That might be a car dealership. I don't know what that is, but there was a cell tower there, and here comes the tornado over the hill. It doesn't look like on the map there was a lot of population over there when that took place, but as the tornado came over the top of the hill there, it did start to see some more homes. I did see some homes in that area there. A fairly large tornado at that point. I got to be honest with you, on the radar, because it was so close to the actual radar site, it did not look that large to me. But that just goes to show you the misconception of if you were sitting right there by the radar site, what a tornado is going to look like. Brett was talking about those horizontal rotating cylinders with the storm. That's another wicked-looking thing that had to do with it. But my goodness, a very damaging hurricane coming into the western side of Little Rock just a few moments ago. Brett Adair, Heath Lawler were there. We were on air live when it all happened. We'll be showing that to you as well coming up in just a few moments because, that's one of the things that we've been talking about all day long today, the potential for thunderstorms to set off tornadoes pretty quickly, and that's been the case so far. About everything that's happened has happened super quickly during the day today. We still have tornado warnings to the north. We're not forgetting anybody on the northern fringes of this. We still have the Peoria tornado warning. This is a storm coming across town here at the moment. Strong, severe thunderstorm that has a tornado warning attached to it. This is East Peoria. I don't really see what's exactly wrapped up here in this. It does look like it's a large severe thunderstorm warning. If there's a tornado, it's down here near the town of Peking. And coming into the East Peoria region here on 474 from the western side is a humongous storm coming into the eastern side of Peoria. And the Weather Service is there and says this is a tornado. It is radar indicated at this point, but it's Tazewell, Peoria, Woodford County. You're underneath tornado warning there near Glassford and near Peking. And it's moving northeast at about 60 miles per hour. I'd be in a safe place there anywhere from Bayview Gardens over to Eureka, El Paso, across that area. You got to take a safe place immediately. Stronghurst, you're also in a tornado warning over here. The National Weather Service has Henderson and Warren counties into the Quad Cities underneath the tornado warning until 3:45. Burlington, you're in the path of the storm here. Kirkwood as well as Monmouth. On 67, US 67, coming in from the southwestern side and moving across. A likely tornado has set up there just off to your north, northern east of Burlington, and moving northeast at about 15 to 20 miles per hour. The only other tornado warnings that we have 17 warnings at the moment, of which 3 of them are tornado warnings. And just as was thought earlier in the day today, there is a subsequent northern fringe as well as a peak down to the south into the mid-south area from western Arkansas into the mid-south of Tennessee, which is what we're going to be watching as we move along, because now we're setting a course moving into the Memphis area. As we go through the next several hours, we'd be following along I-40 and could end up somewhere around Memphis, and the air is still volatile over there. There's reason to believe that we still have a very volatile situation all across the region there, up and down, and still kind of following what's happening with everything there that is down to the south and downstream that'll be moving up northward. You can see all these areas here too. We've had quite a bit of hail. These are 1 and 2 inch size hail records that are coming back to us as well. They're kind of covering the map, so I'll get rid of some of these a little bit later. Almost 2 inches there in a few isolated areas from time to time. Super large hail is still in this whole equation going through and into the next several hours. So we will be looking at that as we go into the next several hours as well. And we'll be looking up there to the north to see what's happening too. Right now we have dew point conditions. It's still super warm outside. Tornado warning still included here into Peoria. They are now just saying this is radar indicated along I-74 and 474 coming into the Metamora area just outside of Washington and Peoria Heights. Spring Bay is just off to the north as well. So keeping all of that in mind, that's definitely what you're going to be looking at as we go into and through the next little while. Heath, can we play that video that Brett sent us? Can we play his video one more time here? Because a couple of things I still want to look at. Brett, are you still there?
Debris.
All right, here's the storm again coming in. This is on the western side. This is when we saw this thing coming in on the southwestern side of the interstate. This is going to be right there on 430. And as it came into the area there, it had a rain shield around it, so it really was a little bit difficult to see with all the rain that was there, but did, in fact, so as a funnel right about there. And I saw some of the debris. When it starts looking like a liquid, things are happening pretty fast into the wall cloud itself, but the condensation funnel then had debris around it. Do you see all that? That's some of the trees and debris that is aloft. That's some of the stuff that shows up on our correlation coefficient when we start showing you that product. But that's what a tornado actually looks like coming in toward the radar site. It was super close to the radar site, so everything that we got was minuscule that was showing up, but still looked like it was going to be that sort of situation that was definitely going to be the case for a tornado to drop down at about any time. I saw the concern on Brett's face when he started talking about it. That's Heath Lawler. Heath was looking in there. As you see the trees brought down there. There's some of the trees. Brett was talking about the downdraft that took place, the rear flank. He got hit by the flank. See the trees, how they're knocked over there by the root ball? There's a pine tree by the root ball, which is more typical of a straight line wind than a tornado wind. Tornadoes will oftentimes break the trees in half. And that's that shopping center that we were looking at. And where the damage was done inside of the shopping center, the tornado coming over. Cars, you can see some overturned, some lifted, some, basically just completely torn apart there or hit by debris. They ended up being targets by some of the debris. What you got? All right, let's get back up here. We'll go to Illinois and still take a look. Now, they're dropping this tornado warning into a severe thunderstorm watch. That's why they issued a severe thunderstorm watch. They're going to let it carry the Peoria storm over, which is good news, Peoria storm over. We don't have a tight inbound, outbound anywhere in that at this point. There is some spin, some motion, but they're going to let this go, the tornado warning. They haven't upgraded it, and I don't think they're going to. They just went ahead and issued this as a tornado possible, but now they're talking about Marshall, Woodford, Tazewell, and Peoria counties underneath severe thunderstorm warning near East Peoria, 2-inch size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds being recorded here coming through town on the western side. So that's your Peoria storm. When they let the tornado warning go, I kind of moved away from it. I apologize. But now you got a severe thunderstorm warning just north of there as well. This is going to be up near Truro and moving across Knoxville. Several other thunderstorms that we're looking at, these all have that kidney bean sort of shape. The one that we look at that kind of reminds us of, a kidney bean. Well, that's what this is specifically here, where you can have a possible tornado down here. This is a hail shaft that's aloft into the thing right there, and everything else has to ride up and over. Then you got Davenport on I-80. You got Kelowna and out of the Coal Valley region in Milan. Severe thunderstorm warning there too. Not a tornado warning just yet. This is a tornado warned storm here. This is going to be from the National Weather Service again, which includes Ottawa. This is for southeastern Monroe, Wapello, Davis, and Appanoose counties. Monroe, Wapello, Davis, and Appanoose counties. You're underneath a tornado warning now near Udell for baseball-sized hail, and a tornado is likely coming into the area there near the Lake Wapello State Park. And so that's from the National Weather Service out of Des Moines, Iowa. Possible tornado there setting up just a few moments ago. There is an inbound and an outbound mark associated with that. We have winds associated with it moving in differing directions right up the polygon here and doing so at about 60 miles per hour. This thing's getting it. But 2 3/4 size hail, you're getting above baseball size hail now. 2 3/4 being associated with it. In fact, we'll go to our hail product here and just take a look. This is called the vertically integrated liquid. And this is where you're going to find this stuff. And just now, what Brett was talking about a few moments ago, they did reissue. This is new. This is a new tornado warning. This is from what was following up the secondary storm. It is now a tornado warning coming back into the Little Rock area, right over sort of the same place that we had before. And we can look at the radar Omega down there and show you. We'll go down there for just a couple of seconds. We went through all the tornado warnings up here. But we go back down here, and I'll show you. That's going to be here. They're going to take that severe thunderstorm warning and turn it into a tornado warning. And why are they going to do that? Because of that again. I think there's another tornado right there near Sherwood, or at least some sort of rotation near Sherwood. Where did Brett go? He went too far to the east. He just went north. I was about to say, go north, B. Well, he just went north on 13, which is a pretty good call. North on 13, which would put him ahead of this storm. It doesn't really put him up here next to this storm at all. But now we got a tornado warning right about there, and I think it's legit. I think there's probably a tornado there. We know the atmosphere was still kind of the same. Look at it. It's a hook echo again that shows up very well on the other side of the radar. A hook echo right about here near the Baptist Health Medical Center, just outside of North Little Rock. It is another tornado warning here across the area, and it's pretty much going to be that sort of a situation when it's, kind of really getting on this whole situation here. Try to talk about as much as I can talk about that is actually happening now and causing damage or loss of life, because that is what we just had, a tornado on the ground there. I'm going to be following all these tornado warnings for you. The ones that are up here, we're still a long way from Chicago. That's hours away from now. We got this one up here near Centerville, near Ottumwa that we're looking at. That's 2 3/4 size hail, southeastern Monroe, Wapello County, Davis and Appanoose. So all these tornado warnings, when they come in, I'll pass them along to you. Southeastern Henderson County and Warren County, you're underneath the tornado warning. The Peoria storm, I don't have information about, but I do know that there was golf ball size hail being reported there just a little bit earlier with that storm. And these are all severe thunderstorm warnings now coming in. And as they get closer and closer to the Chicago area, for sure, I'll be all over those, I promise you. Quarter-size hail, radar indicated, population of about 12,000. And the warning continues for Monmouth into the Kirkwood, Illinois, and Little York, Illinois areas as we go into the next little while here. And pay attention to all of this going through and into the next several hours. 3 tornado warnings to the north. We have a tornado warning including Baby now. This is going to be the one that went through North Little Rock just a little bit earlier. It now has another tornado warning associated with it. Quarter-size hail indicated here as well. That's out of Beebe and Butlerville, moving into Griffithville and Georgetown, Augusta. Over the next few minutes, the National Weather Service continues that tornado warning in effect there across that area. That's a pretty big deal there overall is what we're looking at. And then down to the south, again, that's our 1 tornado warning. Now 2 tornado warnings. We'll be watching for the possibility of a third, but look how this thing looks again. Does it not look much like the one that went through there a little bit earlier where we had that little finger coming out there and producing a tornado right about there? This is Rixey coming into the belt line there, and Warden Road, just around 440. That's County Road 440. coming in from west to east, but just outside of the North Little Rock area there. Amateur radio in Pulaski, trees down along damaged homes in Pontiac and Osage and North Block, destroying homes there. Like I said, we saw that. Brett reported that immediately, and still more of the same. But he's following along this line because this is going to be that I-40 region coming into the Memphis, the Mid-South as we go through the next little while, is definitely going to be a situation that we'll be following. Down to the south, a couple of more warnings that we have here as well. These are all severe thunderstorm warnings for Hope, Arkansas. That is a severe thunderstorm warning. It's Little River County, Hempstead County, Sevier County, Howard, and Nevada County. You're all underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. North of there for the next 2 minutes out of the Little Rock office, Polk County is underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be the situation there as we move through into the next little while as well. One of the bigger storms at the moment that we are currently watching here too. So we got it all for you. Been watching the entire thing here as we have moved into the next phase of what is going on. Some of the big thunderstorms that we're watching through the day today that we've been paying attention to are still out there, still have yet to form. I mean, I still think we got more thunderstorms that'll start to form. This is not what the radar was going to look like in full as we went through the afternoon. Let me get rid of some of these. Let me get rid of a few of these things here because report-wise, what have I got report-wise? Customs. That's going to be it. Is that it? Yeah. The lightning, the report. I think I want to go. Don't care about analysis, and I don't care about that. All right, good deal. Who? Yeah, I wonder about it, but do it. We can still show you some of the video again. This is coming in from one of our friends here who's been doing the weather for many, many years. He's been following the weather. This is Brian Emfinger, and he's there where the damage is being done. State troopers are there. You can see law enforcement officials are all over the storm as well. Brian is live there in two separate areas. We're in a high risk today, but this is what we had as far as the tornado that touched the ground there just outside of Little Rock on the south side of Little Rock, coming across the interstate system there just a little bit earlier along 430. I-430, when it came in, moved northward right across the Interstate 40 area and then back out off to the northeast, followed up by a secondary storm that we're now watching that is also tornado warned, a secondary storm coming across the area that we're looking at just to the south of the town of Jacksonville that we were watching there too. So all of it is pretty messy, and you can see the lights, everything that's going on there is indicative of an area that just got hit by a tornado. And so folks are still doing what they do, very reminiscent of some of the scenes we saw in Mississippi last week. A little repeat of some of the stuff going on across the Deep South, and the rest of the area here is taking place. And we've seen everything here that, again, reminds us that we are into the spring. All week long, we've been following this situation. We knew it was all going to sort of take place like this as we went along with the afternoon. This has been sneaking up on no one. I commented today, I love the fact that people, young people are weather aware. And now some young people are studying the science of meteorology, and that's okay. I'm not wild about asking people to watch somebody who is untrained. You're asking them to watch you for situations like this that you've likely never been through before and certainly never seen it before. And now if you've asked somebody to watch you and put their lives in your hands, and, maybe it wasn't the right call or something today. That's what I worry about is what's going on there. So I ask you to make sure that you're watching somebody that you trust. All right. We'll get into that in just a second. Right now, there's a tornado warning. Now, this is the new tornado warning for baseball-sized hail. We were looking at that just a few moments ago about how large that hail was going to be. This is baseball-sized hail that's showing up there into southern Iowa now. Again, it's super cold aloft. So all the reasons are there for that to do what it was going to do, and now there is a new tornado warning here as well. That this is the one that Brett was on a little bit earlier. It's all the way up to West Point now. Quarter-size hail, radar indicated tornado, Georgetown, Augusta, over to the Dixie area. You're still underneath a tornado warning there out of that storm. Other storms to the north here, severe thunderstorm warning in Kirksville, the rest of that area there. They just reissued the Ottumwa, Iowa tornado warning coming into Ottumwa from the south-hand side. Back over to Peoria here, the Monmouth area and Peoria. So the Weather Service still has this listed as a tornado warning here. There is, again, some reason to see that it is, it's still sort of broad here. We don't really have a closed, we don't have a closed gate-to-gate shear taking place within the storm just yet. The reflectivity shows you it's trying to make a little area here of of some kind of a hook echo. And let me see if I got anything that might suggest this were down. Now you see this stuff just south of Eureka on the correlation coefficient. See if that moves. I'm going to back it up, see if it moves. Yes, it does. Comes up to Eureka, and let's see if it matches up with our reflectivity. Pretty much so. They're right on top of the other. So this is likely a tornado. I think they might upgrade this to an observed tornado here now, or at least confirmed, because we have a debris area right there, just south of Eureka, north of Goodfield. That is going to be something that is aloft that wasn't there before. It's an anomaly that's showing up. Hail of 2 inches. This hail is showing up like this. That's the hail of 2 inches. And then back over here again, that is looking to me like it's going to be some sort of debris on 117, County Road 117. We'll get another update here in just a couple of seconds. Near the town of Eureka, looks like that might be a confirmed tornado there. And we'll look at that, headed toward Pontiac there on I-55. And doing so, I was calling the speeds here, but now they're changing so rapidly. 50 miles per hour again. Train spotter continuing to report a rotating wall cloud, but now at this point, that is debris that is south of Eureka. They're showing up the anomaly that we have at the moment, indicating to us that something has been hit and something is aloft in that one particular image. Where's that going to be again? That's going to be for all of, let's see, Woodford and Tazewell and McLean counties, near Deer Creek and Eureka, moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour. It already had a confirmed tornado with it. Train spotter, brief tornado touchdown near the intersection of State Park Road and the Spring Lake area there. That was a confirmed tornado there that we had. Then back to the west here, tornado warning. This is going to be near Monmouth. That was a tornado warning storm there for a while. Quarter-size hail being reported there as well. Hail seems to be much larger the further north you go, but the spin rotation is still there with all of these. Ottumwa still have a tornado warning here. That is going to be for a tornado and baseball-sized hail. It's moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Both of those are equally as dangerous. Baseball-sized hail can cause loss of life, so you got to be extra careful if you're out and about this evening. Anywhere there into the Ohio Valley and beyond. The upper Midwest is what we're looking at, and just got to be watching out for all of these storms here that we're kind of watching here. I thought we'd see Brad Arnold there, but I don't have a visual from him. Down to the south here, some of the other areas that we're still looking at, the tornado warning. Brett is once again out in front of this one. He is in a fairly good position. If we could go ahead and get him popped up again with his video. He's pulled over on the side of the road. Maybe we can get him to speak again, because he does have a moment to pull over. I don't know what time he goes on the air with all the other folks, but if we can pull him up again, because he's just out ahead of the next storm that'll be coming in here that also has a tornado warning associated with it. This is a tornado warning on this storm, and he's right in about the same place. And we need to get him on to talk about what he's about to see. Do we have his front facing camera? If he's got his car turned around in that direction, we ought to be able to see whatever he is looking at. That's a continuation of a tornado warning there to the north. Yeah, that's him. You just missed a couple of lightning strokes there a few moments ago. Let's see. He is just outside. He's on County Road. I think he's on 236 near Wattensaw. And he's going to wait this out. He's going to wait for this storm to come on by. There's a hook echo there that shows up fairly well. B, do you hear me? We're going to intercept this. He's they've pulled in behind one of the largest trees I have ever seen in my life this time of the year. It covers pretty much a quarter of the screen. B, do you hear me? Hello? I know what he's doing. He wants to get a drink, and he's looking in the middle console there to see if he can find a quarter, but I don't think he's... I've looked in there, and there's nothing there. Some of the velocity data, again, it's kind of just all over the place. I don't really see an inbound, outbound there at the moment, but there is a little bit of a hook that was showing up at the bottom of this thing. He's going to wait that out and see what actually happens approaching him in just a few moments. Several of the reports coming out of there a little bit earlier. The tornado warning that did occur, we know it did some damage. Amateur radio operators there saying police station was damaged there on Keel Street. It's blocked in Sherwood, Arkansas. It's in Pulaski County. The police department there is blocked. Trees are downed here and there. We saw that all across the city, into the area there. We knew what was going on there across most of that region. Still have that tornado warning in effect there for the Eureka region of Illinois. That's Eureka and Secor. This is observed. And let's go back up there for just a second. Panola, into that area there too. This is an observed tornado, so we'll get up into that area. We'll check back in with Brett here in just a second. Panola is an observed tornado. And that is going to be right here, I guess. There, NOLA. None of those say observed. Does any of them say observed? Radar indicated, radar indicated, radar indicated. Well, that was new. Let's see what happens. Velocity data indicating, again, very strong. It's hard to say that's rotation. I mean, it's all over the place here at the moment. You got, it looks more like a mesocyclone to me, but could be some sort of a rotation trying to take shape there overall. The rest of it, I don't see it. Too far away from the radar site there. This is showing us a little bit of inbound and outbound along the whole linear part of this, but nothing that is gate to gate that shows up. Again, that might be because we're so far away from the radar site actually, but nonetheless, what is that now? This is the observed part of this. This is what they're saying now. I see it now. Confirmed tornado located near Eureka. It's moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour. And that is your observed tornado near Secor, I think is what we were talking about. There's your velocity data. There is some correlation coefficient that was associated with that, but now it's contaminated with all the hail that you do see. Basically, what we're looking at here off and on is going to be that area just in and around El Paso. I think our tornado's somewhere right here or here and moving in a line up this way from the southwest to the north and to the east, I think is what we were talking about there into the line. This is a large area of hail still contained within the storm and everything else that's with it, but this is likely going to be your tornado right there, just in along US 24 that goes out of Eureka over to El Paso and beyond. An observed tornado warning there into central sections of Illinois, right in and along I-39 coming in from north to south. The Galesburg area there, Monmouth, that is still a tornado-warned storm, but is radar indicated. Seems to have weakened just a little bit, maybe not a tornado anymore. Got a storm over in Davenport. The one in Ottumwa looks pretty awesome there. It's got a baseball-size hail marker associated with it, right at 2.5, 2 3/4 in size. The marker is there. So large hail that's occurring there across the area there too. some of the other hailstones that we have seen throughout the day. They have been quite large. And frankly, what has been the most volatile area is down here to the south. We've been watching this as it moved through the town and produced a tornado. Brett Adair had a tornado on the ground there for us. Right now, he's pretty close to what should be. And let's go back to that image here, because I do think I see something that is rotating just off to the picture. Again, I mentioned there was a large elm tree, maybe one of the biggest I have ever seen in my entire life, just now getting new growth. So I'm not really sure when exactly Brett would be able to see this tornado if it was headed toward him. But it's all coming in pretty quick, and we're going to know in the next 5 minutes to actually what is going to happen. Pan up, Brett. Let's pan up. Tornado's not going to be, you got too much ground there. Pan up. Can you hear me? Pan up. Pan up. That'd be great. You could pan up to the sky. Pan up. Here he is. There's Brett, that little bitty dot right there. Brett, you hear me? Hey, B. So they just went ahead and canceled the tornado warning. They went with severe thunder. I don't know if you just noticed that. So at the moment, they don't have confidence that that is a tornado, unless Brett Adair tells them it is. And they called it a severe thunderstorm warning. Anytime they call the succession to a tornado warning, the next one is a severe thunderstorm warning. There is an assumption of weakening that just took place. So they don't necessarily keep it like that. I think he's probably gonna drone a little bit there, I think. Thank you, Heath. Good job. Thank you, bro. Good job. Riley says, how fast is the storm moving? Depends on which one you're talking about. I mean, generally I haven't seen one less than 50, and I haven't seen one more than 70. So we're kind of in between the two of those for the day today as far as movement, how fast we have movement. So at this point, that's pretty much what we're looking at here is, right at the 60-mile-an-hour range. All the way over there in Europe. Good night, bro. Thank you so much for joining us. It's Fonzie. Hey, appreciate you being with us here. Hi, everyone. Chris Lyons is with us. Brett? Okay. We'll get a new tornado warning. It hasn't come in just yet, but we do understand there's about to be one. Down there, Texarkana. And another one, it looks like, in Hickory Plains. We have two of them coming up. Now, can we see Brett flying live on CDN? I'd love to see it live. There's Big Brad Arnold. He's got some stuff on there. Here's your tornado warning. Brand new tornado warning issued just now for the city of Washington and Blevins. This is going to be for 45 minutes. The National Weather Service out of Shreveport puts up a tornado warning for Little River County, Hempstead County, Sevier, and Howard counties. You're underneath a tornado warning about 9 miles to the southwest of Mineral Springs. Ping pong, ball-sized hail is your culprit there as it all goes northward. And yeah, you can see they're strong inbound and outbound here. Small storm at the moment, very immature storm, but it might get its act together here shortly. And then move northward. And just another account of what Brett and I were talking about. Everything that is a thunderstorm today that has any kind of height to it at all is going to spin, and probably spin somewhere at the lower levels. That's pretty much what it's going to be as we come into the area here. But that's one of our storms at the moment. If you look at it, it is going to be one of the stronger thunderstorms that we're looking at, one that has been producing during the day today some of the stronger winds. Certainly we'll be looking out for that. It's in a potentially dangerous area there that we're looking at, one area that is likely going to be let's see, was that, check on some other folks. Brad Arnold, I want to see Brad's stuff there. Can we get him show him. He's up there within that area there too. We can bring Brad on. I wish he could talk to me. He probably could talk to me. Let's see if I can give him a buzz. Brad Arnold, who's up here in Monroe City, just outside of Monroe City in Moberly. We're watching him in Vandalia. He is now looking at this storm just off to the east, strong thunderstorm that he was looking at here, and it's he's got high visibility, but he's at the peak here. He's at the point where likely you can see any kind of a rotation that would be occurring here, and there is a little bit. He just headed back out over the roadway. We keep missing them, just barely missing them, but he's going to drive a little bit more there. He's not too far away from where, again, there is some spin, there's some rotation. You can see it there on the radar imagery as we look at it, just outside of Buzzard's Roost in Stoutsville. Brad Arnold is watching that storm on County Road 154 there in the southwestern side of Missouri, Missouri, that we were looking at there just a little while ago. One of the two storms there that we were watching that was producing some of the higher winds for the day today. Right now, we still have tornado warnings. You can see them in multitude across the north. Ottumwa, Iowa, still under a tornado warning here for the next 11 minutes out of Ottumwa because of that spin near town. It's a horrible radar image that we're looking at there, but the baseball-sized hail is pretty ominous as well. That's one of those things that we've been talking about there is a large hail, certainly going to be much larger hail, I think, off to the north. There's some rotation here in this storm also. That's just outside of Toledo, Iowa. That's coming in from the south, but moving northeastward. Another area that we're looking at just outside of Galesburg that we're watching there too on the western side of Illinois. And then you got your Peoria Eureka storm that had an observed tag to it just a few moments ago in 2-inch size hail. Still has the possibility of producing a tornado here, although it's such a broad area of rotation. And just kind of looking at that as it made its way across the eastern side of the state. And, pretty much what we're, don't you dare, pretty much what we're watching there across all of that area there too. So kind of watching all of that as we go through. You know not to hit that button right there, right? Here we go. Let's see, Brett, you hear me? Brett, don't hear me. Okay. And let me see who else. Let me look at some stuff here. Ryan has remained there. What else do we got? Oh, nothing really other than that. So we're still watching those three things. The three tornado warnings that we have off to the north. The one here, we're still watching some storms around Evansville, Indiana here at the moment. And now this is a new tornado warning. This is going to be a little bit further into the eastern sections of Iowa. This is going to be for baseball-sized hail. Baseball-sized hail in just Sigourney and Hayesville. Ollie, you're included. That's the storm that came out of Ottumwa just a few moments ago and has now pushed a little bit further to the east. They're going to include a tornado warning, a tag on this as being a tornado warning. And so that'll be the storm up to the north here that we're looking at. And this is our secondary area, by the way. It could be the primary area. It depends on what you want to call it. But this is definitely where we had all of the precipitation likely and a high risk was issued for this event as the storms came in. This is the high risk area that we're looking at. Super large hail. Let me show you our hail product. Vertically integrated liquid, which anywhere you see a bright sort of a thing like this with a bullseye, that is going to be really large hail. This is the baseball size stuff coming in near Ottumwa Junction and Ottumwa, Iowa, about to cross over. It's probably a little bit old, 327. It's 10 minutes old, so it's a little bit further off to the north, actually. But the extension of the tornado warning goes over to Sigourney 92 into the Wellman, Kelowna area, and all points off to the east there, specifically that we're looking at there too. Then down to the south, we've got severe thunderstorms here as well. All hail producers. It's pretty easy to see them up and down the line, but they've gone with severe thunderstorm warnings for 60 to 70 mile per hour winds across most of that area as it continues its motion off northward and eastward too. Still got our dude down here down to the south. We're still watching out for Brad, watching Brad on that storm near the Mark Twain Lake. Severe thunderstorm warning, but not a tornado warning into that. Into Columbia, we got some more storms there too coming in out of the Jefferson City region into Missouri. But any other warnings, you have to get pretty far down here to the south. Again, Brett is in this tornado warning at the moment and didn't actually see anything exactly that he was watching out for. So looks like that's what he's going to be paying attention to. Right now, it's Prairie and Lonoke County. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado also into that region. And once again, he's right there where the curl is. Did we lose his video? Because he's, like I said, he's right there where the curl is. And if there was a tornado, he's not too far off of it. There he is. About pack. I don't see his video online either, but he's right there under it. His name's Bennett, and he's sitting in it at the moment. Other storms of note, we got a severe thunderstorm warning down here south of Mayflower. That's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning. Goes for Perry, Faulkner, Garland, Saline, and also Pulaski counties. You're underneath a severe thunderstorm warning with a potential rotating storm down here near Hot Springs that we are looking at. This is just south of Hot Springs Village. Already had several severe thunderstorm warnings there. Still have a strong thunderstorm being produced down to the south here, it looks like, near Mineral Springs. Strong inbound and outbound with that. Don't see anything yet that would indicate to us where we have anything that is on the ground, but nonetheless, there's spin rotation there. They did go ahead with a tornado warning. It is called a radar-indicated tornado warning for Little River, Hempstead, Sevier, Howard counties, and baseball-size hail reported earlier, now down to golf ball-size hail out of that storm coming in from south to north. The other severe thunderstorm warning, and one of the southernmost, is it the southernmost? No, it is not. Shut your face. That's going to be 21 more minutes on this severe thunderstorm warning into Wilkerson and Box Elder cities. It's the Red River County and Titus County. Morris County is also included. Severe thunderstorms there that we are looking toward. And the furthest south and west that goes all the way down into Waco. And again, this thing's rotating. You can sort of see it rotating there. Within this thunderstorm near Wortham. There's some rotation there, and back over here along 45, coming in. We got some more rotation occurring there. Freestone, Limestone, Navarro counties underneath severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings there across both of those areas. This is inbound, outbound too, which is a tornado warned area south of Athens that we follow there also. But still kind of watching this thing right here. This is the storm of the moment that Brett is on, watching that just drift on by. And without a whole lot of fanfare there. Well, now it's trying to wrap up. Now it's really trying to wrap. And there's an inbound. B. His video's back up if you can pull it up again. Trying to come back up. Check that out. The dude is in a very distinctive hook echo area there near Crossroad and Waterproof. He's just off to the south of it. I'm sure he just saw that. State Highway 13. He's going to go on past it, I guess. B. That's about to do something, bro. Wow. How do I say turn around? It's very difficult to say that from here. I don't know. That right there looks like it wants to spin. It's still not. I mean, I don't think it's don't think it's tight enough to actually be anything at this point, but still looks like it wants to spin there. Tornado warning for Blevins, Arkansas, Tillett, Arkansas, McCaskill, Arkansas. You're underneath a tornado warning here. Another one for Highland Center, Iowa, tornado warnings. We'll just get through all of these. Let's just take them one at a time. This is into the southwestern portions of Arkansas near Tillett, outside of Saratoga and McCaskill, into Blevins and Clow and Ozanne. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. You're underneath a tornado warning. And there on the southeastern side of Iowa, this is the storm coming out of Ottumwa just a little while ago. It now still has a tornado warning attached to it for Highland Center and Farzan. Baseball-size hail. One of the reports there, baseball-size hail being reported just a little bit earlier out of the storm. So we'll get into that. Look at that with more detail coming up in just a few moments. But right now, the tornado warning that we're talking about that just popped up again. This is the Mineral Springs 278, US 278 there. And the possibility of a tornado is embedded within this thing right about there near Yancey and Washington. There's quite a bit of lightning there, too, that's bundled up across the area. Same just off to the north, but that's a severe thunderstorm warning. And then you get a little further to the north here, and here's some of the other thunderstorms that we're looking at, too, that we've been plotting and following. This one over here, which is our tornado warning. I'm not really sure. I would love to ask him why he walked away from that, because that was looking pretty decent there for a minute. Especially in the velocity product. Has a little hook going on right there. And then in the velocity data, it tried to do the same thing of a crossroad. I'm not really sure what happens to that. Let's see what we just got. We just got a new Meso discussion. So this is brand new again, the Meso discussion number 404 coming in from the Severe Storms Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma. 404 says concerning watch, concerning the, did I do? No, here we go. The threat for tornadic supercells will continue into the early evening across this area. And you know where this area is? That's Arkansas, western sections of Mississippi, and Tennessee. Arkansas, western sections of Tennessee, Mississippi. They are now just somewhat saying that the shear is still there. There's still very well-formed upper-level winds coming in from the a little bit more west each and every time, but a southerly wind is still very prevalent here as well. And so we're looking at that producing the shear that we've been talking about, and it would be right there into the Mid-South area once again. You know, after you go through the euphoria of seeing what we just saw, which was a tornado that was on the ground there, just outside of Little Rock, well, sometimes you let out a little bit of air and you go, okay, it's over, and it is not. It is certainly not over at this point. Not by any means is it over. So just have to keep watching what's going on because it's still breaking pretty fast here as to what we do have. If it's overperforming anywhere, I don't think it's overperforming anywhere, really. I think it is what it is. I think it's a high risk, and so far we've had, I know we've had one damaging tornado that is, very possibly going to be included in all of that. The tornado warning, again, off to the north into Iowa that we were looking at is still a very valid tornado. The Hickory Plains, Arkansas tornado warning is still very valid. This says no hail expected, it says. But if we look at the whole here at the moment, we look at everything that we're talking about, and maybe I just get rid of... I'm going to get rid of some of the radar echoes here. We'll go down to Jacksonville so that we can get rid of the rest of the radar echoes. And let me even get rid of some of this cyclone port stuff. So I wish there was a clear all there. Cyclone port, we go off. And here's the big picture. And here's what's going on at the moment with everything that you do see. We got all these are hail reports. What you do see up here in the stop sign looking deals, hail reports. There's that Ottumwa tornado warning. Have a 60 mile per hour report there coming in. This is 60 miles per hour to Ottumwa, Wapala County, and let's see, down to the south. And then you get into northern sections of Illinois. Still had what we think was a tornado there a little bit earlier, maybe a tornado report, but those are severe thunderstorm warnings. Down to the south, we got kind of the same thing ongoing here as well. And then you got tornado warnings here going all the way down into Texarkana now. This is a tornado warned storm for the next 28 minutes. A tornado warning is in effect here for southwestern Little River County. Central Bowie County in northeastern Texas. That is a tornado warning for you with a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Dalby Springs, 12 miles to the southeast of Box Elder. Moving to the northeast at about 50. Ping pong bite-sized hail. I'm not saying it again. I blew it. It's the size of ping pong balls. Is still occurring there. And that would be the case as we go through the next little bit here. So those are our severe thunderstorm warnings that we have up and down the line as well. Watching out for all of those. I'm going to put up the radar, composite radar, to show you up and down the line what we got right now on the radar. And reflectivity, there it is. So this is reflectivity that we currently have here, and pretty much what we got going up and down the line here overall as well. If you could pop Brett up, let everybody ride along with Brett for just a moment. I got to go to the young man's room and stand up for just a moment. I appreciate you being with us. We've had a lot of viewers during the day today. We actually had a tornado that was on the ground. We're going to show that to you again several more times. Brett made a video of it, so we'll pop that up, show that to you once again. You can't see it too many times because it's an amazing sight. It's not every day you see very close on a tornado that is on the ground. So we'll do that coming up in just a second. You're watching LSM Television. I'm meteorologist David Neal, along with meteorologist Brett Adair. Following the storms, Heath Lawler is driving, and BJ is running the equipment for us today. And we just got people everywhere. Dean Barry is doing a lot of moderating for us today to keep all of the yahoos off of there. The people who, we have nice people, but sometimes people don't. Tornado warning now for Blevins, Arkansas. Is that brand new? That's southwest again. That's that Clow area there in McCaskill. We'll get into that in just a couple of minutes, but check out Brett for a minute here, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I'm so sorry. I had to stand up. I couldn't feel my lower half of my body. But I thank you all for being with us here. We've been covering this for a while now. What? 3 days? I don't know. 4 hours and 12 minutes. And so I appreciate you letting me get up and get a drink here. We are still not through. I mean, we've had a lot happen, have we not already? We've had a lot happen. You've witnessed the tornado that was on the ground there for a while with Brett. We've witnessed quite a bit of stuff over the last little while of bigger thunderstorms that were popping up from time to time. And we still have some of those that are ongoing, so we're looking at those as well. Kind of what's going on here also. So we'll get back to the whole thing here because I do think there'll be more and more tornadoes coming up, especially on the southern side here, it looks like, which is a little bit more volatile than the northern side of things. We still have tornado warnings to the north. In fact, we're going to do this. We're going to go from north to south and take a look at what's happening and see what's going on here for a little while. Let's take a look here, first of all, to the north. Let me get rid of a few things here that are sort of in the way here at the moment. I don't really care about some of the information that we get here from time to time because, like I said, it just gets in the way. So all of that goes there. What's that going to do? That's not going to do anything. Color tables. I knew all that was going to go away. Tornado. And then what is this? Excessive rainfall stuff. I don't need any of that stuff. The warnings, those are fine. Voting reports are fine. And I think we're good. Go with just tornado and see if that clears up a lot of that. So here we go. I think you can see that a little bit better here at the moment. We've got still an array of tornadoes. It's pretty easy to see where the low pressure is itself. There's a big low pressure right about there. Sitting there, everything else is wrapping up around it. We got the occlusion comes out about like that. There is a triple point area starting to show up right about there. So where is the most activity going to be? Right along that triple point area, and somewhere, if you will, right in here is where it is most volatile, where everything is going to happen. Triple point meaning the area where the cold front actually outruns the warm front, and then means at that certain point there across that region there. So here are tornado warnings that we currently have. Let's just go back and use a single site radar so we can get the best definition that we possibly can of what's going on. Tornado right there looked like that was on the ground in Keokuk by a trained spotter, a large tornado that was on the ground there just a few moments ago. Also, the other warning there in Iowa, there's going to be a brand new tornado warning here into Iowa for a damaging tornado that is on the ground. That's going to be just south of I-80 in Iowa, coming into Parnell and Williamsburg on the south side. Keota is down there, Harper, South English, throughout this area. That is a tornado warning just down to the south, and I think that's going to be for one of these storms here that we're looking at that has been producing some of the higher winds over the last few hours, and that's going to be this one here. Strong indication of a tornado just to the south and east of Sigourney, it looks like, right about there. That's where the tornado that we had just moments ago saying it was on the ground, Keokuk, Sigourney, coming into the Keota region, and they just reissued the tornado warning for the next 40 minutes with 2 3/4 of an inch size hail being reported there a little bit earlier as well, that they are paying attention to and watching out of that region. Northeastern Keokuk, Johnson, Washington, Iowa County, and east central Iowa, all underneath the tornado warning, a confirmed large dangerous tornado very near Lancaster, Sigourney, moving to the northeast at about 65. It's a confirmed tornado there by spotters who are on the ground, and that's moving up toward Wellman. The other storm that has a likely tornado associated with it because it is observed is eastern Powesheik County. Powesheik County there into central Iowa. Confirmed tornado located over Brooklyn, about 9 miles to the north of Montezuma. It's moving northeast. They're out of the area. The other area here that we're looking at for the next 38 minutes is still a tornado warning for Benton County and Iowa County out of east central Iowa. Strong indications there of a tornado. There may be two of them there actually that are or is occurring there at the moment. Give me one sec. Yeah, my forgot I left some stuff downstairs that I need up here. Have you seen Brett in a while? Has anybody seen Brett in a while? Okay. Do we have his video? Can we pull his video up and play it maybe again? Or if there's anything that he's put up that's worthy. Anything else that he has put up? All his stuff right there we can have. We're left over. We have 39 alerts at the moment. We have 12 tornado warnings, 27 severe thunderstorm warnings. We are right about where we thought we would be. Do what? Right about where we thought we would be. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, let's run that one right there on the left. I'm sorry, I'm not talking to myself. I'm talking with our producer, director, writer, gaffer, sound guy, and all around just a good guy. This is what happened earlier in the day today when the tornado moved on through that portion of Little Rock, Arkansas. Brett Adair was there into the parking lot, and it's if you go back and you watch it on YouTube, I don't think Brett knew it was going to be coming over the hill like this. He was sort of looking down at the moment, and I kept yelling, "Brett, look up, look up." Obviously there he saw it pretty easily. Big old plow coming through. Large tornado that was on the ground there for quite some time. And you see the debris there shooting up all around it when that was taking place. So big deal coming into that portion of Little Rock. Passing on through there, we know there was quite a bit of damage that was done. Brian Emfinger had some video of it as well that we've been looking at some of his damage here. There was a big tornado that was on the ground there a little bit earlier. So we're definitely watching out for that. And Eric Toll has an interesting looking camera there as well. We got some interesting cameras that we'll be showing you. We're going to show them to you before we get dark here. We're right at 4:11 this afternoon, and be watching everything here as we go into the next several hours, because we're going to lose daylight here pretty soon. Eric Toll again has some cool video there that we're looking at of the storms behind him as he drives away. That's a shelf cloud there that you're looking at coming in toward him there. I'm not exactly sure which direction that he's moving in, but he's been watching that storm quite closely and doing so for a while. He's been on that storm. There's several other guys that are out there that are with LSM. We're LSM Television. They're LSM. They use this service. and have been great friends of Brett's for many, many years down the line. Brad Arnold's one of our guys, too, that we often check in as well with him. Brett will effort speaking to him again here in just a few moments. Is this Brett live right now? I think that's Brett live right this minute. I'm going to shoot him a line here and ask him to talk when he can again, because he'll forget. So that's where we are with multiple tornado warnings coming in. I mean, every time I turn around, there's a brand new tornado warning for somewhere in eastern Iowa. Baseball size hail being reported up there, and I've heard a lot about the baseball size hail. I've just not seen any of the baseball size hail, but there's plenty of it up there. There's plenty of reports coming in of baseball size hail across that region. Parnell, Frytown, Wellman, Harper, and Keota, you're underneath a tornado warning with baseball size damaging hail coming into the area. And that's all moving pretty quickly now across the rest of the region from the south and west to the north and to the east. So we've been looking out for that for quite some time now. The other thunderstorms of note are a little bit further down to the south, but check this out. And this is kind of what we thought. We now have training echoes that all have tornado warnings. I mean, they just keep coming across as fast as I can poke on them here. They keep coming across. This is a small area there just outside of Little Rock. This is Dixie and Cotton Plant, a brand new tornado warning issued here just a few moments ago. We'll look into that in just a couple of seconds. That's into Dixie, Arkansas. So we're following that thing. Hempstead, Arkansas, also underneath the tornado warning just a few moments ago. That was issued. Several more tornado warnings up and down the line. I mean, look, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tornado warnings right now in Arkansas. We have 46 alerts. 15 tornado warnings here at the moment, 31 other warnings. Hartwick, Iowa is underneath a tornado warning. Hartwick, Iowa has a tornado warning associated with that storm. Pea-size hail. It's an observed storm. Also in Vining and Elberson, tornado warnings here that are in effect. Radar indicated storms just to the east of Ottumwa, Iowa. Those coming out just a few moments ago. Elberon, Vining, Iowa, you're underneath tornado warnings. I mean, they're just crazy. They're all over the place here when it comes to the warnings, which is what you would expect during a high-risk day across this region. 46 warnings at the moment. Several to many are tornado warned, and the rest or not. There's a tornado, some sort of a tornado damage report a little bit earlier. A brief tornado touchdown near the intersection of State Park Road and Spring Lake Road in Mason County, near the town of Manitou. That is no longer in effect. This one here near Hannibal is a strong storm. Another tornado warning. This one is Berry and Payson and Liberty. They're moving on eastward. So this is going to be a tornado warning on 172. US 172, Interstate 172, moving eastward. It's US 124 north-south that we were watching there also. Big thunderstorm there, big tornado warning. That just now popped up coming across Hannibal and the rest of that area that we were looking at a little bit earlier. So Hannibal now has a tornado warning associated with it, and that's going to be because of this storm here that is moving on eastward. And there's that little southern flange there, if you will, on a possible tornado right into that area that we've been looking at throughout the day today. Some of the stronger thunderstorms have been producing spins like that on the southwestern side for a while during the day today, and it's still occurring here as we go through and into the next 24 hours. Right now, Cedar Rapids down to Iowa City, a cluster of severe thunderstorm warnings, but also tornado warnings that are in effect here, with tornadoes being confirmed. A large tornado is supposed to be on the ground here near Keokuk and Lancaster. It's Keokuk County, but Lancaster is the city. And if you look at the radar image, what have we got here? The radar image shows us a possible tornado. Let's see. I think we got. I think Brett says he's on. Is he on the? Brett just said he was on. Yeah, I see him. Brett, do you hear me? Oh. Yeah, that's his video right there. He's not actually on yet, but that is his video there. As he is riding down the road, I see US 49 at 63, and it's going to be County Road 38 that goes off to the west there. But the skies are dark, and some of the last images that
Can you hear me, Dave?
Yeah, I hear you now. I hear you now, B. Just good Lord, just tell us about it, dude.
Okay, we're in front of a tornado-warned storm right now. So let me give you some information. We're entering the community of Hunter here on 49 and 63 north of I-40. This is going to be east of Cotton Plant, entering Hunter. Tornado warnings in effect in this area. Got a good view off to the west right now. You're able to kind of see some of that. We got a little bit of glare here on the windshield, but we are working to get in front of this tornadic storm that's going to head toward Wynn and go north of Forest City. They just extended that tornado warning off to the east here as well. But we're going to we got a big inflow of winds. You can actually see a dust storm here in a second coming out of the field, coming across the road. If you got my dash camera as well,
we do.
Give it just 1 minute. I know it's taking its time, but you'll be able to see a really nice dust storm here coming right out of the fields, going into the inflow region of this supercell. Anyway, we've had a heck of a day. I'm gonna drop some things, some images that you can show here in our
Discord.
In our resources Discord. Yep. Actually, hold on. We've got a developing funnel cloud right now. We need to get off. I need to be able to show him that now. That's it right there to your left. Just 1 second.
We got you, bro.
All right, 1 second. 1 second. Hold on. Let's see. Actually, we got a couple of regions.
Going in right there, and it's coming around here.
Yep.
Whoa.
You see it? Got
Yeah.
left to right,
Yeah.
right here. Is that maybe a tornado right there? Funnel. You see that?
Wow, I do. I'm watching it
I
with you,
think that may be a tornado right there.
I don't see nothing down at the ground, but
Yeah, I can't tell. I can't tell what that is.
Dude, the last scan, if you look at the last high-res velocity, the last scan looks wicked.
Yep, it's just to my north.
Just
I'm
north
wondering
of you.
if this is a circulation here that's spinning on the backside. David, that actually looks like a debris cloud, buddy. Hold on. Can't tell. Hold on. Right there. You tell me if you think that looks like a debris cloud. You'll see it in just a minute. All right, go ahead. Go north. I couldn't really tell 100%, but I'm going north to try to get this.
Yeah, do that. I mean, look at that last scan, dude. There's like 8 lightning strikes on 2 pixels.
Yep.
That just
what I'm
happened.
wondering is if that's
the inflow is crazy.
Right. If that's a RFD surge there, and we're getting a little spin on the RFD surge on the backside of it. Actually, that's exactly what it looks like because I'm seeing rain bands trying to come around it. Oh, wow. Look at this flag I'm about to pass. You'll see it here in just a few minutes. It is screaming due north here at the surface level. Signs flopping. This is about to get really intense. I've got a feeling, guys. You can see that lightning, too, picking up really rapidly here.
Yeah, there's like 111, 112 miles per hour of inflow.
All right, in the stream resources, I've got some stuff that I'm sending across, just so you guys can get a view of what we saw. Yeah, we need to keep look straight ahead over there to the left. See it ground level. All right, we got to get around these guys. Go ahead. Yeah. We might have something up here, Dave. We might have something.
That's wild.
Let's see here. Continuing to roll toward the north on 49 here, 4963. We are a good ways away from a radar now, so that is one thing that's different.
Yeah. Well,
that's RFD cut. So this is it's up here. I mean, we've got a strong southerly fetch and flow. See that RFD cut right there? You can actually see it, David. You're going to be able to give the viewers at home a really good
Wow.
education on an RFD cut right now. You can see the clear slot.
Yep. I see the clear slot. I see the hail shaft. I see everything
Yep.
there.
Yep.
Look at that. That is
All right.
amazing.
Big time inflow here with the storm now too. Again, it's picking up dirt out of these fields because the fields are relatively dry over here. I'm trying to get in front of this surge. What a lightning bolt.
I see that.
Well, you got another one that's going to come up here in just a second. Really nice. We're trying to get up and get ahead of that surge right there because that surge, I feel like on the front side of that is where your possible tornado would be located. It looks like that's where the more intense circulation would be. We're rolling, as you can see, we're rolling here on a highway. Good little road here. Not a lot of traffic. Oh wow, look at the rapid rotation right here.
You're
rapid
on
motion.
49.
That white area that we were just talking about, David.
Yeah.
It is rapidly coming toward the road.
I see that.
See it descending right there?
Yep.
See it?
I do.
Man, that looks like a rain trap.
It sure does. Around a tornado, don't it?
Big one.
Yeah.
That thing's really rolling.
Yep. Hold on, Dave. We might have to
Fixing
back.
a tornado in a
We
second.
might have to. We may have a tornado right here.
Yep.
There it is.
Circulate.
Right there with the lightning.
See it?
Yeah.
See it
Is it
dropping?
going all the way down?
Yep.
there
Right.
Funnel?
Right there. There it is. It looks like it descended, man. It's really, really.
Tiny.
Yeah.
It's a needle there.
It was. It looked like a needle, and then it's
Across the road.
kind of blown out. Yep. Come across the road right there. That was rushing really, really hard there.
That was
Go
moving
ahead.
fast.
It was just.
About to get a car wash.
Yeah, we're about to get a good car wash right here. I see the signs flapping around. The birds are alive, so that's a good thing.
A lot of lightning there too. Wow.
Yeah, I'm watching to see what happens with the winds right here because I don't want any power lines to come down on us. We can get on the right side of the road right here. Here we go. All right. RFD surge. So the tornado's definitely in front of us.
That's crazy RFD.
Yep. Big time winds.
There is no way to go east, is there?
Nope. We got to go north and then we can cut east. It looks like if there was a tornado, again, it would be right in front of us. Starting to see some evidence of something again. All right, there it is. Look at it rotating. All right, David. Going up. We got elevated rotation here.
All right, I see.
You can kind of see the white. It's hard to make it out there, but it's there. I don't see anything on the ground, but it's rolling to the east pretty rapidly here. Got a little bit of tree debris here on the roadway. Nothing substantial. Might be Brandon Clement right there in front of us. I think it is. All right, we got a piece of tree down. That is Brandon, I believe. Might have went unscathed there by the skin of our teeth from actually having a tornado. I'm gonna look out the window here. Yep, very strong RFD push. Continuing. Up here, Dave, we can actually take a major highway, which is 64 to the east.
Yeah, I
to
see
go in the wind. Woo, this is. All right, we're about to get into some more substantial precip too, and I mean, we literally just rode up the rear side of that thing.
Is that county line road too small?
What I'd be worried about is if it were dirt and getting stuck. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Um, hold on just a minute.
Have 10 tornado warnings at the moment. 10 tornado warnings, 32 severe thunderstorm warnings, and actually a special marine warning, which I think is water spout warning there just a few moments ago for Michigan. I think it's going to be off of Lake Michigan, because I know we had some water spouts out there just a little while ago. But now a continuing tornado warning in Iowa. It's going to be Rhinebeck and Gladbrook, Iowa, goes until 5:15. We're riding along with Brett Adair. Brett, just moments ago, we think we saw a little needle cross the road. Tornado there that we were looking at, a little bit difficult to see off in the distance, but Brett had eyes on it. And Brett's second tornado of the day to be viewed. And all that is moving on to the east now. He's efforting getting a little bit north a bit so he can then take a county road, or a better road, State Road 64 that goes off to the east there near Wynn, just outside of Wynn, which isn't too far away. You're getting over there closer and closer to Earl, actually. I believe he's on the telephone. While he's doing that and getting caught up, I'll get you caught up as well. 47 warnings. Look at all these tornado warnings. Down to the south, we have several tornado warnings. Malvern, Arkadelphia, into Gurdon. Those are tornado warnings that we have that are in effect here across the area. Radar indicated for the next 15 minutes. That's a tornado warning. They're near Cato Valley, 10 miles to the northeast of Arkadelphia. Tornado warning there. We've also got another one back over here into Clark County, Dallas County, Hot Spring County. Tornado warning there. They let the other one expire. That was down further to the south, and this is all in and amongst several severe thunderstorm warnings, including Texarkana there in the northeastern corner of Texas. Then you go further to the north, we got tornado warnings up here as well. Our dude up here, Brad Arnold, is watching a storm. He's been watching a storm outside of Payson there that is producing a possible tornado just on the other side of the Mississippi River there in Hannibal. That is a tornado warning in effect for Fall Creek, moving northeast at 35. Baseball-sized hail being reported there not that long ago. You run into a series of tornado warnings. You guessed it. This is in the high-risk area again. Iowa City now is looking for a tornado warning. Coming in from the south, it is observed. Iowa City, so it's northwestern Johnson County, Washington County, and Iowa County underneath a tornado warning there in Iowa City. So I've been looking out for that one for a while. Strong thunderstorm producing a possible tornado there into the area. I've been looking out for that for the next, have been for a while. Iowa City, and I think there's a camera. There is an on-cam. It's at one of the campuses there. I think it's in Iowa City. The other tornado warnings that we have are off to the north here. We got one there that's for Iowa County. We got another one just off to the north for the next 44 minutes out of Des Moines. It's Marshall, Black, Tama, Grundy counties, and Waverly County. You're underneath the tornado warning here as well for Grundy, Butler, Bremer, Black Hawk, Hardin counties. You're underneath tornado warnings, and just look at them. They are lined up here across eastern Iowa, coming into the western side of Illinois as we go into the next couple of hours. And as everything moves on to the east, certainly we'll be watching out for that. But, we may have also another camera there into Iowa City that we could be looking at. I think that's going to be Is that the Cyclones? Iowa City? Are they in Iowa City? On campus there. The picture, isn't it? Camera. Yeah, see if you can find one of the campus. I mean, we got tons of tornado warnings now up and down the line. It's hard to say which one is more ominous than the other, but right now this one is observed here coming into Iowa City on the south side. A likely tornado here for the next 42 minutes. That is a tornado warned situation. The National Weather Service office is watching that. A tornado warning is in effect here. Coming in from the south side of Kelowna and moving northward and eastward toward Iowa City. Northward and eastward from the western side. So I've been watching out for that for a while, and we'll definitely want to do that. University of Iowa, there. They are the Hawkeyes. They're very proud at the moment. Their women's basketball team is actually, yeah, you might want to, I mean, a couple of those might be worth looking at. But that one in particular, if you'll keep that. So, yeah, we've been following them, the Iowa Hawkeyes, the women's team. Caitlin Clark, if you don't know her, she's everything of the year. She's the reason people are watching March Madness, and not just for the men's teams, for the women's teams this year. She is incredible, and what she's done for the sport is incredible too. But headed toward the campus there of Iowa in Iowa City. Beautiful campus off into the distance there. You can see some cloud cover. I don't know what direction we're looking at here at the moment, but we're going to be following it. Vinton, Iowa, you're underneath a tornado warning now. Radar indicated tornado warning. That's going to be Vinton, but that's going to include the Walker, Center Point, Vinton area, Brandon area there. Just outside of 380 in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. That's just off to the north. A tornado warning there as well. Waterloo, Iowa, now under a tornado warning also. That goes for the next till 5:15 actually. And Brett, can you hear me? Brett, do you hear me? I mean, this is, I was going to give him a little credit. We were talking about this earlier in the day today, that we knew anything and everything that had the potential to gain any height at all was going to spin, was going to be up into the area where it was going to rotate and spin. And that's pretty much what has happened through the day today. About anything that had any kind of development upward was put into a situation where it was going to be shear and spin. And that's what took place here out of this situation. I do see some lightning off into the distance on that Iowa camera here at the moment. That's going to be on the campus of the University of Iowa there in Iowa City. And so it's a pretty big deal there overall at what's going on across the entirety of eastern Iowa. Now coming into western Indiana as we go through the next several hours to southwestern Wisconsin. Got more storms there also that we're looking at. Then down to the south, a plethora of strong thunderstorms that are occurring. There's a triangle that's occurring here that has a tornado warning attached to it. Tornado ping pong ball size hail that goes up until 4:45 this afternoon with a possible tornado there setting up Mount Sterling, Versailles, and Perry, Illinois, all underneath the tornado warning here at the moment. Radar indicated ping pong ball size hail being reported there into that storm over the last 30 minutes. That one's been chugging along at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. What a day, what a day, what a day. It's hard to say, where it stops at this point. I don't know exactly where it stops. Yeah, bro.
So I am on 64 headed east. I'm trying to get confirmation before I tell you the wrong thing. But I believe one of our buddies from Barron has got a tornado headed into wind, and I think it's Jeff Petrowski. So I am trying to confirm what he has, because this is the storm that I'm on. I see a wall cloud.
Pretty broad at the moment.
Yeah, it's intense, but it looks a little more broad to me. But then again, we're getting pretty far away from the radar now. But boy, oh boy, look up. There it is. No, he's got a tornado, David. There's definitely a tornado there. Just to the south of the highway here, it looks like. I am rolling as quickly as I can.
Well, you'll be ahead of it here pretty soon.
Well, either I'll be ahead of it or I'll meet up with it. We're about to find out.
We still have his camera out the front of his car.
How did you do that?
Oh
Just
wow, it
put
really ramped up. It really, really got going this last scan, David. Oh,
Oh,
that's
I see
hail.
that. Yeah, I see that now. Just outside of Wynn on 64.
I'm just let's see if I can give you a locator. Little community there, Central. I'm about to go right through there. The tornado looks like it's near Ellis Chapel, down near 193 and 284. Having to watch this one close because I've already seen what these things are doing today, and we don't want to get mowed down.
Nope. Kind of just a little bit north of due east. If you stayed on 64, you might stay behind it.
Yeah, we're watching it, trying to decide what to do here. Let me see. Let me
They
run a
just,
loop of the velocity and the radar sig here.
yeah, they just dropped a warning, but I'm sure they're about to bring that back.
All right, just got a spotter report. Tornado, cone tornado to the northwest of Colt. So it's a reported tornado now.
Yeah. St. Francis and Cross counties are the counties that we're looking at. St. Francis and Cross counties. Weather spotters confirming a tornado there that is on the ground. It's a PDS situation now, particularly dangerous situation. They're just outside of Wynn. On the western side, that's Brett in the small circle right there near the town of Central and County Road 117, but he's on State Highway State Highway 64, coming in from west to east. Looks like a straight road.
Oh wow,
A
little bit of ponding here on the roadway.
Brett, is there any reason why we wouldn't have your video? Is it
Shouldn't be.
see you in the car?
I'm trying to continue to back. We don't have anything good visual right now.
Yeah.
Hold on. 1 second.
Yeah, that thing's about to move into McElroy right now. And then the town of Wynn, which I remember when we stopped at Wynn.
Yep. We stopped at Wynn, and parking in Earl was just to the east.
Yeah.
I'm almost. Yeah. I don't like this particular intercept right here.
Well, obviously, I'm going to let you make that call. I think it's going to cross over 64
You know
or
what?
parallel it really close for a while.
You know what? I'm on the wrong radar, David, so I probably should change radars first of all.
Well, yeah, you
Is
kept saying
Memphis
because the Memphis
winning?
radar's right there.
Yeah, I'm on the wrong radar. There's a tornado south. Now. All right, hold up.
Waverly, Iowa is underneath a tornado warning at the moment.
Just
Waverly, Iowa.
Pull off right here.
Right, you got a copy.
Hold on just 1 second, Dave. I'm trying to get a full radar update here. All right. I think I see a debris signature on radar, Dave. You there?
Yeah, I'm here. That thing lagging?
All right. Yeah, I think it's lagging a little bit. I'm thinking that we're seeing a debris signature on radar just to the east of where I'm sitting right now. I'm gonna. There may be two tornadoes actually with this system too. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Just 1 second. I mean, it's literally just to my. Yep, there it is. I see it on radar now. All right. Let me see where the tornado is at in relation to us right now. Let me see where that tornado is located, David. Tornado is 3 miles to the southeast. We're going to proceed through. We're going to try to hook slice and get this thing. All right. You there, Dave?
Yeah, I'm here.
Now?
Just watching.
Okay, cool. All right, just making sure you were there. All right, we're going to try to punch through this thing. I see the just got another tornado report. Yeah, just got another tornado report. It's literally just to our southeast. I mean, debris ball and all. Let's see what it does. All right, we're gonna need to.
That little
Be real
debris
careful
signature is
right
coming
here.
up behind you, B.
Behind me or in front of me?
In front of you.
I was
Wrapping
about to
around
say,
you.
don't tell me that.
Yeah.
Okay, I see it. It's southeast of me. Go ahead. I see it. That's 64. It's going through McElroy right now.
Yeah, can't get your car cam.
Hold
We got
on.
a great
Let me
signal in
kill
your
it.
car.
Let me kill it and open it back up. Trying to get up here to get through the rain.
I got
I
you.
mean, because I see something very impressive to my south now. I just got to get out of this rain shroud. If anybody can give me any kind of directive here, it'd be great. But I think it's just to my southeast. Is it moving more east or northeast?
It's a tick north of east. Just a tick north of due east. That's why I say I think past wind it's got to cross over 64 because 64 takes a little jog to the south there.
Gotcha. Right.
I'd rather you've been behind it, but
We are behind it.
I know, and I'd rather you stay behind it because
Okay. It's crossing 284 to my south now. It's literally right here in front of us. Slow down. Let's see. I bet we have a north wind right here that's about to funnel down, or a northwest wind right here. Yep. Hold up. Yeah, it's not far. I'm gonna have to come in behind it. You're right.
you get in front of it, you'd have to keep
You go?
going. Now it's like
Oh yeah.
moving into
I
wind
mean,
now.
is it?
Yeah.
Grab it for me quick, Heath. You got it? We got the 360 camera. We're about to get it on the roof. Here. Quick. It's fitting to go in the wind. I got you. Gummit, doing that stupid stuff again. Figure out how to switch modes. There it is, 365.6K. All right, here we go. Let go. I think I can see a tornado shroud in front of us now. It is. It's going in the west side of wind. Oh, big debris ball now. That's it right there. He's straight in front of you. You see it? Yep. I'm trying my best, Dave, to see a left and a right edge of this thing.
You be careful. That's all I care about.
No, I cannot. It's the way it's positioned. It won't work like that. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, big CC spike with it right in downtown now too. Right over wind. It's literally gonna be right here, south of 64.
Except for when 64 dips south there, and it could be right along the road.
No, I see that. I see that right there on the east side of town. I see that.
Yeah.
We're gonna try to punch in though. We don't have a choice at this point. I see. Okay, I see the rain curtains. All right, let's get on right out here. I mean, it may just get a good view of it. Honestly, it may clear out. All right, so the rain curtains are right there. There's not a whole lot for it to hit out here, David. I know you remember that
Yep.
from our last expedition.
Yeah. And Brett, I'm kind of right there with you where I think there could be another tornado that just crossed the road coming around the back side of it.
Yeah, it's possible. This wind one is the I see which tornado though is the one. Trying to get over here to get a visual.
We should go ahead and cross the road, then y'all could get parallel to it on the south side.
Yeah, that's what we're working on it. We're working on it. Let it cross. It'll cross in a minute. I just need to be able to get beyond it. I'm not worried about it hitting me though. I'm far enough behind it. I can see the features.
Yeah.
I see the RFD swing. I see all of the basically the rain curtain, the rain banding. I can see all of that, so we're all right in that regard. All right, all right, we got power out here in wind. Continue that way. Yeah, I see the secondary area that you mentioned too.
Could be.
Oh, I absolutely see it. Just got a report. Let's see. All right, hold on. Come on. Can I get a radar update? That's what I'd love to see.
I just got one, and you'll be impressed.
Is it? Oh yeah, go. It's about to cross. It's on 64.
It's like right on 64.
Right on 64. That's that dark area right straight ahead of us. Oh yeah, big time. Looks like a debris ball is what it looks like.
Have you gone past the Walmart?
I am passing a mobile station. I am passing what is this? O'Reilly Auto Parts, a Case, the Dollar Tree here on the east side of town.
Yeah.
Walmart. I'm passing a Walmart right now.
Yeah.
It's east of the Walmart.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Just south of the
should
airport.
It should be about to go north of 64, right?
Yes, but I mean,
Okay.
kind of
Paralleling it for a minute.
Because then 64 goes northeast, kind of like with it.
It does. I'm taking that southeast hook right now. All right. Let's see. But it has crossed 64 by this time.
Do what?
It's right here. It should be right there.
We still, by
But
the
yeah,
way,
did
folks,
it
we
hit? Or was it down right here? Is a question.
have 14 tornado warnings still out there.
Okay.
One in Johnson, Iowa that's observed, and this one that is observed.
Watch out. Watch out. Hey, you there?
I'm here.
Watch out! Watch out! Yep, it crossed right here. There's sheet metal going up. It's right up here. It's on the road. Yeah, probably got all kinds of stuff down. Yep. All right, here. Oh shit, David.
Yep.
Oh man.
We got bad damage.
In that Levesque.
Yeah, right here where we're at. Bad damage. Go. Drone. Hold on, David.
Is your drone going to be live on CDN?
No, it won't be live.
Okay.
I can't get it hooked
Okay.
up right now.
That's
I'm
fine.
trying to get the tornado though.
That's fine. All right, so while Brett is doing that, he's lost his front camera feed, but I want to make sure that I keep everybody up to date. There's still 15 warnings out there, tornado warnings that we're looking at. 15 tornado warnings up into Iowa. We got several of them up here. The one that is, we're going to concentrate on what is on the ground at the moment, what we understand is on the ground at the moment. This one up in Iowa here in Iowa City. We were looking at that Iowa City earlier. I haven't seen the camera in a while, but this is supposed to be on the ground, about to cross over I-80, I would think, near Coralville. I saw some lightning on that image a little while ago, but this is coming across and moving its way into Tiffin, crossing over the interstate here in about 5 minutes. A likely tornado is occurring up here near Iowa City and moving on northward. Correlation coefficient shows not a ton of anything that would make me super suspicious that it's tearing up anything at the moment. But nonetheless, that's going to be near Coralville, Iowa City. Strong thunderstorm likely producing a tornado, and we have an observed tag on that, and where it's likely going to be is right there, just south of the interstate, moving northward, coming across that area near Coralville in Iowa. Strong indication of a tornado there in that region that we've been looking at for a while. The other observed tornado is the one that Brett's on. That's why we're following it. I want to keep you up to date on all the tornadoes through the day today. And yes, Iowa is full of them. Many of them are way out where we don't have a population center actually going on, which is good news. But there are lots of tornado warnings that are out there. This one just to the south of Independence that looks pretty
There's houses totally
wicked. And then further down to the south, we have a tornado warning down here. We're still watching our buddy Brad Arnold. His video's taking a beating there, though. We're not able to get that up for you. And then Brett is on this tornado in Earl. He just
all right, they're okay.
Went ahead and let some people know about what's happening there. The Earl.
Crawling out of their houses.
And I got to tell you, many years ago, Brett and I began chasing together. Back in about, I don't know,
what is this, 64?
2011 or 12.
64 and 387.
We chased together. No, it'd been way before that.
Why
2007, I guess it was.
Shit.
Brett and I saw a big tornado in Earl. Maybe I can even pull it up and show it to you here in just a little bit. But this is super flat land out in here. You can see for miles and miles and miles and miles. And this is, basically what's happening here. Into the region right now as a likely tornado has touched down here. Brett says there's damage, quite a bit of damage. He's going to get his drone up here for just a moment, but a large tornado seems to have passed through the area. We're still watching it here as it moves on eastward.
I know. That's what we're just looking at. I was just watching it from the sky. Do it. All right. This is bad. They need some help. There's some houses totally flattened. Okay. Go, buddy.
I'm not positive. I'm anxious to see if there wasn't one tornado there and another tornado
Not
here.
yet, no. That's what I'm looking right now to see if anybody needs any help.
When he gets into parking,
On this highway, right in this area here.
Did he make it? He could have made it further north.
My wife was on the phone with him, and all of a sudden it just went out. And look, we couldn't hear nothing. And he's bad about having seizures.
All right, what? Hold up.
It's a little blue Dodge Dart.
I'm looking.
Okay. 2016.
All right.
once again,
Yes.
Brett is,
There's a drone.
there's a lot of confusion after
is
a
it
tornado
bed?
like that. Brett's with somebody who is obviously just been
On
hit
this side.
by the tornado, has quite a bit of confusion.
I'm
at the
fixing to
moment.
get
Doesn't
around
really
there and
know
follow
what's
that fireman.
happening, but
He went down that way.
All right. We don't have no phone to call nobody right now.
Okay.
Race came from that way, drove straight through the
Yeah,
mayor.
there's a couple off
From down there?
Yeah, we just come from that way.
Do y'all have his phone number?
Three. What the hell is this damn?
this is now a tornado emergency,
You got it? Has anybody got a phone?
Brett.
He got his phone, but he ain't got no time on it.
Well, I ain't got no time on it.
Okay. Well, I just need another number. Let me see if I can reach out to him.
Well, there's a power line down here too.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
I see most of the.
So this is now a tornado
issues here.
emergency where Brett is at. This
That
is
was a-
this is when you know everything that you talk about when it comes together like this, and you see the worst of a storm. That's
All right,
when
I'm
this
looking.
happens.
I
That's
don't
what,
see anything.
Brett's looking at here, and he's actually using his drone to in a search and rescue sort of a situation, trying to find out
Buddy,
if
we
he's
saw that big ass Little Rock tornado that went through earlier.
going to be
We
able
were
to help
there.
somebody.
Yeah, we were the ones filming it.
Hey, are you okay? This is Heath. We're storm chasers here in town, and your folks just walked up here and they're checking on you to make sure you're all right.
You can hear Heath calling somebody. Make sure they're okay.
Where you at, son?
Whenever y'all was pulling out, I pulled into the driveway and my fucking car skidded underneath the fucking house.
Skidding under the house.
Wow.
Brett.
Oh, shit. All right,
Brett.
Brett. Are you all right?
It didn't do nothing to the car, it did something to the house.
All right.
Once again, this is a tornado emergency here in Earl.
Dodging trees and
I've
signs and
actually
everything
been
else
in this
all
area in the vehicle with Brad when we saw a tornado. We actually saw it go from like a little dust devil into a big tornado. This is, you have so much visibility here. You can see for miles and miles and miles. In this part of the country here, it is all to be plowed. It's all area there that is farmed quite often in and around Earl and Parkin. This thing has crossed over the roadway now and is moving toward Yarbo Place. And if anything, it just made a left turn. I think it rotated around and just made a little bit of a left turn. I think right there we just went from we were doing like a due east thing. Now we're doing a little bit more
I'm glad everything's all right.
on the other side. But again, it is a tornado emergency. An observed tornado that was on the ground until 5:30. A confirmed large destructive tornado observed near Parkin, moving east at about 50. A tornado emergency for Parkin and Earl. In Arkansas, it's a PDS, particularly dangerous situation there for Crittenden and Cross counties. Crittenden and Cross counties that we're looking at. Everything headed in that general direction. Again, Brett Adair and Heath Lawler are there trying to help people out, actually, at this point. People who have, somewhat disoriented, people who are don't really know exactly what they are doing and where to go. I mean, you just heard that gentleman right there, super confused, thought he'd lost his son there, thought he even mentioned him having a seizure. And Brett, Heath got him on the telephone. Brett went out with a drone to see if he could find him anywhere. But the tornado did go right over the area there, and we'll show you the video coming up here in just a few moments. Right now, we're looking at the live radar image to go along with it. What you see as a dashed line is a tornado emergency issued by the National Weather Service, again, out of Memphis. This is the Memphis office, by the way. They cover this for Crittenden and Cross counties. A confirmed large and destructive tornado observed near Parkins, moving east at about 50 miles per hour. You should take cover immediately here if you live in this area. Like I said, we've been following this for you for a while, so if you were watching us anyway, you would know that, that's what we've been talking about here. I'm not saying we knew exactly where there was going to be a tornado on the ground. I'm saying we kind of lucked out where Brett was at the moment and tracked this one storm. It's not like it was any different, really, than any of the others. The likelihood of it producing a tornado like we just saw, not necessarily that much greater than anywhere else. But going up and down the line, we still have 36 alerts, folks. We have a tornado emergency, which is the storm that Brett is on. We have tornado warnings to the count of 14 now up and down the line. They go roughly from Waterloo, Iowa, all the way down to the south and include that area with 2 waterspout warnings, I think. These are going to be over near Lake Michigan, into the Lake Michigan area, Cook County, underneath that's got to be a waterspout. Let me see here. For Wilmette Harbor and Calumet, that's going to be a special marine warning. Thunderstorms, possible waterspout, large hail, 40-knot winds, coming into the area from the west. But also, I want you to see all of these tornado warnings that are lined up. Waterloo down to the south, 360. I-360 is in that area there that we're really concerned about. Here's your newest tornado warning. Has an observation tag with it. Damaging tornado being reported here. This is going to be a damaging tornado, confirmed tornado near Iowa City. Ping pong ball size hail. With that thing as it moves on northward and eastward. Got to watch out for that. Boss, Missouri, Gladden, Missouri. You're underneath tornado warnings as well. All of these are right up here into the eastern side. There's another observed tornado. I don't think those are the same. I think we have 3. Do we actually have 3 tornadoes? 1, 2, 3. Here's what's going on up into Iowa, folks, into Iowa City. And I don't know.
Hey, Brett, this is Chad from Ryan Hall, y'all. I was having a little trouble getting your stream. I don't know if you can reset on your side.
You're not going to. As you can see here, we're looking at tornadoes there. Here's a tornado. Right here's a tornado. Here's a tornado, and here's a tornado. We have 3 separate tornado warnings that are showing up here into the area with the tornado emergency down to the south. But I know we got 3 tornadoes there together, it looks like at this point. So that's a really big deal down here as well that we're looking at. Most of those situations are going to be there for the next little while. Radar indicated tornado there down to the south. What we got up here into Jackson is the same. And then moving over, here's our big storm. We have a tornado emergency still ongoing into this area right there near Turl, and the area just outside of that region there is the one that we've been following too for a while. We've been looking at for a while. Brett Adair is on the scene there. You went through it live with us just a few moments ago when he saw the storm coming in. We've been efforting again, getting a little bit more. And you're looking at, or you will be looking at Iowa City here in just a couple of seconds. Their campus is the University of Iowa, the Hawkeyes there. Very proud of their female basketball program at the moment because they are awesome. Going to be playing against South Carolina here coming up on Friday night. And they have the player of the year, player everything of the year in Caitlin Clark. So I know they're really excited there. They're not excited about being in a tornado warning, which they are at the moment. They're on the campus of the University of Iowa. Big time situation there going on over the next little while. And but again, it doesn't get any bigger than a tornado emergency that you can see outside right now just to the east of Earl. This is Earl, Crittenden County there near Parkin. Also the area there that we were looking at where we have the big storms that are going on. A particularly dangerous situation is unfolding here across both of these counties. It's going to be crossing Crittenden counties. You're underneath a tornado warning here at the moment and a storm that is moving pretty decently off to the northeast, so just a little bit north of east. And I'm still not positive that we don't have 2 tornadoes associated with this. Brett will tell us if we have another spot there, but there's the tornado that just crossed over the roadway. It's now north of 64. He stayed behind it like he had to, but there's the likely tornado here. There's also reason to believe there could be a tornado right about there. Let me see if I can find any debris here that might be associated with that in that same area, and I don't see it at the moment. Yeah, I think here was
Hold on, buddy. I pulled it out.
right there was when we had debris right across the road on 64, just to the west of Parkin. I think is when we had our first bit of debris. Right about there, it looks very much so like that was the first area of debris to show up, and then you can see it as it moves along and goes off to the northeast like this. The last few scans like that. There's still some debris laying out here that we were looking at in that scan before, but there may also be a secondary tornado. There may have been a tornado that actually was a couple of miles ahead on the other side of the mesocyclone, the supercell that was occurring. There was some strong inbound and outbound that was occurring there as maybe a satellite. I mean, I think this is going to be the main tornado that Brett came up on, but maybe a satellite tornado that was coming around. You saw how in some of the video that we've shown you during the day today that some of the storms the tornado that actually we saw had a horizontal spin rotation, a vortex with it that was horizontal, not vertical. Crazy stuff going on. I mean, you don't actually get just uniform situations here. Everything doesn't act the same at all
Possibly,
times.
if you can hit me on the signal, I'm in a damage path, but we can try it.
pretty much the same here.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
We're still checking there with Brett to see, we'll get some more information. He had a drone up there just a few moments ago. And I'll tell you what, I'll probably, should have started recording, but I did not. Eric Toll has some interesting sort of video there. Looks dark though. So let me get you back to all the warnings that we currently have, and we'll get Brett's going to bring his drone up. He'll get some video and then bring it back down. But we got to go north, south, everything that we currently have. That tornado emergency down to the south. We have 12 tornado warnings now.
Yeah, I got you. I'm in a damage path, so if you lose me, you lose me. Just FYI. I didn't notice that. I'm noticing a whole bunch of damage now. Maybe now east over toward Earl, there may be tornadoes like that there now, but I don't know. Yeah. They just came out. Yeah.
Trying to listen.
What kind of damage are you seeing? Destroyed.
I don't know. I just know it's completely obliterated homes. There's 2 or 3 of them that are bad. I'll give some details.
Still producing a tornado now over Earl. Very likely tornado there, right just to the north of Earl, Shannonville, Three Forks area, and some other glob ongoing over there too. This is a messy sort of a look, but a huge mesocyclone that's sitting there that Brett was behind just a few moments ago that came up on the damage, came up on the houses that were damaged. I think out in the middle of this field, we probably still have another tornado, maybe the same tornado that's still occurring there into the damage path. It came out of the Princedale area, moved across Parkin and up into Earl. There just moments ago, where we still have the likelihood of a tornado going to be crossing over I-55.
Direction of Parkin. I am at
pretty soon
64 and let's see 387 here, just northeast of the Wynn Municipal Airport. It may have taken a hit because it came from that direction. Out here, there's a lake also just northeast of 64, where we've seen some homes out there that were pretty badly damaged. But everybody's out here now, basically trying to find everybody and make sure everybody's okay at the moment. Well, some of them are stick-built homes. You got some mobile homes, but I've seen the wood frame homes. There are several of them that are destroyed. So, I mean, this was a pretty stout tornado when it moved through. It looks like it still continues on the ground just to our east, over near Earl now, as a pretty stout tornado still. So, again, just as we've shown all day long with these supercells that are dropping tornadoes all across portions of Arkansas, if you go under a warning, take it seriously, because most of them are verifying today.
What appears to be maybe even a larger sort of a situation taking place. Going to be crossing over the interstate here shortly. West to east, again, that looks like what it's going to be a large tornado shaping up right there. Strong inbound and outbound, but the tornado is going to be somewhere right into that area. Right about there. Wicked looking situation. It's taking shape there overall. Velocity data proves the fact. We've also got correlation coefficient data that is up and down the line here that we are watching and looking out for. So we're going to be watching out for that as we go through and into the next 24 hours too. That's a big deal there overall. Some of these thunderstorms are still going to be out there producing some of the large hail that'll be taking place as we go through and into the next 24 hours. But most all of this, at least into the short term, is still producing possible tornadoes. I mean, just about everything that goes up into the atmosphere is producing a tornado. And so we just have to kind of keep our eyes on that, keep watching what's happening, and we'll keep you abreast of basically anything that does change overall. Now, again, this tornado, the likely tornado associated with it, very close to Earl. Just to the south of there, we have strong inbound and outbound that's associated with it all.
No signal.
You back, B?
Oh, hit your thing down here.
Well, I'm trying to figure out if I
Heath says
may
hit your
have.
thing.
Yeah, I see that. Hold on.
I got you.
Trying to make sure. Well, I know you got me, but my screen's not working in front of me, so I
Oh,
can't
no.
see anything. Yeah, that's where I'm dealing with issues right now. My physical screen's not working. Let me see if I can get it back now. All right, I just changed it over. All right, can you hear me, Dave?
I do.
Finally, I got my screen back. Okay.
All right. You hear him, Jarvis? Are you going to move? Are you going to drive?
We're going to try to, yeah.
Look at it now.
Yeah, I know. They got a tornado emergency north of Earl now.
Yeah.
I know. Trust me. It came across here. I've got destroyed homes on scene where I'm at now.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to get right here on 64. Shoot. Yeah, I'm trying. Heath, we got to go, man.
Yeah.
Everybody's good. We can't communicate. We can't just.
Yeah.
It's
impossible.
We got to keep moving. We got to keep moving. I know. I heard what he was saying, but I heard you talk him and tell him, and he wants to continue to talk about it.
Yeah.
Let's see. 1 second. Let me see. This is 64, right?
Uh-huh.
At what? What's the name of this? 387. It's fine. White.
About 20 miles from Earl.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm trying to figure out how to get through. Everybody's kind of rolling through these people's yards, and they're. We probably.
But that's a mother of a storm.
Yeah, I know it. All right, this guy's coming through the yard. Yep. All right, we're fixing to bypass it. Let's go through and go right there, and we're gonna ride through.
Wow, what a storm. We go ball on it again.
Yep. Jesus. Oh, they've got debris in their window. Hold on, back. I know. We're trying to back out of here. Let us get around.
Wow.
Hold on a second. Can you see anything yet, David?
No.
You can't. Hold on. We got to go through.
Back up.
Jesus, man. You're going to have to back up. Check. Is there something in the road right there? We got around it. Golly.
Did you see they already rated?
Jacking the whole road up.
They already rated your tornado?
They probably did a prelim on it. I wouldn't doubt that. You think we can get underneath that? Yeah, we got it.
The MD says a likely strong EF2 just occurred in northeastern Arkansas.
Oh, wow. Hold on, Dave. It's a grinder.
Is a big tornado.
Oh wow.
Yes.
Massive home.
Oh, shit. Shoot. Whatever.
No, it doesn't.
Doesn't matter at this point. Oh, wow. What a debris ball going into Turl right now, headed toward the interstate.
Yes, sir.
I'll never catch it.
Not at the interstate, no. How far north of Memphis is the first bridge?
Way north. The Boot Hill?
Hmm.
That might be the storm, though. That might be the one of the day.
It's a monster right now.
Oh, dude, look at this. Yeah, it followed 64. Take the 64 east is where you want to go, which is going to be to the left. All right, Dave, let me get back with you here in just a minute.
Yeah, you're just going to have to drop that, aren't you?
What's that?
That storm, aren't you just going to have to drop it, or are you going to go look for damage?
I don't know. We're going to keep going east a minute. We got damage all over. We got damage.
Yeah, you got
driving down this road because it rode the road for a little while.
Yeah, you got Pine Bluff underneath the tornado warning again, so.
Yep.
All right, let me know.
Let me get back with you here just shortly. We're continuing. What? Let's see. Yeah, there's some damage there. Oh, semi's blown over up here. Oh, buddy.
Oh man.
It rode down the hill right there. Yeah. And this semi's completely turned over. Hold on, let me see if I can get you a daggone stream. Jeez, man. Go ahead to the left.
New MDs pointing tornadoes to Chicago. All right, we're going to let him do what he needs to do and catch up. And I just want to make sure that catch you up as well with the tornado warnings that we currently have. We have 34 alerts that are out there right now. And if we go top to bottom with the tornado warnings that we have 12 of those that are in effect. Starting from the top and going down to the bottom, these are the tornado warnings that we have that are out there. Radar right now Looks pretty ominous. You got fingers coming out of the thing at the moment here. This is all in association with the big low pressure that's moving across the northeastern United States. And right now you got tornado warnings in effect across many areas here of the Northeast. Velocity data shows what we're talking about near Mount Vernon. That's a tornado warning there for sure near Mount Vernon. That has a radar indicated tag that goes along with it. An observed tornado, though, down to the south that we're looking at. Strong tornado indication right about near the town of Tipton, it looks like. Right there is the actual tornado warning near the town of Tipton. There may be two, actually, folks. I see two spins, two locations here where we have rotation that's occurring. So both of those may be producing a tornado. And then down to the south, another one near Lime City. That is a tornado warning. That is the likelihood of a tornado right about there. That'll be moving northward and eastward, doing so fairly rapidly at a pretty decent clip at about 50 miles per hour. South of there near Mount Pleasant, that is a tornado warning. That's going to go for the next 7 minutes. Tornado quarter size here near Trenton. Moving off to the south and to the east. Down south of there, we got some other thunderstorms that we're looking at as well. These are coming into around Beardstown. It's an observed tornado warning, by the way. A damaging tornado near Beardstown. And it's moving to the northeast at 55. Baseball size hail, tennis ball size hail being reported with that storm just moments ago. Tennis ball size hail was reported with that as it moves on eastward. Then you got this storm over here, and this is a severe thunderstorm warning. Brad Arnold is on this storm. Could it be a tornado warning? It's got a ton of lightning associated with it down to the south near Ellsbury. 22 more minutes on this tornado warning. Strong thunderstorm and possible tornado associated with it here near Lincoln County. Into the Pike County area there, too. That'll be moving northeastward. Twin tornado warnings down to the south near Sullivan. From the National Weather Service out of St. Louis, it's going to be Crawford, Washington, and Franklin counties. You're underneath tornado warnings there with both of those situations. 36 more minutes on this tornado warning for Anthony's Mill. That's going to go a severe thunderstorm with a capable of producing tornado tag associated with that, too. Severe thunderstorm warning down to the south. Then back into the storm that Brett Adair was just in moments ago, had a tornado emergency associated with it. It is now out in the middle of this field area here. Lots of farming areas in here, and the river that comes by. Then getting into the Mississippi River over here further to the east now puts a few counties into Tennessee into the mix. This is going to be a tornado warning. Observed tag to this. Tornado warning now for South Central Mississippi County. That's in eastern Arkansas, though. It's northeastern Crittenden County into the eastern sections of Arkansas, western Tipton County and western Tennessee, and northern Shelby County and West Tennessee. You're underneath tornado warnings at the moment. All of that is coming in from the west, moving on to the east with an observed tag, still dotting the situation here with that. And let me show you what the radar looks like here once again. Strong thunderstorm, likely tornado near Terrell and Clarkdale. This is about to cross over the Mississippi River, coming in from west to east, crossing over the river. Again, Brett is right in this area. He's probably being held up a little bit. I know there was damage there on the roadway, so it's probably a little bit difficult to travel across this area. Back to the west, you got more going on near the town of McCrory and Augusta into the Bald Knob region there, too. And then over here to Sheridan Pine Bluff, we got another tornado warning for the next 20 minutes. That is a tornado warning storm. East Central Grant County, northwestern Jefferson County, till 5:45. A tornado warning here. Tornado baseball size hail on the western side of Pine Bluff. And we know we had a confirmed tornado there a little bit earlier in the day today. You know what? We have yet to even move across the Mississippi River, which was potentially one of our highest areas of concern, was along and just to the east of the Mississippi River. That is still going to be an area of concern as we go through the day today. The greater part of the area that we'll be looking at going through the day today, it's still the possibility as we go into the rest of this evening. So tornadoes, large hail, still the likelihood as you go up into the eastern sections of Illinois, where we have 1,000. All you really need is 1,000 joules of instability. That's Kate values that are there, and they show up pretty close to the area there overall, no matter where you're looking at, when and where you're looking at it. So we're kind of watching out for that. But just to the north of Memphis now is a tornado warning. A tornado warning that we're looking at. Some of the winds are pretty high here into the region. We're also going to be watching out for, we do have a camera down to the south there, but do we have any other cameras? I don't see anything. Again, Brett is just to the south of Parkin, so he's kind of watching out for that on all sides. We had a tiny little hold up there because of you know, everything that was going on there when we did in fact have the big storms that we were looking at that were moving across the region, and some of them still are. Some of them are still creating some really ugly situation here. We've been going for a little over 5 hours. We still have the likelihood of more thunderstorms to occur though, and go into the next little while here as well. And looks like it's, you know, kind of in that situation where it's all going to be changing into the next little while. I got Brett Adair here. He's holding onto his plane. That's not a plane. That would be a drone, not a plane. But pretty much what we're looking at there across all of that area. And traffic is stopped in many areas here. Traffic is no matter what you're doing. I was seeing if there were any questions here. David, I didn't know where the I didn't know you were with Live Storms. We lived in Birmingham when you were on Fox 6. We're good friends with Rick at Journey. Good to see you. Good to see you too, Billy. It's very good to see you. Tell Rick I said hello. Good to see him. That tornado's gotten huge. Yes, it has. Big tornado that was on the ground there a little bit earlier. We've got the we'll show you the wind damage here in just a few minutes. And what else? I mentioned the houses. He said some of the houses were flattened, so we'll get in on some of his stuff here in just a few moments. We haven't had. Yes, sir. Oh, pop it up. What is that? Brad Arnold has something going on. Let's see what he's got. Brad is up here. I know where he is. He's up here on I-80, I think. Wasn't he? He was right in the middle of one of those storms. Brad Arnold, one of my favorite guys out there. Let's see. This thing down to the south, where I think the spin, the rotation with this is going to be a little further down to the south. He's on one right now. He's had a little bit of spin, a little bit of rotation with one, but probably the bigger spin associated with it is going to be further on down to the south. I see two areas actually. He's probably looking at this one here and this one here. Both have a little bit of small spin associated with them, but anywhere up in here is prime. We've had a lot of sunshine during the day today. The temperatures have been warm, and so it's quite possible that he's had that from time to time during the day today. He's had that opportunity to shoot some of that stuff. He's not too far away from a tornado that did occur a little bit earlier there just outside of Canton and Peoria. We did have a tornado that was on the ground there for a little while during the day today. Look back down to the south. There's still a severe thunderstorm. Now tornado warning actually into St. Clair Sullivan. This is going to be a tornado warning from the National Weather Service out of St. Louis, for Crawford, Washington, and Franklin County. That goes until 6 o'clock tonight as that storm heads northeastward at 45 to 50 miles per hour. That's the only other storm there that we're looking at. But again, pretty much what we're looking at here, moreover, is new thunderstorms that are really just now developing and coming into their prime, as you can certainly see. Now, we were talking about Brad a minute ago, and I think now they just went ahead and named his storm. This is just outside of Jacksonville. And this may be the new tornado warning. It is observed. Let me get back to the radar here for a second and see what I can see. Let's see. Jacksonville. And he's in Jacksonville. Is that a tornado there? Go to his video. Pop his video back up. Because I thought I saw something huge there. What was that? Did you see it? So he is right there. He's at the intersection of I-72 and it looks like US 67 is where he is, just near South Jacksonville. Couple of spins that are occurring there, and I think he was looking at one in his video just a few moments ago as we were following it on the left-hand side of the screen. And
well, it's got us getting off at
No, don't do that.
Stay straight. Stay straight.
back into the tornado warning here near Carrollton and Whitehall. That's going to be expiring in 12 minutes, so that is yes. You stretched the devil out of me. We took a hit a few minutes ago, and I apologize. We took a hit, but got knocked off of the air, and now I'm about 7 feet wide. I think we still have Brett Adair, who is on the line with us. Brett is, Brett, are you with us? See you, but don't hear you. Brett went through a situation there where there was a tornado emergency. Now they've shifted the tornado emergency over into Tennessee. Let me show you why. The storm that we were talking about, the storm of the moment, it may be the storm of the day, actually. Now it has an observe tag that still goes along with it. Looking at it from Memphis, look at this thing wrap up here. This is a big, near Black Cat, a big tornado that's occurring here into the area and has been on the ground now for quite some time. There is the look of it. This is what it looks like. The dry slot showing up right there. And then you got the spin, the rotation that goes along with it. There is a debris signature there as well. We've had correlation coefficient showing a drop. There's the debris ball coming across the river here at the moment. There is debris aloft, but it's also coming across the river here at the moment. You can see it there. And making its way over into Tennessee. So it's a tornado emergency now in effect for western sections of Tennessee. Coming into the western side of the county, this is going to be one of those big ones that we were looking at, coming in from the southwest and moving northward and eastward. And it's an unbelievable situation here that we're looking at. That is an ugly, ugly storm that is being triggered there. It's already come across the river. Actually, the river's a little jagged, but I think it already came across the river. It's on the other side now, coming into the western side near Munford and Brighton, and headed on to the east-northeast at a pretty decent pace overall here. Where is it going? Well, it's obviously going to continue a move off to the east, about like this, and that takes the storm over the town of Atoka. They're on US 51 coming in from the west and headed on eastward. I got a good buddy of mine over into Jackson. I'm going to be, he's a weatherman though, and I know he's got people there who are, he knows what's going on here. I spent many hours with him during severe weather over into Denver, Colorado. So Joel, thinking about you there in Jackson. As that storm heads on to the east, pretty big thunderstorm, and the rest of it there is very likely. Brett and Heath are on 64, US 64. They're going to go southward, hit 55, and then make a decision because there are other thunderstorms down to the south that he's watching and tornado warnings that are down there as well. That we had tornado warnings a little bit earlier. The only other Arkansas tornado warning is way up here in Melbourne. That is a tornado warning storm. The National Weather Service office for the next 31 minutes has a tornado warning for that near Mount Pleasant, 9 miles to the southeast of Melbourne. It's moving east at about 55 miles per hour. This storm is radar indicated tornado there that is likely moving across that region. To the north we go, back here in and along I-44. This is going to be a tornado warning storm here with quarter size hail. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Miragua Park. Miramigua Park. I hope I even got close. I wouldn't have said it, but I ran up on it. Miramigua Park, I believe. At 40 miles per hour, that is a possible tornado associated with the storm there near the town of Lubering, it looks like, in St. Clair, headed on northward toward Catawissa, and then into the St. Louis area sometime there after the fact. And then back up here to Jacksonville, there was a tornado warning up here. This is our good buddy up here who's watching the storm come in from the southwest. Weather spot is confirming a tornado near Lighterberry. Damaging tornado that is probably on the ground there near Cass, northeastern Morgan counties, and central Menard counties. You're underneath tornado warning there, and it's all, boy, they just make it messy here. Now there's a severe thunderstorm warning attached to it. It's going to be because of the hail, actually. They'll issue that warning because of there's hail. But there's also going to be somewhere mixed in there enough inbound, outbound to be creating a possible tornado associated with it. Other storms at the moment, if you will, coming across the border now into the western side of Illinois. This is going to be several tornado warnings that we have up here to Manchester, into DeWitt and beyond. Quite a few tornado warnings up here for the next 30 minutes. That's a tornado warning storm. Weather spotters confirming a tornado that is on the ground there near Big Rock, or about 13 miles to the north of Durant. All that is headed on north and eastward. A secondary storm here for the next 14 minutes is being observed. This is a damaging tornado confirmed located over Bennett, or about 8 miles to the east of Tipton. That's going to be one of those strong thunderstorms that we're looking at. Over to Dyersburg, where we got 29 more minutes on this tornado warning, and ping pong ball-sized hail coming into the Camp Courageous region, moving northeast at about 55 miles per hour up and down the line. And look, they've got huge severe thunderstorm warnings. So huge, I just think I need to take them out. Weather alerts, weather warnings. I'm going to take out the thunderstorm warnings so we can see all the tornado warnings. There are numerous tornado warnings, and pretty much severe thunderstorm warnings are going to be included in all of those. But looking up and down the line here, we can see at the moment we've got several tornado warnings. These are all reports of tornadoes back to the west that have already occurred during the day today, just to the west of Muscatine and Muscatine. Excuse me, that's Muscatine. There's some more spin going on right here. You can see it. Let me see if I can find a better radar product to show you this. There's some more spin right about there near Millersburg that will be watched. It'll be looked at very closely here. But look at the cluster of tornado warnings ongoing there at the moment. They are projected to move on to the east over into and very near Chicago before the evening is over with. We're going to have to take a minute in just a second. We're going to have to take a minute to look at the forecast data, actually, to see what's happening, to see what is going on. So I'm going to have to watch out for all of that here pretty soon. Penny the chicken is okay. Thank you for asking about Penny the chicken. She is good, and I appreciate that. But the power's out. I don't know why the power's out at my house. It's never out here. But we did just take a little bit of a hit, and so we went off the air for just a second. I think I got you caught back up there once again. We were talking with Brett Adair. He just ran up on another tornado just outside of Earl in Arkansas. And ironically, one of the first places he and I ever viewed a tornado together, actually there in Earl. We were watching a situation. There was an F3 that went through there many years ago. Right now, of grave concern is this: an observed tornado coming into the northern sections, if you will, of the county. It's observed a large, dangerous tornado that's on the ground now. Tornado emergency for Dixonville, Drummonds, and Gilt Edge. This is a PDS situation because we already know this is a large tornado. As it moved across the area, it caused quite a bit of damage there. But look at this thing spinning near Drummonds. It is still rotating around here. It has all indications are that this thing is still on the ground, that it was on the ground. It is still on the ground at the moment. A left-moving storm, if anything, over the past little while. It was moving just a little. I told Brad it's moving a tick or two just north of due east when it was back over there near Earl. Now it's almost a northeastward movement. As you see it over the last few minutes, looks like it's pulling a little bit further to the north and to the east. The correlation coefficient, which is another thing that we look at that gives us indication of whether or not there is damage, and there's visibly damage there that is aloft. And right there near the town of Rudolph, you can see it. This is going to be damage right there that we've been watching. So there's your damage that came along with the storm coming over the Mississippi River there and is now moving on to the east. What is this going to be? You never really know for sure what it's going to be. Is it going to be, tree limbs, whatever the case may be. I think that's a large object there. There's going to be large debris that could be, it might be a structure, it might be a building structure. We don't really know at this case. At this point, I want to now take a look at the actual forecast data here. We're going to go to it. We're going to just have to force ourselves to go to it because we do want to see what's going to happen into the future. And one of the things we're going to look at here is called the HRR. We'll look at the 21Z data. That's the newest data that we can find here, the HRR. We'll put the composite reflectivity. This is not actual radar echoes. This is what the radar would look like if the HRR is correct in its assumptions. And so right now it says at 5 p.m., which we're already past 5 p.m., so we hope it initialized. It looked pretty well right there. I think it was on the spot, Johnny on the spot there. But if you look at 6 p.m., 10 minutes from now, this is what the radar should look like. And once again, I think it's a pretty close bet there that that would probably line up. The back edge of this still showing up, in Memphis at 8 p.m., 9 p.m. We get some movement to the east, 9 p.m. But still, now we got thunderstorms coming into the Jackson area there. As we said, these are single cell, supercell, tornadic thunderstorms. This one here in particular, it's well in advance of the whole line. So that one there in particular would be concerning to me. So until the line goes through, you're going to continue to have, and it goes well to the south here, by the way. This is at 9 o'clock tonight. Look how far the front actually goes back into College Station. There are single cells back in here into northern Louisiana, then just north of Jackson, Mississippi. There are still single cell, supercell thunderstorms. It becomes a little bit more linear up here, but coming into Chicago at about, you could say, coming into Chicago, western Chicago, there'll be some thunderstorms maybe off to the north. There's one or two there to the north. So between 6 and 8 o'clock tonight, there'll be thunderstorms. Big cluster just off to your south of Chicago, but in Cook County by 8 o'clock tonight. Then 9 o'clock tonight, moving on to the east. All this becomes a little bit more linear down to the south and then moves on eastward at somewhat of a much more rapid pace going through the night, the remainder of the night tonight, and then into the early part of the day tomorrow as well. So now we're coming into Nashville, Tennessee tonight. We'll be looking at that. Coming into Nashville sometime after 11 o'clock tonight is a Nashville, Cumberland River sort of activity there near Dixon County, near Franklin at about 11 o'clock tonight to 10 o'clock tonight, coming through the southern Tennessee Valley thereafter, crossing over I-65. Still down to the south. This is concerning to me. And if you're watching out of Birmingham, you still have a risk. And this is an indicator of a few isolated strong thunderstorms. It'll still be out in advance of the whole thing. And that is a supercellular storm near Birmingham, Alabama tonight. Even after the 10 o'clock hour. I mean, that's at midnight tonight, where there is a cell out there that looks like it could be supercellular. Is it 1? Is it 2? We don't, it's really hard to tell. There is a weakening that goes on after that point, but nonetheless, though, still moving on to the east. And now the line comes into western Alabama around 2 a.m. This is reminiscent of what happened just a couple of nights ago, a week ago. We had those nocturnal thunderstorms move on through North Alabama, where they're happening again. That whole scenario is happening again. Moving on southward and coming into Huntsville, we'll say just after 2 a.m., then into the eastern sections of Alabama sometime thereafter at 4 a.m., into Fort Payne, Scottsboro, and back down to the south over to Gadsden, Anniston. We're looking at 5 a.m., Gadsden and Anniston. And then going southward here over through the rest of Alabama. It extends then northward into the northeastern side of everything else that is, pretty much into that area there too. So watching out for that. And then what's happening into the western side of North Carolina is the other part that we are looking at as well. So I think that was a roundup of what was happening really everywhere. It's not over with just yet. So we have a continuation of tornado warnings up and down the line. Very similar. What do you say about the Severe Storms Prediction Center other than, they pegged this. There were their two highest risk areas for the day today, and definitely both of those are going to pan out. already. You can say they both panned out. What's happening here to the north is still moving on eastward. And what's happening across the rest of the region, still down to the south, are more thunderstorms. It'll be a continuation and slide on eastward through the rest of the night tonight. But these are a cluster of tornado warnings up there that we're looking at the moment that are still strong, still producing likely tornadoes in and across the area. The Davenport radar shows reflectivity, a glob, a mess, just a awful looking sort of situation near Cascade, Epworth, and Dyersville over to Manchester and beyond. Huge thunderstorms there. And again, we do have some thunderstorms coming into DeKalb and Maple Park here already from the west. These are hail producers near Rochelle and, excuse me, just to the north of Chicago. These are all up and around the plain and Evanston. And just outside of ORD there, actually, some of the bigger thunderstorms that we were looking at there out of ORD, these are going to be hail producers just south of DeKalb. But look at all these tornado warnings lined up and down the line. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tornado warnings there. 6 of them that are lined up through and across the border that had the possibility of producing a tornado. And then you have your errant one that's still down to the south here that we're still looking at and following, that's down to the south here near Brad, I know his name. One of them locked up again. I hate this. Locked up. Let's see what I can do. There we go. So Brad has some thunderstorms coming into him, one of which may be producing a tornado. We saw that a little bit earlier. He had some spin there into his image when it first came out. But that is a strong thunderstorm, a lot of lightning associated with it too. So sometimes it is a forerunner, precursor of things to come, which might necessarily, at this case, be an active tornado. Further down to the south, with some of what we have here, still we have the large storm that came across the Mississippi River now and is in western Tennessee. My goodness, strong tornado. This is going to be our long track tornado for the day. This is probably going to be the day, the storm of the moment, the storm of the day, actually. Inbound, outbound, the likely tornado still situated just about here, if you will. Going on to the northeast, coming up through the Country Wood, Lees, Everett area there. Strong indications of a tornado still occurring. The inbound, outbound is associated with it. The correlation coefficient... Look at this debris. It's called a debris ball down to the bottom side of this. So the tornado is here, actually. Let's see what we got. Yeah, so what looks like a tornado up here was spinning a little bit earlier, but the actual tornado is going to be right about there because they end up being, right there within each other. New tornado watch, brand new tornado watch coming in just now, fresh and new. It does include Nashville, Tennessee, Murfreesboro, Tennessee, Lawrenceburg, and Corinth. Highway 72 that goes northward, coming out of Florence. It's Lauderdale, Colbert counties, down to the south, over to Tupelo and Wamba, westward into Oxford, and then down to the south, roughly just to and along I-22. Scattered hail up to tennis ball size, and several strong tornadoes are still possible and even likely. It includes 3 million people. It's a particularly dangerous situation, meaning got to be careful. Got to be so very careful about what you're doing tonight, especially into the overnight hours now that we've lost the sun, or losing the sunshine of the day. And that makes tornadoes just exponentially worse when it comes to this sort of a situation, exponentially more dangerous as these pop up. So, yeah, got to be watching out for each and every bit of this as it does turn and goes off to the north. Brett's trying to catch up with this. He did go across the river there at Memphis, and I don't know if he's going to try to go north and come in on the back side of this, but that is a wicked looking storm. Do you have something else to go to for just a moment? Let me see if I can get something off of my iPad here for just... Well, yeah, you can come to me. That's okay. Been a day. It's been a long day, and it's been a high-risk day. They did go high-risk during the afternoon today, and rightfully so. It is nothing, the only thing I was talking about during the day today is there was so much bad information online, on Twitter, so much bad information, so many, I just don't like people joking about it, but it's the weather, and it didn't just start doing this year for people on Twitter. The weather's been doing this for an eternity, and it's this is what happens during the springtime, and for the south and eastern United States, it's just now beginning. This is just now the very beginning stages of it. We don't typically even start talking about severe weather till March, and we've had a rough March overall. And then April and May are some of the biggest months that we'll have. April in particular is one of the hotbed months that we have coming up. And it does look like within the forecast overall that about every 5 to 7 days, we still have the likelihood of producing some kind of a severe weather event across the country overall. And so quite possibly another one is coming up, by the way, as we move on down the road. There's your tornado emergency. Again, they reissued this as a tornado emergency. I'm sure Brett's headed that way now with a large tornado on the ground. Eastern Lauderdale, West Central, Hayward, and Tipton. Coming. And that is still this tornado. Now, here's one of the things that I don't recall happening very often. This thing has been in a tornado emergency for a long time, several times, since it took place right there in front of Brett and Heath. I mean, it literally took place. They were just behind it by a few yards, and it took place there. And they've been following this thing ever since. I think they're going to try to go northward right here on 51 and sneak in behind the storm and maybe see what they... I mean, 51 is actually a well-traveled road up and down the line here, or they could sneak into 16 and be a little bit further to the east if they wanted to. Not really sure what they're going to do. Are they going to go... What are they going to do? They're right there in the downtown area near the St. Jude's Children's Hospital, and they could end up going northward on 51, or they could just totally disappear. So he did go up by 40, actually, is what he did. They are up I-40, and I guess he's going to try to go a little bit further out in front of it here and stay on this County Road 16. I guess it is Austin P. Highway there. 14, County Road 14. That puts him pretty far in advance of the storm. It's just, I guess it's going to be how much traffic is out there at the moment as to how far along that he gets. But he's going to try to sneak in. I don't know if he's going to go above this. It is a massive tornado that's occurring here, though. Covington, just kind of looking at that situation here, and that's it's really, really bad. And I got a really good friend that does the weather there in Jackson, and he's a weatherman. Looks like Pitbull, if you've seen him there in the area. His name's Joel, and thinking about him and his DMA right there in that region there, because it's certainly going to be that situation where some of his DMA is involved. But it's a tornado emergency with a tornado on the ground there just outside of Covington, moving eastward at about 50 miles per hour. Cannot believe the tornadoes that have occurred so far today, Sarah. That's right. I mean, we've just had them. This is a long track tornado. The severe weather threats in the spring when we are transitioning from La Nina to a neutral or El Nino pattern. Oh, that would take me quite a while at this point to make any sort of common sense whatsoever. But it's not necessarily about that as much as it is about the jet stream proper is on its way to the north. The jet stream, which has been for a while now, well down to the south, the main part of the jet has been well down to the south, has now begun to rise, and it goes and settles in during the summer months well off in the northern latitudes away from the south and east. But right now we're in that transition point, actually, where we have some of the warmest of our days coming up. We've got the Gulf of Mexico that is in place just down to the south. And that's one of the reasons that we occur and have so many different types of weather that take place into the deep south, into the United States. We can get heavy snowfall here. We can also get, some pretty cold weather, but we turn it around really quickly with the Gulf of Mexico and the warmth of the Gulf of Mexico, which is a little bit extra warm at this point. I think our influences here at the moment are more about a little extra warmth into the Gulf of Mexico. There are anomalies there that are in the positive numbers for the water temperatures down into the Gulf being a little bit warmer than the norm. And so you might could make a case for that, but the other part of this is just cyclical. It is just the way it happens each and every year and has for many, many, many years and beyond. And so we're right there at that point to where this just, kind of happens this time of the year. And we certainly need to be watching out for it for the next several months. Again, next Tuesday, we have a situation, maybe even on Thursday. Next Tuesday is certainly one that we've been looking at now for a couple of days. Right now, the tornado emergency is affecting all these areas in Henning and Covington. That's going to go for the rest of this evening. A tornado emergency there, new tornado watch that encompasses Murfreesboro, Tennessee, Nashville, Tennessee, over to Florence and Russellville, Corinth, Tupelo, Oxford also included, as well as Jackson and the tornado watch there that we have at the present that we're looking at. So following all of that down to the south and beyond. Still have a tornado warning as far to the south. I think the furthest south we have is going to be this one that's down there into central Arkansas at the moment, just to the north of DeWitt. It is a tornado warning here from the National Weather Service office, and you can see there's inbound, outbound there. It's very broad near Stuttgart along 63. It's broad rotation, but there's some there. And a little bit in the storm here that's right over Little Rock at the moment, too. There's a thunderstorm that's sitting there, not helping the situation, because I know there's cleanup going on there on the western side. We saw that. Brett took video of a large tornado earlier in the day today. And now here's the other storm that we're looking at as well. The likelihood of a tornado, if it's there, is going to be somewhere right there near Humphrey or Stuttgart. They just issued a tornado warning for that as we draw on it. So there's a tornado now that's associated with that we were looking at a little bit earlier. This one as well still has a tornado near, I say they're going to re-up that one, but here into Prairie, Woodruff, and Monroe County, still underneath tornado warning here. That's going to last a little while longer as we go through the next several hours too. Then down to the south, there is your large tornado that we're looking at for the next 23 minutes. The National Weather Service office has a tornado warning here. Check it out. Big old hook echo associated with it. There's violence inside of this thing. We got winds that are really strong at the moment. We're looking at some of these wind speeds well in advance of 100 miles per hour on either side. So we're seeing inbound and outbound. It is crazy, insane associated with this thing. So just kind of following all that as we go along. Then off to the north, we still have some thunderstorms here up into Illinois. Check out all the tornado warnings that we currently have. They're going to be from Dubuque, Dyersville, southward, all the way down to Clinton, Davenport, into that region there. Tornado warning still in effect to Galesburg and beyond. Lots of thunderstorms. You're welcome, Sarah. Sarah, I can talk about it another time. I'm not a big El Nino guy, for the record. There's a lot of stuff. You and I can talk about it. I'd love to talk to you about it sometime, and we'll get into that. Springfield, Illinois. Here's another tornado warning just issued a few moments ago. I think there's going to be a brand new tornado warning for the next 22 minutes. Again, an observation that goes along with this, which holds more validity than anything else. This is telling us that there's a likely tornado associated with this somewhere, and I guess it's going to be right about there. A little bit further down to the south. What does it look like? Let's see. Every storm today has the look of a kidney bean or something very much like it. That's going to be San Jose. Velocity data. There's your tornado associated with this one. It's more like a Q, like a linear sort of a tornado warning at the moment. That's going to be one small indentation right there. Reason for the tornado warning near the town of Harness. That's moving northeastward to Emden and beyond. But that almost looks like a linear kind of a tornado that would be occurring there within a line of thunderstorms and tornado warnings. Let's see what else we have here. The Davenport radars have been pretty good to us during the day today. Inbound and outbound. I see some of them. I see this is crazy. Find it a little bit hard to believe that there are, 9 tornadoes right there within 50 miles of the radar site. But nonetheless, some of these are observed, so we know for a fact that they are included and will be that way into the next little while, into this afternoon as well. So that's what we are currently looking at here. If we look at the big picture, we still have tornado watches that are in effect across this area as well. Lots of these thunderstorms going to produce tornadoes throughout the remainder of this evening. Further to the east than what we saw. First of all, we'll be looking at some storms that'll make their way all the way across the state of Mississippi into Alabama as we move along. There's some of your storms back to the west that we were looking at, but the tornado, the Ripley tornado, this is observed for the next 20 minutes as a tornado emergency, a confirmed large destructive tornado located there just off to the east. Where is it headed? Just to the north of the town of Jackson, into Humboldt, Tennessee. That's going to be just to the north of I-40. Henning, Tennessee, now underneath a tornado warning in Henning. That's going to be, that's not that storm. Henning, Tennessee. There we go. That is this storm. Henning, Tennessee, just south of Ripley. That's our tornado emergency, actually, that we're looking at. They went ahead and issued this as a tornado warning without the emergency tag on there, nonetheless. A cycling tornado, a long track tornado that's already occurred here into the region. That's going to be the big deal as we go into the next little while there and into the rest of the evening. Don't be scared. Tori, don't be scared. Where are you, Tori? Where do you live? If you don't mind. I mean, you don't have to say exactly, but what part of the country do you live in? Let's see if we can help you. Don't be scared. Just be informed. And if you can be informed, look, if I know a tornado's coming, for myself, I'm not wild about exactly where my home is at the moment. So I've already made a decision that I'd probably, leave. I wouldn't sit here and just wait for something to hit me. If I saw or knew that a tornado was coming at me, I'd get in my automobile and leave and go in the other direction. If you live in Illinois, storms are definitely coming into that area through the rest of the night tonight. They'll be coming in even as we speak now. We got tornado warnings, as you can see, up and down the line. Do you live in the north or south part of Illinois? And again, let me tell you what I would do at this point. Depends on where you are, actually, but I would suggest if you're in the path of these tornadoes and you do have cable, you do have a way to pick up a local, someone local. Yeah, if you had a way to pick up someone local, I would do that. You're liable to get some, a few little, nuggets, if you will. Like sometimes they'll mention a school, or they'll mention, something that. Okay. Well, don't be scared. There's quite a bit of warnings. Still quite a few warnings there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 warnings that you can see on the screen. They're all just off to the east of the line, east of Iowa now. Most all of the tornado warnings are out of Iowa. The big storm of the moment is just outside of Jackson, Tennessee, where we have a large tornado likely moving across the region, doing so at about 50 miles per hour. This is a big honking tornado that's occurring there into the region. Big, strong, inbound and outbound associated with it. We've got, this has been one that was in Earl a while ago. Earl, Arkansas, where we really followed it from. And it now has all indications of being a large tornado that was into the area just a little while ago and now moving on to the east and doing so at a pretty rapid clip here overall from west and to the east and down to the south. We got more thunderstorms here beginning to show up. These are pretty thunderstorms there south of Brinkley and beyond. And then all this is headed further down to the south and eastward over time as we go into the next several hours as well. 2, 3, 4, 5. I have lost Be a Dare. But did I turn him off? I think I turned him off. I did turn him off. Let me turn him back on. Let's see where he is at the moment. He's at the Whopper, getting a Whopper. The home of the Whopper. He had to stop and get gas. Let me tell you, his vehicle is a gas guzzler. His vehicle will drink some gasoline. delete it and bring it back in. But Brad is right there in the Memphis area, stopping to get some gasoline. Might have to even get some food here, as things are moving pretty quickly. What is that? Not correct. That's correct. Good Lord. Look at this. This is unbelievable. What a tornado. This is a debris ball that's associated with a tornado. This is debris which is out there, the very tip of this thing. It's an unbelievable situation here where the tornado is moving on northward and eastward away from Jackson, but my goodness, it's going to be oh so close coming in. They've got tons of warning now. Could it lift? Yes, it could lift, but now you're getting over here into an area that has a pretty good population center. I mean, these are going to be moving into Jackson. Again, I got a buddy that does the weather over there in Jackson. He's paying close attention to this and all of his viewers there as it goes on to the northeast, just to the north of Jackson, somewhat parallel to I-40, but about 10 miles inside of I-40 as it goes on northeastward. This is Madison County into Tennessee. And can you pull that? Let me have it for a sec. Or you can do it. Find us a camera there. Is that a camera? Yeah, check that out. Go full screen with that. And so this is one of the cameras there, not too far away now from the tornado. This is down in advance of it. This is sort of the direction that it's going to be moving in. I think we might be able to see it pretty well. This is from the 911 service there in the county. There's another camera just off to the south of that, if you will, that has some more information on it. But Madison County in Tennessee. See that second camera, that one down to the south there? Yeah, that one's pretty wicked looking too. And it's kind of shaking up there. That is not a photographer up there, a nervous photographer. That is the fact that the winds are coming in very rapidly now with this situation. As they do so, they're acting up. And so it's a pretty big deal there as to what's really happening. Gibson County EOC up there, just off to the north, near the town of Trenton. And so at this point, probably, I think this camera right here is going to tell one of the stories, one of the big stories as we go along through the next little while. But a tornado there still on the ground, still very likely on the ground. Some of the correlation coefficients telling us that is true. There's what is your debris that is aloft right in that area right there. And then down and over to the rest of the area, the reflectivity shows you a debris ball associated with this thing that is coming back. This is debris that near St. Peter's is up and aloft and near the tornado. They match up very well here, the inbound and the outbound and the likely tornado as it moves across the region. And that's pretty much a big deal here that's going to be taking place as we go into the next little while. Let me put you on hold for just a second. There again is that storm north of Jackson that we're looking at. So that's one of the tornado warnings that we have at the moment. The others, go to the radar and go back to the site over here. Do this. Do
Dave, can you hear me?
Brett, yes.
All right. Are we still rolling right now or no?
We are. We were thinking about taking a break, but
I got you. Which cell are you looking at there?
uh,
That's that cell north of west of Jackson, Tennessee.
yeah, Joel's cell.
Okay. I was going to make an attempt to try to catch that. Probably not going to happen.
Yeah,
Don't know if I could do it.
I don't think
Next
you
thing
could,
in
dude.
line that looks very tremendous is coming toward the Memphis metro area, and I think it's probably wise of me to get down maybe into North Mississippi there on 69 going out into the Delta as it comes across because that thing certainly looks bad.
Yeah, yeah,
Um, I think that you got FedEx and all that right there in South Haven, Memphis area. So if you deal with a problem, you got big problems.
yeah. That
So
sounds good. He needed to step away, and I was going to do the same and just eat me a bite. I've got Chick-fil-A from noon today sitting outside my door, so
well, I've got the feed going up. If you just want to put the feed up full right now,
yeah.
or put the feed in a box with a bigger radar, if you wanted to do that, however you want to do it, and
You have your front
we can
feed?
do that. Yeah, the front feed's running.
Yeah, so why don't you do that? Can you, do you want your mic to be on and then you can turn it off when you want to?
I would, yeah, I can just keep the mic off on the live feed. If you want to put me in a box from this, I can just turn my mic on and off from this.
Can you do that?
He may,
Can
yeah,
you keep
Brandon, you may
Brett's?
just have to make another source graphic. You talking you talking about in terms of this feed? Yeah, that's what I mean. I can adjust that. Just cut the sound off on the feed from the dash.
Yeah.
Yep. I don't think y'all running sound there anyway, so
No, we don't.
that works. I'm working on trying to get down here though, because this is I imagine this is gonna get bad again.
I think so.
It doesn't look good.
I wonder if any of that is confirming up north, do you know?
You talking about the stuff that you're looking at, or are you talking about Iowa?
No, Iowa.
A ton of it's confirming. Big tornadoes up there.
Well, let's go do this. Let's take a break right now, and then I'll be back in about 45 minutes. And
Yep,
if
that
you,
sounds good. I'll be here. I'll be in and out with audio, folks.
oh, are we still on? Okay, I'm gonna take a break, and I'll see you back in about 45 minutes.
All right, sounds good.
All right, I think we're back on here. I think I'm back on here with you. Brett has turned the car around, the vehicle around, and is in close proximity to the storm that is just to the south of Memphis, Tennessee. Sarah, could somebody tell me if you can hear me or not? I am at the moment by myself. Any sound? I left for a few minutes. Chris Lyons, any sound? Is there any sound at all? Can somebody tell me if there's any sound whatsoever? Realistic. Hello, 23B. I see you. Do you see me? Yeah, is that you, friend? Oh, okay. Okay. I didn't even turn my NDI back on here. Really interested to see what's about to happen with this storm coming in from Memphis. And thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. Chris Lyons, good dude. Always enjoy conversing with him. Right now, the tornado warning that we're talking about is the one that's just right in this area here. Let me back this out for just one more second. Ooh, look at that lightning strike. I'm going to turn that. I need to turn this off first of all. Turn that off because that's no good. Turn this on. We should be recording his deal there. There it is again. Bunch of lightning coming in. It is an observed tornado at the moment, but Brett Adair is in Tunica. He is like Johnny on the spot there at the moment. If it's going to get close, it's going to be right there near Tunica, which is where Brett is at the moment. The lightning strikes you see showing up very well on the radar imagery also that we've been looking at here for the past little while. These are some strong thunderstorms that we watched through the day today, building back into the west. I don't know how many tornado warnings have we seen during the day today. We've seen a bunch of them. And still, we have this sort of scenario here where more might be coming along as we go into the next little while. Let me back this back out again and pull it forward. And I'm going to show you what we're talking about. This storm right here where Brett is at is a tornado warning storm with an observed tag that goes along with it. And right this second, I'm going to add a different product that will work. Come on. So there's the storm. It's a wicked looking storm right there. A lot of this activity back to the west that we were following there a little while ago, and it has a hook echo still associated with it. I'll show it to you side by side here in just a couple of seconds with a better looking radar than what we actually have right there at the moment. What is this? Here's the radar again. There's the hook echo coming across. There's Brett Adair, who is on 61. It looks like US 61 where the tornado warning is. Just now crossing over the river. You can certainly see that as well. Just now crossing over the river. And we're just kind of, watching this whole thing break down here over the last few minutes, where it was very likely producing a tornado just over in Marvell, the West Helena area there too. And a pretty big thunderstorm with the associated tornado warning that is there with it also. It's been a situation during the day today where we've had off and on large tornadoes occurring in and around the area, ones that were producing damage. And we do know that we've had, one or two of them, in fact, that were on the ground, and we were watching them actually through the day today. Brett has brought some amazing pictures to us today that we've been following here. Right now, there's the tornado again, and I want you to see the video more than anything else because this is very powerful stuff coming in. You can see now that the clouds and over the yield sign there, I don't exactly see what that is. A little lowering there. I've got a pixelated image here, but I think that's going to be right where your wall cloud begins, there into the area. Still 12 alerts. We do have quite a few tornado warnings, 9 of them now. We have special marine warnings. I'm sure they're up there again into the section there across the Lake Michigan area there too that we were looking at. So we've got an active day no matter how you look at it, no matter what you do with it. It's been a very active day today. And somewhat what we have seen, is that a debris ball there, B? I don't know if we can get B back on here, but hopefully so. Coldwater, Mississippi, there's still a tornado warning, and this, folks, is a debris ball that's out in advance of this. Matches up very well. There's the tornado coming across near Tunica. Brett's going to be just off to the south of it here as it does come and move in this general direction. See, he's out of his vehicle here at the moment. Where is that shot that we use? Amazing what's coming in here. Yeah, I don't know what's happened to Brett's video. He was in his car. He's coming out now. Because I'd love to know what we're hearing. You can take the what happened to him? You can take the radar down, and I'll just swap back and forth to it. This is a tornado right there, just to the west of Tunica. We're only looking at, just a little bit west of where Brett is at the moment, where we think we have a tornado that is occurring. And, it's been a serious situation all day long today. Every single tornado is pretty much overperformed. Every single warning that we've had has produced at least, some sort of a rotation, it seems like. 90% of them have produced some sort of a rotation aloft and down at the surface, and that's what's happening here again at the moment. Not as much lightning as there was a little bit earlier. A lot of that stuff, as I say that, there's a lightning strike. A lot of that stuff you see there on the bottom right-hand side of the screen is not a tornado. It is actually he's about to fly his drone, actually. But a lot of what you do see there at the moment is what we call scud clouds. They're not associated with anything other than ground, some of the almost a fog-like feature that occurs coming up from the ground when you get a lot of moisture on the bottom side of it, and it moves through the region. And that's going to be this case right here. That is not the tornado there on the right-hand side of the picture, but that is some of the scud that is coming in. I am incredibly surprised. Let's see, through that whole wall cloud there. It's a large wall cloud. There we don't have anything looking like a tornado on either side as I see it. I got a bad monitor here that I'm looking at, but I think from what I see, let me do this. Let me, can I at least get rid of the radar there? There we go. Now you can see the whole picture. And what you see with me there is definitely a rolling. That is a shelf cloud that's coming at you right there. Rolling. Coming in. And watch the yield sign there. I know he's got a lot of dirt out ahead of him, but the yield sign is beginning to show signs of the inflow going into the storm. You can just notice the yield cloud, yield sign is really kicking up there pretty quickly now. The wind's beginning to blow and flow into the storm, into the intake of the storm, up on the upper left-hand side of it there anyway. Once again, tornado warning still in effect here across this area. An observed tornado somewhere for the next 35 minutes. This thing is a confirmed large dangerous tornado being reported in northern Tunica, western Tate, St. Francis, Crittenden, western DeSoto, southeastern St. Francis. You're underneath a tornado warning, an observed tornado trying to show up there into the area that is just to the west of Tunica, Mississippi. They're on 61, US 61 that we're talking about. And strong indications of rotation on radar. Little beaver tail there on the eastern side of the storm that extends all the way down into the east. And the rest of it, there you go. There you go. There's the wall cloud. Now you can see what's going on, actually. Pretty ominous and wicked looking there as the storm reached down toward the surface. And ugly sort of a situation going on there at the moment. Again, so your wall cloud is actually there in the middle. I think in the middle of your picture that is rotating. It's a little difficult to still see what is actually rotating, but I think that's the part that is. And if there is a rotating part of the storm, it's probably going to be just above my head here. I would think somewhere right up there is kind of rotating. I don't really see a condensation funnel or anything down to the ground like that, but that's really the point that we're looking at. It is spinning, is rotating that whole mass. See some of the clouds, the intake of the clouds there on the right-hand side, sort of building in and moving into that area there too. And there is a distinctive inbound and outbound that shows up. Now, see that stuff right there is rotating. That stuff into the middle of the picture is spinning, and it looks like it is spinning on the horizontal. Right about there, some of the scud clouds again. This is a pretty ugly looking picture here, and I don't know if he sent the drone up. Yeah, you better look up and see what you got. The whole thing is rotating there once again, very, very low down to the surface, down to the ground. The yield sign has everything, but look, we have a really, really tight couplet there that is showing up. The tight couplet says there is some sort of a rotation that shows up very well all into that area there, and is a pretty much a continuation of what we thought we had a little bit earlier. And there's some spin there on the right hand side, but I don't see that really being much of anything either. Sort of the whole thing is rotating there, and he's about to get, well, I don't know, he's on the south side of it, so he may not be picking up too much rainfall just yet, but that's a close call right there. And the spin again associated with it is just crossing over the river, and just to his west, the spin of the rotation. So the Mississippi River is going to be to his west as well. They are about to get in mobile mode and pull away. Look at how much visibility he has all the way around this thing, no matter where you go. He's got tons of visibility on all sides of it. But the tornado, the actual tornado itself, is right there crossing over the river at the moment. Let's see. All super low down to the surface. That's rotating there. Is that down on the ground? Is that right there down on the ground, or is that part of the RFD? That might be the, it's hard to tell. Yeah, my monitor's a little bit dark. That's either dust, a part of the RFD. What is that right there? Is that going up? I think we're about to see a tornado form right there. I believe we're about to hit into a tornado right there. Watch it. It is ascending. I don't think that's just the RFD. I think there's an ascension there where it is going up. It's pretty easy to see. North Tunica underneath the tornado warning again. I don't know. Brett is south of this, though, so whatever's happening is happening in front of him at the moment. And wish he would speak a word or two as to what we are seeing. You see there's nothing but, lightning strike. Big time lightning strike right there. One of the few, and I thought all the dirt that was being picked up, that's either going to be part of the RFD or part of the rear flank that's blowing out there, or part of the circulation. And I really felt like it was part of the circulation. It's traveling there. He's not, I mean, he is right on top of it here at the moment. I don't know what he's going to do, where he's going to go. There's an airport off to the east side of where he is as well, coming in. But what an ominous view there along the power line. Looking back, now we're looking a little bit further toward the north, I think. Some of that is off to the north. There's the back edge of it. And this is where you're in it. Here, basically, losing a lot of our daylight here very quickly as you come back northward into the cloud deck. And now I believe the actual circulation is a little bit further in. It looks pretty far into the storm, where the circulation is all the way up into Hollywood, actually, where we have most of the circulation that is occurring here at this very moment. Tornado warning again. This is not too far away from Memphis, Tennessee. This is Tunica County there in Mississippi, an observed tornado. This goes for another 30 minutes or so. Brett is aware of where he is there just to the west of Hollywood. But Tunica's a small town there just outside of the airport where he is following this going northward up toward the town of Hollywood within the next few moments. And Jay, if you can put my radar up there, let's see, on the bottom right. I don't think he's going to use the bottom right-hand side of the picture. Put the radar up there so we can sort of show everybody what we're looking at on the radar, because it's got a really, a very well-defined gate-to-gate shear marker. It's had a little bit of debris from time to time. The rear flank downdraft now is showing up in the white area there that's over toward the airport, very near the airport in 61. But here's our tight rotation that's right there about Perry Road or so. The big B is right there near the town of Tunica. He's about to cross over Beatline Road and then go northward toward this circulation that still is very rampant there on 61 as it heads northward. Very close and tight circulation still occurring there into the area. The correlation coefficient has some clutter at the moment, but has from time to time shown a little bit of debris. I think that I could clarify pretty easily. The reflectivity shows you this thing is jacked up at the moment. And as an observed tornado, I think we've probably got, right in here is where our tornado is going to be. There's your dry air shooting upward into the hail shaft here. Everything blows off. Low pressure, bang, bang, bang. Coming back into the storm here. You got your little eagle, flying eagle signature that shows up. But this is either a weakening tornado. Yes, I've heard of it. I've heard it called the screaming chicken before. But I'm not going to go with that. My neighbor just told Penny, my chicken, that his barbecue grill was her new storm shelter. So I'm pretty upset about all of that at the moment. But there's your cloud right there. You can see it if you look up. You can see the cloud that we're talking about, the whole wall cloud that was there a few moments ago. I think kind of went right over Brett there just a few moments ago as well. But we're on the back side of it now. And again, I can't hear what he's saying. I think that's intentional. I don't think he wants me to hear what he's saying, but back side of it there as it is moving away. What is that? Yeah, can't see what that is. I know it's all ugly. There's quite a few more lightning strikes over the last 5 minutes or so. Quite a few more lightning strikes. Is that the tornado? Right-hand side of the screen. It's hard to say. What is? What's the white stuff right there? Long time ago, I don't know, 20 years ago or so, I couldn't see anything. My eyes were terrible. And today, they're much worse. So I'm having a difficult time sort of seeing what's happening there. I can see Brett is bright as he's very ghost-like at the moment, but whoa. And that might be a funnel there. We might be seeing a funnel toward the center part of that. That could be the funnel that we're showing on the radar at least. You'd think something's got to be funneled up there. Something's got to be, have curvature with it, but it's all over the radar here at the moment. The hail is there as well. You can see the lightning display that is just behind and in the foreground of the hail shaft. So it kind of gives you a glow that's occurring. There's the back side of the rear flank that we're looking at passing on by. He's coming up again from the south. It's hard to say because it looks like he's right in the middle of it at the moment. And he kind of is, I guess. But if there's a tornado, it's going to be over there on the right-hand side of the screen behind the trees. Now, as we see it, and a move on to the east is going to continue. So where's this going? If you live in Hernando, if you live in South Haven, the Horn Lake area, anywhere along 269, it's Interstate 69 that turns into 269 that comes up to Memphis on the south side, or I-22 that comes in out of Birmingham, Alabama, and off to the east. There is where we think we have a possible tornado associated with this storm. It says it's observed. Now, I don't know who saw it. You saw what I saw there, which looked like it might have been something. Brett's pretty excited now about something. But I did too. If he could just turn his mic on, he's saying stuff. Somebody's doing Morse code off there in the distance. Do you see that? There's I don't know. I don't know what that is. That's the first UFO today. Can you do something with that? You go to color correction and try that. I wouldn't try brightness. I'd try saturation before brightness. Gamma, maybe. What was that? I thought I saw something there. Nope. Last but not least, contrast. I don't know. I don't know if we helped it at all. Anyway, it's still a spinning, rotating storm right there into the area that is just to the east of Tunica, Mississippi, folks. Tunica and south of South Haven, Mississippi, over to the Olive Branch area. They just issued a new tornado warning that goes a little bit further off to the north end of the east. It's just south of the Memphis Airport and near Germantown over to Collierville into that region there, 269 and beyond. And you saw what I saw and what everybody saw. It says it's an observed tornado. I don't know who observed it or what they observed, but I didn't see a tornado there at that point. We didn't see the entire sky, though. We were only seeing, like 35, 40 degrees of what was happening there. So I wanted to talk to Brett and see if he'd tell us what he's seeing. But he's not. And other thunderstorms that we're looking at as well. We do have other thunderstorms of note and tornado warnings. This one's just to the north and east of Jackson. They just let that, it's blinking. I don't know what that means. But that might have been a tornado warning off to the north there. Also here around Essex and Missouri, we have a possible tornado trying to form here into this area too. This has been one of our long-standing tornado warnings there for a while that we've been watching, coming in from the north to the south. And looks like we got a ton of cameras up there, but is one of them showing something? Let's see, that's going to be right there near Dexter, Missouri. Pretty big thunderstorm there. That's on the roadway coming out. Here's another camera there that doesn't show anything. I don't know if the cameras are off or what exactly is happening here, but that is a tornado warning there just outside of Bloomfield, with the storm moving northeastward. It expires in 20 minutes with inch-size hail and greater showing up just to the south of Cape Girardeau and the rest of that region there too. Then we have a linear situation coming out of St. Louis at the moment, goes northward all the way over to Hillsboro. where we have Johnny on the spot here. This is our dude, Brad Arnold, who's watching the storms there on the north-hand side. That's going to be some strong thunderstorms, but no warnings associated with that. The next warning is off to the north near Urbana. This expires in 5 minutes. It's a tornado warning near Fisher and west of Rantoul, and it's moving to the east at about 60 miles per hour. There was a funnel cloud associated with that just a few moments ago, and you can see where the kink is right there, just to the north of Thomasboro is the kink near Tomlinson and Rantoul, and that is moving on eastward at about 25, 30 miles per hour. Cluster of severe thunderstorm warnings that are now tornadic as well. Tornado warnings all in association with this area up here to the north near Belvedere. That's going to be strong to severe thunderstorms with the likelihood of tornadoes occurring here into the area that is just to the north of Janesville and Evansville, down to the south there into Beloit and Roscoe, as well as Belvedere. Coming in from the west, I see some notches there that are showing up. I don't actually see a tornado that shows up very well, but several warnings that are intact up there across the area. But the storm of the moment, I guess, because we do have a good video of it with meteorologist Brett Adair. We're watching this situation coming in across northern and western sections of Mississippi. There's going to be a storm associated with a thing coming out of Tunica, Mississippi, where we've had strong to severe thunderstorms through the day today, but also tornado warnings. And here's another one, not the same signature we had even 10 minutes ago. This is on the east side, the right side of the roadway from where Brett is now at the moment near Green River and Banks. It's still a tornado warning, has an observed tag that goes along with it, but you can see what I see, which is very little inbound and outbound, and what is there is sort of broad. Got a little bit better together there just for a few moments now that it has a little bit more of an active view. There is some what appears to be debris. I see two lightning strikes that took place on both sides of the road near Brett. I wasn't actually watching when both of those occurred, but that's what we have at the moment. And as everything approaches the Memphis area from the south, still looking like it's just going to be one of those situations where a lot of this stuff is going to hang tough, at least until we finish up with our daylight and move back over to some sort of a precipitation situation. It's all rainfall, but that's not into the short term. That's going to be a long-term situation that we'll be following and going into the rest of this evening with as we go through and into the 8 o'clock hour tonight. We're sitting right now at the moment. We are sitting at 7:43 Central Time. Central Daylight Time is 7:43, and looks like that's what we have here at the moment. Tornado warning, Paxton, Illinois. It's also Milford, Illinois, and Cissna Park in Illinois till 8:30. Tornado warning up there into the area. We've been watching that closely through the day today. All those numerous, and I asked Brett a little bit earlier if he had any confirmation at all about what was going on there, what the confirmation was like, and he said yes, there has been some confirmation with tornadoes up there in and around west of Chicago, now mostly into Iowa early in the day today, and we'll sort of look at that. And if I didn't mention, there's another tornado sort of a situation popping up for Tuesday, the time frame on Tuesday, which still has the likelihood of producing something there too. So we still have, we don't have a tornado warning just to the west of Chicago at the moment. I say not just to the west, it's over to Rockford and beyond, but I'll stay with you as it goes through and works its way towards Chicago over the next little while. They did just issue a new Meso discussion. This is talking about what's happening with this situation down to the south here, which covers western Mississippi and beyond, saying that downstream tornado watch is going to be issued in the next hour. There'd be a tornado watch. It looks like it covers all the way over to Yazoo City, Mississippi, where the temperature is currently 81 over 63 in Yazoo City, Mississippi, to the 79 that we have down to the south, with dew points into the 70s all the way through the eastern side of Louisiana. And it looks like that goes right down to Pearl River County, where we have some of the heavier thunderstorms there, too. See these storms that are back to the west? Those are the reasons. Those are going to be moving over into that volatile area, which hasn't been worked over during the day today. And so that is going to be a new tornado watch area that will be plotted here very shortly. They give a 95 percentile reason for that to be the case going into the next several hours. And again, the storm of the moment that we were watching there with Brad and still have been watching seems to have weakened just a little bit over the last few moments. It had a very tight bound inbound to outbound marker associated with it. Even had a little dot there where the center of the storm was, and it's obvious it's rotating. It's pretty easy to see. It is rotating all around here, and in a rotation right about there near Green River. And that is Brett Adair, who's right there. He's going to be on the south side of it, looking off into it. Very few lightning strikes at the moment to give you an illumination to see what's out there, but you know, if there is a situation there where we might have some thunderstorms that are included that could have a tornado enveloped or inside, that would be right there, just along 769 and beyond, just to the south of the Memphis Airport. And Brett Adair all over that storm there just moments ago as it pushed a little bit further off northward and eastward. Now back out here just a little bit further to show you what we still have and we're still viewing here are the thunderstorms that we're still watching. Now, the National Weather Service just went ahead and reissued this tornado warning and ping pong ball sized hail. You probably saw the flashes a few moments ago that had all of the colors that were associated with them. Well, all those flashes were picking up, and you saw the illumination of the sky off into the background, but it was also indicative of what we were seeing as far as the hail stones that were falling through the region. As a result, those are being picked up and brought down with a damaging tornado. It still says a damaging tornado is occurring there. Not really sure about where that tornado is at the moment. I can tell you it looks like, if anything, it is rotating here, but probably not tightly at this point. But that's going to be just south of Brett's where he is, just south of his location. If it is a tornado, he's definitely going to be seeing it. And pretty much there's 69 and northward is the other part of this that we're looking at, with more thunderstorms coming in from the southwest. I think this is going to be the last batch to come into western sections of Tennessee, though. The last batch that'll be coming in. There's one or two thunderstorms down there that we're watching just to the south of Stuttgart. This still has that kink in it, you can see. So as it goes up into the atmosphere, it is curling. Southerly winds coming in like this, but the upper level winds coming in from the west-southwest, and as a result, you get to spin the rotation that we are talking about, that we're looking at in all situations, and that's what we've been following here over the last couple of hours. So 2 tornado warnings there. You go to the north, you got tornado warnings up here as well, just to the west of Sikeston. That's going to be a tornado warning in association with that storm near Essex, Missouri. And a little night camera action there shows you what we were looking at as everything was moving on northeastward through that region. I don't see anything that looks like it is a tornado any longer there. That's Dexter. Once again, you can see the sky. Actually, skyline is off on the top part of the picture there, where we do see a little bit of activity there, but nothing too ominous overall. To what we were taking a look at, Urbana and Danville, tornado warning here as well. This is for a storm that has 27 more minutes. It is a observed tornado, they're saying. It's going to be right there on the Interstate 57, just to the north of Rantoul and Paxton, where we have the likelihood of a tornado near Ludlow, the town of Ludlow. And as you can see, the reflectivity shows you a little indentation going on there. I think the actual tornado is going to be right here, just now getting back into the picture near Gifford. And north of Thomasboro, the National Weather Service office has kicked off tornado warning there. That'll last for the next 45 minutes there across that region. And it goes linear off to the north, where we've been watching all this. And also back to the west here, we've been watching Brad Arnold through the day today. I don't have his picture right there. Brad has, let me see if we can get his picture, because Brad has had off and on some pretty big thunderstorms through the day today. I don't know that he's seen anything rotating. But we've got 69 over 60 here. Still a very moist atmosphere, and that's coming in from the west. And this is also going to be producing some large hail in our hail category products here. You're looking at down to the south here. This is the stuff made of baseballs. Baseball-size hail being reported here. This has been the big stuff all day long today. That's going to be right there in that area along County Road 48 near Taylorville, coming on to the east. Again, right there is where he is, so he's not that far away from the actual huge hailstones that are occurring, only about 5 or 6 miles. So we'll be checking in with him again to see if he's got any video of that, and he may very well have that going into the next little while. coming in from the west and moving eastward. Tornado warning up here to the north as well as large hail. This is that big stuff near Paxton that we were looking at just a little bit earlier. Super large hail there. The inbound and the outbound noticed with it is right there on the interstate at the moment on 57 and going northward and eastward just outside of Milford. Strong thunderstorm and the likelihood of a tornado there over the past little while. And so it does have some history associated with it. Now, we're still talking about Chicago. And as far as Chicago goes, we'll go to the Joliet radar here, actually, just outside of Chicago to show you what's coming into the area. Still has some tornado warnings associated with it. This is a brand new one now for the next 40 minutes. National Weather Service there. Out of Milwaukee says we have Walworth, Eastern Rock County, and South Central Jefferson County in southwestern Wisconsin. You're underneath a tornado warning. Those are tornado warnings that'll still exist there into the area for a little while longer. Actually, the next 40 minutes because that's a new issuance there. The stuff into DeKalb is now to the east of town, east of Sycamore and Maple Park. No longer have a tornado warning there, actually, because most of the action is on east of the city. Other thing you do see, though, is that these are strong thunderstorms coming in from the west. This is all going to be in a bow segment that's going to produce high winds, no matter if you're talking about a tornado or not. Some of these winds are going to be in excess of 60 to 70 miles per hour. We're thinking about 60 to 70 coming across the southern part of Lake Michigan. Also producing waterspouts on the other side, quite possibly. You can see these are all kidney bean shaped here, and we have had the history during the day today of tornadoes that are occurring in that sort of a situation here, where across the southern part of Lake Michigan, we've had more of that stuff going on. Janesville, back over to Milton, into the Whitewater area. And Evansville, you're underneath a tornado warning there for a little while longer, right along 43. That's going to be Interstate 43, south and west of Milwaukee. Tornado warned storms there into all those counties there that go just off to the south as we've been watching them there over the past couple of hours. And I don't know, again, I've heard there are several reports here of tornadoes that have been occurring. Actually, I'll do a little bit of that. We'll ride along with Brett here for just a few moments and take a look at what is going on here. I think he's on with one of the networks here at the moment, but let's do this. Let's take a look and see what we've got as far as storm reports go for the day today. And I can show you what we do presently have is quite a few reports through the day today. These are going to be storm reports. These are going to be 36 tornado reports so far. And again, divided between where we had the high risk area during the early part of the day today. It was always going to be there from Paducah to the south, and you can see the actual tornado reports that we have there are numerous, and I see both of them. Brett was there for both of those that did occur during the day today. The one that we had in Little Rock, I think Brett reported that one in Little Rock, and I know he reported the one out here in Earl, which was sort of a long track situation. And the ones to the north have been pretty spotty. There's about 5 or 6 of them there that we're looking at that have been reported. Damage to homes in Little Rock. Again, this is probably reported by Brett Adair. The comment section there, you can see it says damage to homes in the Leewood neighborhood of Midtown. Homes at Oak Ridge were destroyed. You can see that as well. Significant damage to the Maryland apartments there in Pulaski County. This is all Little Rock stuff, North Little Rock stuff. And we saw that tornado, and I don't know if we can pipe that up again to show you the tornado that we had earlier in the day today. We were on the air live with Brett when that occurred. That tornado occurred there. Here's some debris on Dakota Street. That's going to be Lone Oak, Arkansas, a little bit earlier in the day today as well, just afternoon time. Police station was damaged there on Kill Street, and a house was damaged at Kamak Village. Large tornado being reported on the ground in Keokuk, Iowa, a little bit earlier too. Tornado along the ground and debris along I-80 at mile marker 194. B, you with me? No, I thought I heard him. Okay, let's take a look at the video here. And this is Brett and I were talking at the time. He got his truck set up. He knew what was about to happen. He'd been talking about it for a while. He knew what was about to happen, and sure enough, it did happen, and that's what was actually taking place at that time. There's your funnel that eventually was on the ground. It was a funnel for a while there, but then we installed the condensation tube that came down to the ground there, and then you can see debris that's going upward back into the storm at this point. A bona fide, true tornado that was occurring at that point. It was headed toward him, he and Heath Lawler, who were in the situation there. A lot of people that were there were trying to get out of the way at this point, as was Brett, because this thing sort of got bigger and bigger. It's like that steak your grandma used to make, and she didn't marinate it. The more you chewed it, the bigger it got. And this was one of those situations. The tornado just got bigger and bigger. And so he had to pull out of the way there for a little bit, let it go on by. And then he came back. They found some damage, quite a bit of damage that was done there into the area, damage to homes, damage to some of the municipal buildings there into the region. That's an Olive Garden he drove by right there. But again, look at all the debris that is aloft that's beginning to come down at that point. And that was again, it's Heath Lawler who was checking on one of those trucks that was turned over there. I know there were numerous, Brett's told me about numerous tractor trailers that were involved during the day today, that high-profile vehicles were being pushed over with all of the big thunderstorms there and through the area today. So it's pretty much what you see there is what actually happened through the day today. I want to make sure that you know what was going on, and that's some of the information that we have. And there in the parking lot of what took place, you can see some of the debris. A lot of that's going to be in the form of insulation. You see the yellow there? That's what insulation looks like when it breaks free and moves back in over a region like that. So big deal that was going through and making its way all across this area as we went through the last couple of hours and into the day today. Especially during the daylight hours, we'll be able to follow this so much easier. And again, some of the tornado reports during the day today, just to the east of Country Road near Wynn, we had the tornado there that Brett reported earlier, just outside of Earl. And Wynn, which is an area there just to the north of I-40, coming across eastern sections of Arkansas. You can see from miles and miles and miles away. It's very conducive to watching and observing tornadoes coming across that area, in a very highly prone area to seeing tornadoes that were, kind of taking place across that region too. So I've been watching that through the day today, and still, as she goes, we're still looking at sort of the same thing. Again, Brett's here for 18 more minutes. This is a tornado warning, claiming to be a tornado on the ground causing damage. And our dude, Brett, you see him looking out of the vehicle and looking straight up. It's because it looks like he is right underneath it there near Dean's Corner on I-69. If there's going to be a tornado, I believe it's going to be above him. And again, now it's closed off into this little feature here that shows you a, almost hurricane-like and a low pressure, but it doesn't match up with the velocity data. The velocity actually looks like it's spinning south of 69 here. One velocity marker, another one down near Hernando that we're looking at too. But what an ominous looking picture this is in the high-res reflectivity data. That is just crazy. Does that not look like some sort of an insect, a bumblebee or something like that? That's crazy looking. Look, there's a head, and then there's wings sitting out here, and you got ugly feet right here, and I don't know what the big jaw that's coming down. What a ominous looking. I'm just take a screen grab of that because it's the weirdest looking, one of the weirdest looking ones I've ever seen. Just insane. Yeah, looks like you did this, doesn't it? Look like you did like that right there, that's just crazy insane. That goes down to Robinson Gin, and then above just got a brand new one, brand new scan, new velocity come in, kind of moving away from Brett there again on 69, but he's near, I think that's going to be Fog Road and Dean's Corner. So there's rotation there, a little bit of rotation there, and a little bit of rotation over here, just along 59 and 69, just south of 269, where we're still looking at some of the heavier showers and thunderstorms that came through there earlier in the day today. They didn't exactly stabilize the atmosphere. It is still very competitive for energy and for thunderstorms to occur. We're going to watch again here because Brett is so close to this situation and see if anything should develop, because he was right on, not on top of it, he was directly underneath it there for just a few seconds, and he still is where some of the weirdness is going on. They're moving eastward on 69 or 269. It'll be 269 here in just a few moments. They're headed eastward across that region, and they'll be following that. into the next few hours. What a day it has been. We've had numerous tornado warnings. We did go up to an upgraded high risk, which, you know, it's hard to say on average, but in my lifetime, 1 to 2 is the most high risk that you'll encounter in one season. It doesn't happen very often where you get more than that. I know it does, but throughout the years, generally you get 1 or 2. So when this came up during the day today, you knew it was going to be very significant, and the tornado warnings have been significant through the day today. I'm not really sure how many warnings we've had, but they have been plentiful. There have been many of them through the day today, and I don't think we're over seeing tornado warnings either. We still have plenty of them showing up here across eastern Illinois, coming into the western side of Indiana, and also what's about to show up and move across and into eastern sections of Wisconsin, just to the south and east of Madison, or into the northeastern sections of Indiana, which are still, that's Elkhart, or Elkhorn. What is it? Elkhorn, I believe it is. Elkhorn there on 12, US 12. That's a tornado warning there. Pea-sized hail. That's an observation. It's going to be an observed tornado there just outside of Delavan Lake, the Pale Lake, Lake Geneva, Springfield area. That's going to be your tornado warning near Koshkonong. Koshkonong? I hope I said that right, and I'm not really sure why I made myself even try it, but that's where it is at the moment. So lots and lots of activity still going on with confirmations up there and to the north. So we'll be watching as they come in closer and closer to Chicago within the next little while. I mean, we get higher and higher populations as you get over here near Lake Michigan and get on that other side. Right now you can see the radar imagery, Delavan back over to Janesville. Strong thunderstorms that continue pushing on to the east. The embedded tornadoes within are going to be small little perturbations that will be taking place within the line. This is a linear sort now, but we have these small little areas within the line that are causing these tornado warnings to occur. The observation, which one? Let me make sure which one was observed. That was going to be this one near Champaign and Vermilion. It's one of them. That's the one down to the south. That's an observed tornado warning now near Rankin. And your tornado, the likelihood of the tornado is going to be right about there at the moment, just to the south of Fountain Creek, and just to the west of Hooperston and Cissna Park. So still looking out for that too. And then as you go a little bit further down to the south, we have the rest of the line that is occurring there throughout the rest of the system there too. But just outside of Madison, Whitewater, Fort Atkinson, the Janesville region, the tornado warnings there too have that's observed tornadoes. Let's see what they have to say about that. Tornado producing was located along the line extending from Milton to Darien to near Marengo. It's moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour. Radar confirmed. So there must be some sort of debris that is aloft in order to call that a tornado warning, confirmed tornado warning. That would have been some sort of debris that was up there that you'd probably only see out of this. And there it is. This is the reason for that tornado warning, is this stuff right here just north of Sharon and Walworth. That's going to be some sort of debris that is aloft. That is the reason for calling this a confirmed tornado. I can go back in time to show you this in a little bit of a lapse. And there it goes. Actually, we can follow that from a long way. That was going to be debris that was down on the ground in Poplar Grove and is now in Watworth as still a damaging tornado that's occurring there into that region, coming into the Delavan area in the next 5 minutes, it looks like, right there along US 63, I-63 from the west and off to the east. A big thunderstorm still impacting that area up there too. Deerfield, Wisconsin, Lake Ripley, Wisconsin. You're underneath tornado warnings there. And what's coming out of Urbana is moving eastward. Some of the strongest severe thunderstorms there at the moment that are still occurring are all headed toward the western side of Indiana. And that is an observed tornado there in Vermilion County and Champaign County until 8:15. A observed tornado warning that is being kicked off there across that region too. Still a tornado warning south of Cape Girardeau. That's going to be a radar indicated tornado from just a few moments ago. The National Weather Service office was watching that, but you can see the actual spin is well out of the polygon now. The reason for the tornado is that, and here is the polygon. So they're either going to let that, how long does it have? 10 more minutes. They'll probably let that expire. Then down to the south, you can see what we got here again. There's Brett. It's a little bit odd. Somebody's behind him chasing him. Probably just, want to ask him about his car insurance. But 269, crossing over 269 and I-55 that comes straight across Mississippi and back up to South Haven is what we're talking about, looking at there as everything runs north. And I thought for sure he was going to see a tornado there when it was passing on by. Other than that, we don't have any more warnings, actually. I see no more warnings. I think I turned all the warnings except for tornadoes off. So in order to be fair, I need to turn them back on. And I should do that. Tornado warning again. That's Cessna, Wellington area there. In Illinois, we got tornado warnings there that do occur. Still here this evening, and just still keeping our eyes on this whole situation down to the south. It's an 1.25 inch size hail. There's still rotation there. He and Leith are still they're still following this thing. I mean, it's been crazy, insane what this thing has done, but they just keep following it along. They're letting it go. Here's the rotation, but you can see it's a very broad rotation now. Look at all the pixelization in between. That's numb. That really is neutral. And then you've got, spin here and here. This thing is rotating, but it's not tight any longer. It's not a tight rotation. It could change pretty rapidly. The atmosphere is still volatile over into this region. We do know that we still have thunderstorms that are going to be, of that nature as we go through the rest of the night tonight. No reason why that would change. And check out some of these dew point conditions. We're still into the low 60s. Got 63 over into Corinth along Highway 72. We got 62 over into Tupelo. And, still has some juicy conditions ongoing here at the moment that go all the way across the rest of the region. 76 over 68 currently in Tunica. 76 over 68. That's tough stuff. That's really, really sticky outside when those dew points get up to there. But the dew points today got way up into the 60s, well to the north. Owensboro in Kentucky hit 64. Last hour, it was 64 degrees. And some of those dew point conditions making their way all the way up here into Wisconsin into the 50s and 60s. These are low 50s here, cold air sort of situation ongoing. But when you're near 60 into Urbana and Bloomington, and the rest of the area here too. And still, this is a quick little update that they did that goes through the night tonight. So there is a little bit of an update to the high risk. No longer a high risk up to the north. The high risk is in general here across northern sections of Mississippi. It's a moderate risk that goes northward now, enhanced around the outer periphery, and it's slight down to the south. Now, it does still include a slide into Birmingham, back over to North Alabama, North Georgia. It's an enhanced risk that goes through, say, Huntsville down to the southwest, almost to Tuscaloosa, and very quickly it escalates, getting up into the high-risk area there in northwestern sections of Mississippi. So not exactly giving up on it just yet at this point. Still needs to be monitored. We're actually doing that. Bless him, Brett and Heath. I don't know how many miles they've put on the vehicle over the last 10 to 12 days, but they're still driving along, still trying to catch up to whatever this may be, which flew directly over their heads not that long ago. We watched it. We watched Brett get out of the truck and look upward as if something was going to happen, and pretty much just kind of went right over him. But still, this thing is out there, and there's already some spin, some rotation occurring, so it doesn't hurt to sort of follow this thing up from the south, to sort of follow it up and watch it as it goes off to the north and northeastward like that across that area. So looking at all this with quite a bit of all. I mean, I get it. I've seen it a gazillion times. But not really this whole thing. It was kind of odd. It was a little bit odd. It's been odd during the day today, kind of like the Atlanta Braves game was yesterday. Just odd. Just not the norm as you look at it. Million County. Let's go up there. We have 9 warnings here. We still have an observation. All right. Big inbound and outbound here. And your tornado is probably going to be near Fountain Creek here again. And let's see what we got. So there is some, I believe this is going to move. And so here is your CC. This is the correlation coefficient, or the reason for the warning just a few moments ago, and the confirmation of which is right there. That's going to be something that is aloft, some debris that is aloft into the upper atmosphere. That is the reason for them issuing this all along. And basic. Say what? Yes. Little hail shaft there. Some of this is contaminated with hail on the eastern side. But the debris that we have, that I can easily say this is going to be debris just south of Fountain Creek here and beyond. And, you know, it's entirely an ugly situation there altogether. But I think this is all going to be, as it moves on eastward into the Rossville area and Hoopstown, certainly what we will be watching. 46. You can see this. Yeah, this is a very, very old image, vertically integrated liquid image. It's 746, so it's well, you know, over 25 minutes old. I think you'd find the hail would be over there near Rossville if it were actually filling in at this point. But that's pretty strong stuff coming in, and a lot of lightning. I mean, this is just a huge, massive thunderstorm up there, no matter how you look at it. 67 over 60 there in Milford, and in Kentland and Fowler, 67 over 60. There's a new Meso discussion that talks about this. This is from the Weather Prediction Center, by the way, and now they're looking at how much rain is going to fall. Weather Prediction Center does that. WPC, they're looking for the rainfall totals there from the southern part of Michigan all the way down into Indiana and Ohio to be producing 1 to 2 inch per hour rates that'll be coming in there, because it's going to kind of train there for a while. It's not going to go away very quickly there at all in either of these areas. So you sort of look at that and you kind of know what's happening with each one of these as they come on in. And then down to the south you go. And let's see, what else do we have here? We got B. Brad's there in Windsor. I don't think he has a whole lot going on here at the moment. He's just driving. And he went through one of those thunderstorms there a little bit earlier. And then to the west and south we go. We have the tornado warning here in the southern portions. 40, let's see, what is that? That's going to be St. Louis, Missouri. And central Illinois, that's going to be a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado in the town of Odin. Has 47 more minutes on that tornado warning. And we'll look at the radar there out of Salem to show you what we're looking at. Hail shaft associated with that. We got tons of hail. We'll probably get a bunch of pictures of hail coming in here throughout the next hour. And I don't know if Brett was going to shove up some pictures into Discord. I don't know if he did. I don't know if you saw that, but maybe we'll look that up in just a few moments, because he said he had some pictures. Cairo, back over to Mounds, Tams, throughout the Dongola area. Severe thunderstorm warning, now tornado warning, 70 over 64 there, and still producing a likely tornado into that area. Then down to the south, we have some more indications of storms and tornadoes right there around Hernando into that area. Coming into the southwestern parts of Tennessee is where the next storm is, following this thing out very closely, because it did have a tornado associated with it a little bit earlier. Still has that little lip coming off the southwest side. Velocity data is very, very broad now at this point. You can see it right there, how broad it is. That's going to be a situation where it's no longer it's a large spinning mesocyclone that's occurring here at this point, and not necessarily anything tornadic. Now, we saw earlier in the day today, we had a couple of signatures like that then folded over and recouped and rejoined into a situation that had more thunderstorms that were popping up along the line, and then became more of a entity that turned out to be a tornado a little bit later on in the situation as well. So, pretty big deal overall there. in most of those areas. What did they do here? They just corrected that. I don't really know why, but not super important there at this time. Back on out just a little bit more to show you. This is soupy here. Look at this at Greenwood, Mississippi is 80 over 64. It's 80 degrees over 64 currently. So let's talk about where this is happening. Let's take a little look at the models here, do a little tour here with our modeling to show you basically what we think is going to happen. This is going to be with the 0Z run, which isn't full yet. It's 8:15, and we still don't have the entire 0Z in here yet. 19% of it is only done. We'll go back to the 23, though, and take a look at what's going on here. And it still says that we have some activity in the form of single-cell, supercell thunderstorms. It'll still try to ride onto the east and maybe even gather into much more of a linear situation at this point over western Kentucky down to the south. These are all still singular. This thing coming into Memphis is a single-cell storm. This thing back over to Pine Bluff is a single-cell thunderstorm. But watch what happens as we go through time. That's 7 p.m. tonight. And then as we go forward in time, it all becomes a linear mix here that'll be lined up, which will share that energy across the line. Coming into North Alabama sometime after 2 a.m. around Huntsville. The likelihood about 2 a.m. of seeing those moving through Huntsville and westward over into Winston County, Alabama. Then about 3 to 4 coming into Fort Payne, Alabama, 3 to 4 into Gadsden, southward and down to Birmingham sometime at about 5 a.m. in the morning and passing on by. And we should get rid of most of that with cloud cover. I think we get back to a sunny day there pretty quickly during the day on Saturday with that sunshine coming back. Columbus, you got big thunderstorms there. All this passing southeastward. Now, do we have any warnings out of that? It's still possible. I still don't think we just completely shut down the ability for this to rotate at that time. I think we still are going to have the likelihood of having more and more in the way of precipitation show up across all of these areas in the form of very heavy rainfall and a lot of lightning that will be occurring also here in all these locations. We're now down to 6 tornado warnings, actually. 6 tornado warnings. I love the fact that we are coming downward when it comes to that. The low pressure itself is a 988 low sitting there just to the east of La Crosse, Wisconsin. A 988 low pressure center. And then the tornado warnings we have to the north here. Hopefully these two are weakening. The one that we have here west of Kenosha is still out there. That's going to be a tornado warning that is observed and expires in 13 minutes. The second one is near Watertown. That's going to be a radar-indicated tornado. We don't have a tornado in Chicago. We did have plenty of warnings. We had numerous warnings, actually, just a little while ago. Back there in Chicago. We don't have one now. We have Louisville, Illinois, underneath a tornado warning. That's going to be now radar indicated as a tornado warning. And into Wisconsin, the other tornado warning that we have is pea-sized hail, and still saying this is an observed tornado near Lauderdale Lake's Whitewater area. A large region there in Lake Geneva and Pell Lake over to Genoa City. Underneath a tornado warning and an observed tag is still placed with that. Let me see what they say. Extending observed. Damaging tornado located. Radar confirmed. Radar confirmed. That is not observed. Radar confirmed. Well, I'm all right with that. I can see that. I can see why they would say that, but not observed as a tornado by human eyes, I don't think, at this point. The other thing, still kind of watching down to the south because we still have quite a bit of instability here with this whole situation across this region. So I know that we are looking at the fact that we have, at least for a couple of hours more, we're going to have the situation where some tornado warnings may still pop up. But this thing has, look at Brett. That dude is fearless. He's going to drive right into this crap. And is there hail with it? Yeah, there's some really large hail here. There's B. I know he's tiny, but there's where he is. He's going to be right near this hail. That if it's moving on to the east, he's going to be in the hail shaft here in just a couple of seconds, or he's driving right into it. Have you got it? Let's go to his car cam here. Let's see. Because in the next scan, Dude ought to be right in this huge hail. I see a little bit of lightning there. There's a little bit of lightning showing up, but I'm not sure here. It only made it in one scan. How old is that? 809. 10 minutes old. He's driving around on the southeastern side of Memphis, Tennessee. I don't know if that's his resting face or if that's his mad face. I can't really tell. I know he's exhausted. He and Heath have been working really hard the last couple of weeks, but nonetheless, now I believe he's driving into this part of the hail shaft that, again, that data is old, 809. The vertically integrated liquid comes in 10 minutes later than most everything else, but this is hail. This shaft right here is large hail coming in, and he should be right underneath it here. I think we have lost his feed again coming out of his vehicle, and it is much further to the north. The actual new scan that came up is much, much further to the north as far as the hail goes. So he would have to keep on driving before he actually ran back into it again. And I don't see where he's doing that. So 1 1/4 inch size hail. Definitely an indention there. This is, we call this a beware. Beware, BWER. It's a bounded weak echo region where we have very little precipitation, but we do have air that is pushing into the system right there with hail gathering about the region. And the purple area here is where you're going to have the largest hailstones that will be occurring right there, at least as far as that thunderstorm goes. And once again, producing a very well-formed situation, a very well-formed storm that has plenty of indications of being a massive supercell thunderstorm. Followed this all the way from the southwest. It kind of looked like this one. It's over there again now. This is near Holly Grove and Clarendon, where that thunderstorm is still occurring, and moving on eastward across most of this area from the west and to the east. So pretty active situation ongoing there too. And all across the region here we have showers and thunderstorms that have been building through the day today. And that's kind of what it looks like at this point. The rest of the thing is just sort of marinating there, if you will, and waiting to take place and slide on to the east. Slide on to the east as we go through. Let's look at the long wave radiation here to show you that we don't have anything else beginning to pop up. This is a tornado watch, brand new tornado watch just issued. This is going to be a new tornado watch that goes until 4 a.m. now from Natchitoches in Louisiana to Natchez, back over to Monroe along I-20 and to the north to Yazoo City, Jackson, all the way to the north to Grenada, Greenville, El Dorado. You're included here also. And so that is a brand new tornado watch going through the night tonight with scattered wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour and a possibility of tornadoes. A few tornadoes are possible till 4 a.m. into this area. So that is a tornado watch just now issued moments ago from the National Weather Service office and the Severe Storms Prediction Center there in Norman, Oklahoma. And you can sort of see that the coloring here on the satellite image, the coloring is still very bright. There are new thunderstorms that seem to be growing here around Mansfield. Watch the last couple of frames. Let me add a few more frames to it, put it into motion once again to take a look at what's happening here. And there is new growth that is ongoing right there just to the north of College Station. And so it's not done with yet. And we knew this was an area here that we were talking about through the day today. We knew this was an area that was going to be on the south side of everything, and it was going to be the last to clear, the last to actually get rid of the threat for tornadoes to occur. And even down here in the southern portions of Arkansas, there is, in the infrared image, there is some indication of a few new cells trying to pop up. This one right here is a brand new cell. This one down here near Longview is a new cell. So keeping its characteristics there at least for a little while longer. This is a big thunderstorm cell up here near Cairo that's moving on northeastward toward Paducah and Jonesboro. Check that out. That's a strong thunderstorm. They're still being indicated by the overall massive cloud cover. And can you see low pressure? Do you see it? It's very, very easy to see. The low pressure center itself is right about there. And everything up winds up and around the system like this. We ended up seeing this come down, and here's your cool front that kind of rides just about like that. We have an occlusion and a warm front that stuck out like a sore thumb over here to the east, and was helping drive in those temperatures that were really, really warm. And kind of in that situation there, everything was made to look like that. So, see, any questions I can answer? Does Cleveland, Ohio have any worries tonight? Not necessarily because of severe weather. There may be some thunderstorms come on into Cleveland later on tonight, but that is few and far between. That's not good. It's not a hot spot area by any means. As you can see, what we still have as far as precipitation goes, the bigger thunderstorms that have popped up over the last few hours are still sort of isolated at best. What we have down here in southern Arkansas, still some thunderstorms down there around Camden. DeWitt got a little thunderstorm there. The nighttime does not seem to be bothering them, and these thunderstorms that have popped up here in eastern Texas still look kind of hefty, kind of sturdy here overall. That one's a sturdy storm. This one down here to the south is pretty sturdy. This one right here along 49 is a decent-sized thunderstorm too, coming in along 49 near Natchitoches into Louisiana and down to the south there too. Those are cellular thunderstorms that still remain here tonight, even at the 8:30 hour. There's Brett. Back to the radar again. Yeah. Didn't really do anything. You can still see this is pretty wide here overall. You got an overall span of rotation that's occurring. Brett's right there. Near Casey, it looks like. A place called Casey. Just to the east of 269. Riding out the storm. Quite a bit of lightning that you can see at 67. Over 65. Current temperature there. Is that a curl trying to take place right there on the bottom? A lot of lightning there. A lot of lightning that's still ongoing there in all directions and further down to the south too. Very heavy rainfall here as well through the night tonight, the early part of the day tomorrow. Look, here is a single cell thunderstorm that the Weather Service is still following, and I don't see any reason why that couldn't just, do its own thing throughout the rest of the night tonight. So these are rogue thunderstorms out there by themselves that still have some shearing aloft, that still have the ability to spin and rotate. You can still see it has the arch, knowing that the wind's coming up from the south here, but coming in out of the south and west here, and then driving it off in that direction. That's where all the cloud deck and the precipitation is going off to the east there. And a very decent-sized storm there that is occurring. And a few more down to the south here. The one that we were looking at in Camden is a decent-sized storm. That's been one of the bigger ones over the last 30 minutes in southwestern portions of Arkansas. The rest of them have been pretty mild as far as those standards go, but that's an ugly little thing there near East Camden, 72 over 68. Got some large hail probably associated with that thing as it goes northeastward too. And then the rest of everything else that is up here in this area near Louisville, and that's going to be a storm. We're watching again Brad Arnold, who is on that storm. Is that I think that's just a regular rut there. I was thinking he was going to be in some sort of a ice rut, but that's going to be a regular sort of a rut. New tornado warning now. This is the first one that we've had over into the eastern side of Benton County. Now that's effective until 10 p.m. tonight. A possible tornado near Fowler, a thunderstorm that's producing a possible tornado right there into the area near Fowler. I-65 from the south side of Gary, Indiana, and then the lone thunderstorm cell that we still have 16 more minutes on this one near Lake Mills. That's moving northeast and has 3/4 of an inch sized hail associated with it. The upper part of this really looks to be diminishing pretty fast, pretty rapidly, and at least is fairly linear at this point. The bottom half of it, sort of the same. We are seeing some weakening that is occurring, and rarely would I see anything that would turn that around to have a more of a strengthening sort of a thing happen into the short term. it's only this thing that Brett's following here that he's still hot on the tail of this thing. And what is that? Let's see. Well, I don't really know what that is. If that was debris that went just north of him there, if that's debris down here, that's a pocket there too. That could have been some debris there. The stuff that's in Rossville here at the moment. Looks like it could be debris like. What is this for? There was a new tornado warning there and I just missed it. I'm sorry. Tornado warning. Let's see. Tennessee, Pulaski, Jefferson, Wisconsin, Benton, Fayette. That's just going to be this bottom one right here, I think. So, reissued the tornado warning here for the next 15 minutes. That's going to be a new tornado. Shelby County, southeastern Shelby, Hardeman, Marshall, Benton, and Fayette County. Moving to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. Possible tornado, 60 mile per hour wind gusts. And going northeastward. And I guess this is still the debris that they're looking at. I think there's two really... Back this up just a little bit further. Because I think this could be some debris that Brett's on right here. This could be something aloft. Right about there. I don't know if he's still following that. And then off to the north, there's what is no longer there, but there was something that also looked like debris up there too that was coming in from the south and moving northeastward. So two situations there that we were looking at. But that was also the largest storm of the moment, I think, that was left over. I don't think anything else looks remotely like that one or the rest of them. This is all pretty much of a weakening sort of scenario situation now that's taking place across the rest of this region here. If you've been paying attention at at all over the past couple of days, we have several reasons to believe that the season is nigh. The season is here for tornadoes to occur and to be in our severe weather season. As we look well on down the road, we'll take a look at the GFS very quickly here from 18Z today to show you that there is still going to be a reason as we go through the next several days and into next week where we are going to have the likelihood of strong to severe thunderstorms popping back up again across the entire area as a result of a return flow coming in out of the Gulf of Mexico. Let me show you. This is going to be for 4-4. This is going to be on Tuesday, the 4th. So we get rid of the dew points. You can see them go down to the south. But look how quickly they rebound and come back into the area here. And we got dew points back into the 60s very quickly on Tuesday. This is 4 p.m. This area, total inundation here again with some of these, the situation here. Where's my cape here that I can show you? The Cape situation is still pretty high coming back into this region again, super high on Tuesday in particular. Put it into motion. Come on, baby. Nothing's working as fast as I want it to. So we become stable again, but then we get into the 4th, which is going to be Tuesday. And look at these high Cape values that come right back into the mid-south and go northward all the way into Missouri again, Springfield, and northward up into Memphis. That'll last into the 5th. And so what are we looking at here? Well, we're looking at the dates coming up. We're talking about, let's see, we're talking about 2, 3, and then beyond the 3rd day. That's going to be right, let's see. Well, they went off. Yes, sir. Well, he didn't want to tell us. Let's see it. Let's see the video that you're talking about there. That he saw something across the road. So he pulled over there, and so did everybody else. That's pretty wild that everybody else pulled over. He was in that pocket where there was going to be some hail. Looks pretty windy. and then out. Yeah, so all this does head on to the east, and just during the day tomorrow, the day two has a slight risk that covers Savannah to Columbus to Charleston. I think most of that's going to be during the heating of the day, too, as it goes on by into the latter part of the afternoon as it goes on through that region. Then there's slight risk up into the northeastern United States as well. It's still bimodal there, if you've heard that word, that term for the day. Where we have two separate situations, two separate places there where things are changing and where the likelihood of these may occur. Day 4 looks like that. Day 5 is the one where we do the situation very similarly. Again, it's day 5, which day 5 is going to be on Tuesday night, and early on Wednesday morning, and that's where the risk is going to be, sort of in a similar situation, maybe not as far to the south this time, but that does include Des Moines southward at a 30%, Kansas City. So we're already looking at moderate possibilities here, enhanced possibilities, and maybe moderate possibilities going into the Tuesday time frame, which says we're, like I said, we're probably going to do it all over again. And you could probably push that a little bit further to the east into Wednesday and say something's got to occur on Wednesday on day 6, beyond that, because that could actually be the case as we move on down the road. So we are left over tonight with a little sample of what took place during the day today. We got some of the video there that we showed you of Brett, but up and down the line, the radar coverage has become less and less over the past few hours. The exception might be eastern Texas. Still, a couple of strong thunderstorms holding tight. I want to go to the local radar very quickly to look at what's happening down here. Where is our local radar going to be? It's going to have to be Houston, which is so far away. That's not going to help us out at all. That radar is busted and broken, whatever else. And I don't see, we're not going to have another radar anywhere closer than Houston to show you that. Let's see. No, that's a huge thunderstorm, though, over here near Huntsville. That's coming on eastward. So the exceptions are going to be just those cells down into Texas that'll be moving northward. And then into the southern sections of Arkansas, we still have some big thunderstorms here, too, that we are watching. Some of them with inbound, outbound markers associated with them, especially this one up here near Camden. So there's still shear that is ongoing here. Until you get into the true westerly winds, there'll still be wind shear. And like I said, the tornado warning still exists right over here on the eastern side of Memphis. This is going to be one of those thunderstorms. It's been somewhat long track. The velocity data has been showing us some of the inbound and the outbound. There it is. It's much tighter there. Much tighter there. Much tighter there. Where's Brett's video? Do we still have it? I'll be excited about that. That's the first true inbound outbound with the whole thing I've seen in a while, but it did sort of the same thing the storm did earlier in the day today, where it lined up a little bit linear and then got a kink. Brett says he's going to try to talk to us here. I'd like to know what's going on. I don't think he knew that we couldn't hear him. Is he a VLC source or a browser source? Potted up. He's talking. I don't know who he's talking to, but he's friendly with him. Love to know what's going on. Once again, there is a tornado warning still involved with this under the observed tag, which I'm not really sure who's looking at it. It says it's a confirmed extremely large dangerous tornado near Sladen, 14 miles north of Holly Springs, moving east at 50. It's a PDS. I suppose that's the debris just north of Brett. They're on 72, but I don't know for a fact. I know he's been hanging tough with it there for a while. And now it's blown out. I think it only did that for a moment or two. It only tightened up there for a moment or two, but definitely blown out now. This is a boundary that is set up now along this whole situation here, and it is no longer right there. And this thing's getting it onto the east now. That's got to be some super strong wind. It's just he's left in his wake there. Like I said a few moments ago, as it was moving on by, it was producing right there. There was some spin there for a moment. Right there, especially. I think that was probably a tornado at that point. I think that's actually when we had the debris that was showing up, and they went, no, not that. They went tore with it right about that same time. You can see there was debris that was just off to the east of Early Grove that was in there for a minute or two. Right about there was the signature, and there was debris off to the north too. I don't know what this was all about, but that's debris there just to the south of Rossville. They're on Mount Pleasant Road near Rossville. That was some sort of debris left over from earlier, with the same debris down to the south. So this was the confirmation. This is the reason the National Weather Service went with the observation tag. Went with the observation tag because of that and everything else moving on to the east there overall. So what do we have? We have 12 alerts at the moment. We still have several tornado warnings. You know what? There's another tornado warning coming in on the southwestern side of Memphis, Tennessee, on the Mississippi River. This is a brand new tornado warning issued just a few moments ago. And let's look at the radar again. What is happening here? Velocity data indicating broad area of rotation. This is sort of the same scenario, the same setup that we had just a little while ago. But once again, we still have some broad rotation within this storm. It has, has the look and feel of possibly a tornado there just to the west of Big Creek Corner, out of the Brush Spring Creek area and near Aubrey, the town of Aubrey, right there into that area. So that's going to be moving northeastward. Tornado warning still in effect there across the region. Coming across the Mississippi River there. It has a 30-minute tag to it. The National Weather Service office says Lee County, also St. Francis County, Phillips and Tunica counties, you're underneath a tornado warning because of a severe thunderstorm near Palmer, 7 miles to the southwest of Marvel. It's moving northeast at 55, double nickels, and a continuation of motion that's continuing off to the northeast. It'll be in the south side of Memphis sometime in the next hour and a half at 55 miles per hour. Quite likely, let's see if we go from here to here, it is exactly 55 miles over there. So if it's moving at 55 miles per hour, that's an hour's time. That's when we should have an ETA of about 9:46 coming into the western side of South Memphis, should we continue that motion. So we do have 2 tornado warnings there. In fact, within about 60 miles of downtown Memphis on either side, the northwest or the south and the west, and still moving northeastward across the rest of Tennessee. And, that's kind of what we have at the moment. And still looking at all of this as we go through the short term and the long term. I think mostly as it goes on eastward. Oh, so Brett's on Fox Weather. That's why we didn't hear him. He had network stuff to do. I knew he did. So he wasn't able to speak to us there a little bit earlier. But anyway, pretty much what we were looking for. Heard a lot, and I don't have any confirmation on this at all, but we do have some word. I've seen on Twitter a little bit of information about a large car pile up there. As you get up near the Rantoul area that we were looking at a little bit earlier today, where we had the tornado warning there just a little bit earlier in the day today. It was an hour ago, I guess, when we were actually watching everything, following everything into that area. And we did have a tornado warning, so there has been some word about a car. Let me see what I can find out. Into Illinois, excuse me. And I know we had a tornado warning there because I followed it very closely. This is the one that was just north of Thomasboro in the Ludlow area. And see what I got. I don't know. I can't get any confirmation on that at all, but I know. I see where it says a car crash, but I don't see a pile up. We'll have to get some confirmation on that. Anyway, big picture says up and down the line, Indiana, back westward, all the way down here to the tornado warning just south of where our buddy Brad is. Again, this is near Newton, where we got a strong thunderstorm and a possible tornado into this area, where we're following him as he goes southward. Hate these nighttime hookups here where you're trying to find something in the middle of the night. But again, there is reason to believe there's some rotation in there. There's some strong straight line stuff associated with that thing as you go further and further down to the south. And then as we go all the way down here We got another tornado warning coming into the western side of Memphis in Tennessee. And so these are strong thunderstorms, all of them associated. This is a Middleton tornado warning now just issued a second ago. That's going to be for the same storm, 11,000 people. Their radar indicated Middleton into Grand Junction, Michigan City, just north of Highway 72. That is borderline with the state of Mississippi. Actually, Alabama, too, goes all the way down through Alabama. Or we got this back to the west here, which is a Mariana storm, large thunderstorm that we've been looking at that also has the possibility of rotating and turning. It doesn't have the possibility. I mean, we're kind of watching the rotating and turning, actually, which is confirmation. Right there is where the possible tornado is associated with this thing near Mariana and headed on northeastern on a track that we're very familiar with. It's happened several times over and over again. Reflectivity shows you there's definitely a little bounded weak echo region there on the southwestern side of that. There's also the likelihood of some large hail being reported here too. The vertically integrated liquid showing you the same thing, all matching up straight up and down the line. Highway 79, it's US 79 that we're looking at. Among the rest of the area there, plenty of room for more thunderstorms to be occurring going into the next few hours. These have all been strong thunderstorms. Stop it. Just stop. There we go. And what did we just have happen here? We just had a new Meso discussion, I think, was just issued a few moments ago. And it is. And this is this is wild. They picked out the one storm that Brett is on and gave a little risk area over the next couple of hours. The greatest tornado risk is going to come out of that, they are saying. Just looking at the MRMS radar and into the weather watch 97. They did go ahead and drop the tornado watch back into Memphis. They dropped it there, and really it only exists down to Cleveland and to Mississippi. Oxford's included. Now Florence, Alabama, and Russellville, you're included in the tornado watch. And it's possible that even downstream there would be more indication of tornadoes to occur anywhere in and around that risk area going through the night tonight and the early part of the day tomorrow, too. So watching out for all of that to be the case as we move further and further along into the next several hours and beyond. It's very much so going to be one of the situations where anything at night that takes place, if you just happen to be Johnny on the spot, you might be able to see it. But it's very difficult if you cannot see it, then it's not really going to be a situation there we'd find out about until the early part of the day tomorrow when all of that turns around and gets included in the rest of that. So that's what our new Meso discussion says from the Severe Storms Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma. The greatest risk over the next couple of hours, you got you right there just south of Jackson, Mississippi. A possible tornado there that we've been looking at for a while. The secondary storm they didn't mention also has a tornado warning associated with it there too, coming in from the southwest, moving northeastward toward Memphis. And that would be something that we would be looking at and, watching that too as the next couple of hours goes on by. Radar here again, we'll look at the storm down to the south here, the high resolution. Shows you again the reflectivity, the inbound and the outbound is there with it. That's a storm coming in from the southwestern side into Memphis. And then you got the thing up here, which is very near where Brett is. I'm not really sure what's projected to happen there, what he's really doing, but this is an outflow boundary here at the moment. The rear flank that has a little bit of rotation down there. It looks like at the moment south of Salisbury and beyond, but that's kind of it, folks. I mean, that's it for the moment. And tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave the radar up here for you, let you watch what's going on here, but without any information from Brad. I don't know if he's done for the night or if he's just still efforting doing some of his other situations for tonight. But I'm very close to not having any breath left. And so I'm a little bit out of shape, as it were, when it comes to speaking for 8 to 10 hours out of the day. I used to do it all the time. Actually did 26 hours one time in Denver, Colorado for a hurricane that came in. So it's not like I can't talk. It's just I haven't been, it's kind of like spring training. This is spring training for me. I haven't really done a long sort of a situation. I need, what is it, honey and milk or honey and something? I need for Brad to talk, but he's tuned me out. I think that's just sort of our relationship. Brett's always tuned me out after a couple of hours. And I don't know why he can't hear us, but I've texted him a couple of times and told him that we can't hear him. It seems like he's talking to us, but can't get a hold of him. So, Jay, unless you have some sort of reason not to, I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up here. And know that we say what? Yeah. I think we're going to wrap it up here, folks. I so appreciate you being with us through the day today. I don't think anybody, I didn't see any sort of problems to our chat. I love the chat. I love hearing from you. I hope that the next time you come back and you're with us, that you'll make sure that you let us know more and more about you and where you live and what's going on at your house. I'd like to use the chat to help me out a little bit more with the weather conditions across the rest of the country. And so I'd really appreciate that. That's always been very good for us to do that. But for now, we're going to let you go back to turn you to your regular scheduled program, which I think is Oprah. And that'll be coming up right after us. And we appreciate you being here with us for the long haul of the day today. We've had lots of storms. I'm sure we'll be getting you some of that information.
Check 1 2.
He does this every time.
Let me guess.
I had just almost said goodnight.
We can't good night yet when you got a tornado about to go into the Memphis metro area.
Well, we've been asking you about that for a little over an hour and a half now, and you just kind of look like you're ignoring us.
No, sorry about that. I screwed up. I got on this tornado and got a little side happy there trying to track it across 72. I'm hopeful. I'm really hoping because see, I'm even yawning. That's horrible.
Yeah.
I'm hopeful that some of this stuff can maybe go more linear in the coming hours. For my sake, your sake, and the world's sake. But that tornado warning there coming into the Delta is very strongly gate to gate, and it's it's coming close to a path that it went down earlier, except it may go just a little bit north of there, which is concerning. If it were to come to Memphis metro area, that is, that's problematic. That's problematic. Little Rock has a much better look at it if you want to look at the velocities there on Little Rock on that storm in
I was
Memphis.
about to say, none of it looks good on Memphis radar. I didn't think about going to Little Rock. Yeah, I see what you're talking about.
There you go. The Weather Service had mentioned that radar was doing a whole lot better. There's a bunch of side lobe contamination for some reason going on Memphis's radar. They've been talking about that a lot today.
Yeah.
But that's a pretty serious storm that's trying to head into the metro area.
Well, let me ask you, because we followed the storm with you, the one that was there a little bit earlier when you were in Tunica is when we really we tuned into you, and we've been watching your facial expressions ever since. So what happened there? I saw you get out of the car a couple of times. You looked upward. It looked like at one point, I swear to God, it looked like you were right underneath it on the radar.
And
what happened to that?
We absolutely were. So basically, the storm. Oh man, here we go again. The storm looked really impressive visually, and it was getting its act together as it came across the river. I talked to a good friend of mine, Matt Grantham, who's a Weather Service meteorologist, and he let me know that there was a tornado across the river from us in West Helena, and this was going to cross the river into Tunica County. Said it was big, dusty, weak kind of tornado, which is exactly what we had there in Tunica County. We threw the drone up so we could get a view of it, coming toward the river, and watched a big wall cloud. And on the south flank of the wall cloud, as the river flank downdraft kicked in, it spun up a tornado. Very weak. The Weather Service was watching the feed, and we were communicating. As a matter of fact, I was communicating with our good friend Darren Jones there. He and I have been talking a lot today, and it didn't look like it did much damage. And then we tracked it across the Interstate 69 corridor there from Tunica over to Hernando. We witnessed a couple power flashes there, saw some silhouettes, but I mean, it was dark by that time. So I I told him I couldn't confirm a ground circulation. I just knew we had power flashes. I didn't see any visible damage when we went down the highway. So, you know, so far the most damaging tornado was the one that went north of Memphis in this area, and then down the ones that raked from Little Rock, Arkadelphia up to Wynn, Earl, Parkin, Terrell, Arkansas. Hopefully, hopefully we can get through the rest of this evening and maybe not deal with as much down here as we lose some daytime heating, we lose some forcing, but right now we've still got very impressive signature there, right, just west of the river, and it's going to move into Tunica County.
So I do remember when we sort of started watching that with you, we were trying to make out what we were seeing, and I do remember the dust coming up, but right before all the dust came up and it crossed over the roadway there, right before there, it looked like we might have seen, some sort of a condensation. Again, that's what I was dying to ask you because we couldn't really see it that well in the little monitor, but I thought there was a condensation funnel there right before all the dust came and started moving eastward, and then it ran across the road really, really quickly there.
Yep,
as we
that's
saw.
absolutely what happened. There was even another funnel. You could see the big wall cloud that we were shooting. That's what we were more focused on, and then we saw that spin up and spin down, and it did it rapidly. There was a bit of a condensation funnel there. It spun down, had a little bit of dirt, and that was that. But there was also in the wall cloud. I had the drone in the air, and from the air, I zoomed in, and you could see a cone funnel back in that wall cloud for a time period before it got closer, and it looks like maybe that was an RFD surge that was cutting that wall cloud and that rotation off, and it just spun that little tornado up really, really quick there, across 61, and recycled. The storm recycled again. It had a new meso and all that stuff as it got south of Hernando. So uh, they got lucky. They definitely got lucky there in Tunica, North Tunica, and the Hernando area. Now with this next storm, we'll see. I mean, I don't know. The last storm could have laid out a boundary. I'm not seeing that visually right now, but um, it's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, there's still, you can certainly see what I see. I mean, there's still some thunderstorms that are rotating way down there to the south, actually, as you can see. But it is a whole lot more linear off to the north, and we've gotten rid of all those tornado warnings that were out there in the southern Wisconsin and northeastern sections of Illinois. Over into Indiana now, I think. Brad Arnold is close to a tornado warned storm here at the moment, but I haven't seen anything coming out of there. It's really right here concentrated into the high risk area. And I don't know if you even saw, but they did put out a new day one that just drew a high risk right about there around you, within about 100 miles diameter around you, and all the way down to Tupelo kind of a thing, where you can see that's a shear point right there. Right on the Mississippi River at the moment. And unlike you, that one tornado warning, there's still just southeast of Mariana. It still looks like there's something going on there. Now, was there I thought I saw two debris signatures north of you when you were there with this thing a few minutes ago, too. Were there two distinctive CC drops? Were there two of them there, or was it just the one that was close to you?
Well, from what I can understand, I saw power flashes come across the road 2 times on 72. We saw those near the Mount Pleasant community, and then once we got over to the east, let's see, what area was that? Sladen. We had a really good look at it near Sladen. So we saw 2 sets of power flashes. So it's definitely possible you had 2 debris signatures. I just couldn't verify, but I got plenty of video showing some extreme flashes coming across 72 twice.
Have you looked at it now? It's gate to gate again.
Is that the one you talking about the one to the east?
The one you just left is gate to gate. I mean,
I'll be dead honest with you. It's probably going to produce a tornado, and it's probably going to do it because it's in really, really bad terrain now. It's about to go into some really rough terrain there, west of what is that? Going to be southwest of Jackson, Tennessee.
Yeah.
Going towards Savannah, Henderson. That area is really, really hilly.
It's hilly, isn't it?
It is. It is.
We used to
So
chase rabbits over there. That's where it goes up and down and up and down. I don't know how cattle live there, but yeah, you see there's gate to gate there on that pretty well, and pretty good net shear there just to the east of Van Buren. And then you got the other storm here, which I haven't seen anything, any kind of a CC drop or anything on that. I've been looking at the wrong radar all this time.
Morganfield, Kentucky.
I see it right there where the Ohio comes in.
Man, I tell you, this has been one of the biggest days in terms of spatial events we've had in a very, very long time, outbreak wise.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. There were tons of confirmations, though, tons of observations coming in from the northern part of this, though, that I never saw. I mean, people seemed like they were on, but I never saw them. It's a weird sort of shape there in Oblong, Missouri. Oh, that's Illinois.
Yeah, that's a pretty nasty looking couple. Actually, that's the reason I'm wondering if there's some side lobe issues over near Middleton. Give me just 1 minute, Dave. I got to take this one call. I'll be back with you, but I just got to do this phoner really fast.
All right. He don't love us as much as he does everybody else. Kidding. He's got like 15 networks he's trying to do stuff for out there. Tornado warning again. This is a new tornado warning here near Bricky's in Hollywood, near Marianna that we were looking at. That's the storm just now coming in across Mississippi River, where we have all these little oxbow lake areas look like they're trying to form. Well, that is a situation where we have a tornado warning. 3,600 people are included there. Radar indicated pea-sized hail. Well, within that storm there at the moment, pea-sized hail, all that is moving northeastward that we're looking at. One of the strong storms at the moment there that we're following. And then got a couple of us. Now, we still have a portage warning here off to the north. We'll take a look at these. Valparaiso, we got a tornado warning here into Porter and Lake counties. That's for a possible tornado near Hobart. It's moving east at about 65 miles an hour, moving east at 65. Down to the south, we have a situation here near Monticello. That's going to be 7 more minutes for a Chalmers and Monticello, Idaville area there with a possible tornado there hanging out and hanging on. A little bit of spin right here near Newport, but no warning at the moment. And down here, down to the south where Brad is, that is a funky looking sort of situation. I don't know what the heck is going on there. This is definitely what we call side lobing, though. And that's going to be a tornado warning there for a little while longer. Brad is there within that storm. He'd let me know if there was something going on with that. And then this is, again, inbound, outbound, Shawneetown. Now, this could be, let's see, where are we here? This is north of Paducah. And this looks like what could be trying to spin up right here near Shawneetown. Shawneetown, that looks like a tornado trying to spin up there just on the northern side of that polygon. Morganfield is what it's moving into there on the eastern side. This is where the Ohio River and the Arkansas come together here. We're looking at both of these areas with concern, deep concern, as they are near Wabash Island and beyond. Strong thunderstorms that are being translated into tornado-bearing thunderstorms. And then back into the south, into the deep south. Brad is coming back into the region here to follow up on this storm, which possibly has a tornado associated with it. Strong indication. They just went with a new warning for the next 36 minutes, saying this is a tornado warning now for Lee County, Crittenden County, DeSoto, and Tunica counties, all underneath tornado warnings, 9:45 till 9:45, 7 miles to the south of Bricky's or east of Marietta, moving to the east at about 45 miles per hour, moving to the east at about 45 miles per hour. The likelihood of a tornado here associated with the storm. And looking at the radar again, one more look at the radar. This is the radar coming in out of Memphis, Tennessee. He's talking about Darren Jones. Darren Jones, the MIC, one of my favorite buddies there, Darren Jones. Used to be down at the Weather Service in Birmingham, Alabama, but now the MIC up there in Memphis, Tennessee. He and I used to cover storms together. We've covered tornado warnings, and hurricanes, many hurricanes over the years. And I'd like to say I taught Darren everything he knows, and I would say that, and I'm going to go ahead and do it tonight. And if he wants to argue, he knows my number. Back on to the south here, you can see along the Mississippi River, this is 79 going northward to Hughes, and 61 there across that area there too. We still have those thunderstorm cells. The tornado Brett was talking about a little bit earlier, reported by the Arcabutla Dam Road in Tunica County. Emergency manager there said that was a tornado. And remember when Brett was just looking up? He was kind of looking up like, what's going on? Well, that was, pretty much what he was talking about there into the short term. It was pretty much one of the big deals there earlier in the day today. So definitely what we're thinking was going to happen did sort of happen in both of those locations there early in the day today. Hold on for 1 second. What was that? Indiana. Tornado warning into Indiana again. Brand new tornado warning up there. That's still moving on northeastward. Out and away from the area there as well. All that still moving on northeastward. And again, our little tornado warning here at the moment. This is looking funky. This is looking really funky here near Lacey. It's just weird the way that looks at the moment. Down to the south here, still looking at correlation coefficient, which doesn't have a whole lot of anything. I don't think that's going to amount to much right there, but that is a tornado warning there on the south side. Coming northward from the National Weather Service office and the rest of the region there. This is a tornado warned storm just out of the southwest of Memphis, Tennessee. Kind of looking out for that, and we'll definitely be doing that as we move into the next hour. But right now, that's what we got. We got the 2 tornado warnings down here to the south into Tennessee, 2 up here to the north across Illinois and Indiana into Morganfield, and the 2 that we have right up here at the moment. Current storms that we're looking at near Robinson and Palestine. That's a pretty hefty thunderstorm still ongoing there. Brad Arnold is on that storm, but it's very dark, super dark to see what's happening. But he can be following that and see if anything should materialize out of that. At the moment, it doesn't look like we have anything else on that other than what you see is what you get, which is a pretty broad looking thunderstorm. Large thunderstorm velocity data has an inbound and an outbound and a very weird sort of scenario again, and that's kind of the deal there overall. Shawneetown, Illinois, Morganfield in Kentucky, 2 tornado warnings there that we are still watching out for, and then several more off to the north. They go all the way up here. They're following these 2 that go eastward across Valparaiso into the Logansport area there, coming in from the west. 2 more tornado warnings there that have popped up over the last few minutes. We have 15 alerts now, by the way. And in southwestern we go, And there is a brand new tornado warning. Now, this is a tornado emergency, actually. Let's get into this really quickly here. This is the storm that we were looking at there, right on the line. Ping pong ball-sized hail. This Palestine report here. And Robinson, this is a tornado warning that we're looking at. And Hudsonville and Trimble. This is going to be a tornado warning now that is a tornado emergency, meaning on the ground. Up here where we've been looking at and following this over the past little while. This is a one of the big storms, and again, our dude up here, if we could pull up Brad Arnold, because Brad is on this storm. If you could pull him up full screen, it'd be great to watch him, because he's in the tornado emergency area, and let's watch him from the other side. Looks like to me a 43 mile per hour gust. We got 68 again over 61 near the airport in Gordon. It's going to be moving on into the area there from the west near Trimble and Gordon. Big thunderstorm complex there, and the associated tornado warning that is with it there into the area too. High res reflectivity showing you what's going on. There's some large hail associated with this thing, and the likelihood of a tornado is going to be into that area there also, because anytime you get a situation where you have a large tornado like this, an emergency situation here, and this is one of those. We've also lost his signal there. That might be temporary. That might be. Yes. Hello?
All right, you can hear me. Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
You may have lost my signal here for just a second. I'm working on getting that situated for you, Dave. One moment.
All right. Yeah, we were just talking about the tornado emergency up there in Palestine.
At Ohio?
Yeah, it's up there. It's about to move into Indiana out of Illinois.
Okay.
It's a tornado emergency right now. Brad's on it, but he doesn't have a signal, or he's got an off and on signal showing up there. But pretty big storm. Weird low again.
Yeah, I see that tornado emergency there. That's problematic.
Very,
very problematic there. Let's see. Trying to find a radar that's close to it. Is it Indianapolis, I guess?
Yeah.
I guess it would be. Oh, holy cow. What is wrong with the velocity product? Am I seeing?
No, that's what I know. I mean, it's been crazy up there.
Oh, no wonder. Yeah, there's a CC drop that just hit the airport there.
Yeah.
Yikes. That's not good. Going through the north side of Palestine, going by KRSV airport, which is what is that? Crawford County Airport. There, that's not good at all.
Nope.
I wonder. Oh wow, it's moving northeast at 70 miles per hour too. I wonder how many tornadoes we're going to end up verifying for today.
I don't know.
This has been something. Tell you what, all these cam models that continue to try to blow everything up and then create linear situations, buddy, they failed this epically. Everybody that wants to poo-poo these situations because, well, the cams do this, the cams do that. Yeah, the cams didn't do too good, did they?
Well, you mentioned the cams a couple of days ago that might take us into a high risk, so there was something to that.
Well, I mean, but what I mean is the changing. Everybody jumps on a change. You know, if it changes one model run, and
Oh, I know.
you got to be able to. I mean, I know you know this. You got to be able to interpret these things because models have biases, and one of their big ones is trying to line things out too fast sometimes. And I mean, heck, I don't even know if we're going to get a line out of this at all in any capacity.
Maybe not
I mean,
until it gets way over here in the Smoky Mountains.
Well, you think about it. The dry line's already through Russellville, Arkansas, right? And the west now you got west winds at Little Rock, so it's about to push through there. I mean, there's no line on the dry line / cold front. It's all supercells out ahead. You still got a couple of them. That's a problematic trend. I hope that's not a continued trend for the spring. If that's a trend for the spring, we're in trouble. Because next week, I know we've been focused on today, and rightfully so, but next week is very problematic as well.
Yeah, we just kind of went through the Tuesday, a look at Tuesday there a few minutes ago, and on the GFS anyway. Even higher Cape numbers than this go around in some places.
Well, if we could get these couple tornado warnings to drop off and weaken out some. The storm coming into the South Haven, Hernando, Memphis area currently looks like it's not quite as electrified as it once was. So maybe I think we're going to stop when we get to Interstate 55 and take a look at it because it's already crossed the river. It's coming through Tunica now. Robinsonville, basically out where all of the resort properties and the casinos are out on the river there. It's over them right now. It doesn't look quite as stout. I wonder if there's a little capping that's maybe inhibiting things from going too crazy. Hope so.
Looks like a little CC trying to show there the last frame out of Memphis, the last little CC there at what time? At the 9:22.
Here we go. Yep. Let's see if I can get our camera back to you because we're seeing a lot of lightning here. Stop the stream. Trying to stop it. Trying to okay. Now we. Oh, did you? I'm sorry. I restarted it. I had to. I actually went to the Starlink system. Seems like we're having better luck out here with the Starlink system tonight. Since I changed over to it, we were doing pretty well with the video feed. So. It's been working really, really well. Be honest with you, all of my content that I've been able to upload, super duper fast by using that. That it switches between all the carriers, so it'll take the strongest signal and the highest speed signal, and that it works pretty well. So I've been impressed so far. Let's see. Somebody just reported a tornado over there near Robinsonville. Over near the casinos. So there's a spotter report of a tornado right now. I know, right? If only we could be so lucky. Let's see here.
Well, I mean, that's you saw that last CC drop.
Yeah, I did see that. I'm watching. To me, it looks like the rotation is broader, but Memphis's radar has been really suspect today. So um, I don't know. There's some weird stuff going on with some of these cells. I'll be honest with you. That's kind of I'm unsure exactly what they're doing right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed that.
Confirmed tornado observed now over Robinsonville, moving northeast at 60. Maybe that's why these storms look jacked up.
Well, it could be 60 and 70. I've seen a couple of times. Yeah, okay.
Let's see. A lot of good lightning on the feed right now, though. A lot of good lightning. We're gonna position here on 55. If this bad boy comes across 55, we couldn't really see much on 69. There's not a ton out there.
Yeah.
Because it goes west of Hernando, and that's basically between there and the resort properties, the casinos. There's not much lighting, so you're not going to see a ton. So I think we're gonna stay. It's going to go toward the TMM radar, the terminal Doppler there possibly. Oh wow!
I just get weirded
Crawlers,
out
man.
every time I see you get out of the car and look straight up.
I mean, if I'm doing the thing right, it should be straight up over my head somewhere pretty close. So kind of what I'm looking for here, Dave. I mean, earlier today I was looking when we were in Little Rock. Unfortunately, I was looking to make sure a piece of plywood wasn't going to try to fly over my head and chop it off from 10 blocks up the street because that thing was chunking some debris.
Yeah. Yeah, it took me a minute. I didn't see the tornado until I saw the debris. I got to do something about that. I got to get me a bigger monitor or something. But anybody hurt so far? Have you seen anybody? I know you came up on damage a couple of times.
So I just heard, we came up on damage over in
Earl.
No, it wasn't Earl. It was west of there. Wynn. Yeah, I've heard there's 2 fatalities there. And then I have heard unofficially that there's a fatality in North Little Rock that they're kind of waiting to see. What else they may find. I know there's a lot of search and rescue that's been going on though. A lot of it.
I'll tell you what, I was surprised at how large the North Little Rock tornado ended up being. And I mean, I guess part of that ablation or whatever you want to call it was because it was so close to the radar site and everything was, skewed that way. But when it came over the hill there and I saw how big it was, that ended up being a pretty big tornado, I think.
Yeah, in that particular location, I would say it was a 1/4 mile wide, maybe a little wider. it was doing some nasty work though as it came over that hill. I'm not surprised. I'll be honest with you. I'm not certain that the tornado wasn't touching down when it came over the hill. We were watching the rotation. We watched there was a collar that wrapped into it, and we watched all that happen there. And I'm wondering if everything just ended up being right, because it looked like the updraft, you could see what looked like a little horizontal roll there
Yeah.
that was visible with a cloud that was coming off, kind of like a beaver tail, but it was spinning. Well, the updraft pulled that up into the vertical and it went nuts. So that's kind of what I'm thinking we may have witnessed. We may have witnessed basically, horizontal vorticity go into the vertical and actually become a tornado there. So I got to go back and study the dash cam video. It was pretty neat. It was neat, but it was also scary because what most people don't know is we knew the tornado was coming toward us. We positioned that place on purpose. We didn't know the tornado was going to come over that exact spot where we were sitting. And then when we tried to get away, the issue at hand there was, okay, everybody is going to stop and cause
Yeah.
gridlock, look at the tornado instead of like getting
Yeah.
out of the way of it.
Yeah.
So we almost hit two vehicles getting out of the drive there where we were filming the tornado. And it was a mess there for. If we had stayed 30 seconds longer, we wouldn't have got out of there without being hit, because at least grazed, because that thing was moving so quickly when it topped the hill.
When you look at the dash cam video, you'll notice too, because the first thing I saw was what looked like a tiny funnel on the right hand side, right on the skyline, right along the line as it came over the hill, and then I saw
We could sit right here.
the actual funnel, the real funnel. But originally I thought you were pointing at this little bitty thing that was hanging out on the bottom right hand side there.
Yeah, it wasn't the little bitty thing.
Yeah, it wasn't.
I can assure you that.
Far to
that
the
was,
left of there. Yeah,
that
I didn't think it was
sucker-
going to be that big. I just didn't think it was going to be that large. And again, the proximity to the radar skewed it off to make it look much, much smaller, almost not at all. All right, so you're going to wait right there. You do?
Oh, there they are. Yeah, I was going to see if you could hear the sirens.
Did they reissue to cover you? There's some ungodly lightning there.
Yep, lightning's intensifying. Let me see. I spoke to Darren. Let's see what Darren says. He's talking to me directly.
Did you tell him you didn't call me for my birthday?
I did not yet. Who's that? Oh, yeah. Apologies, Harvey. Sitting at 55. Sorry, I'm trying to communicate.
No, cool. We're waiting with you. Brand new Meso just came out. Tornado wind damage, large hail threat likely continues for the next several hours there in the central sections of Indiana, and it's all moving on to the east. That's part of Weather Watch 99.
Did they? I noticed in SPC. This says a lot about how this. Wow, this says a lot about how this day is gone. I've got to shoot some of this. They went with a PDS tornado watch again.
Yeah, they did. The one that's over you right now.
Yep.
I'm recording it.
Yep.
Too.
It's they have the automated system here. It sounds like I hear them saying this is not a test. This is a tornado warning. Seek shelter immediately over the deal here. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Sorry, I got to change my battery here on my camera so that if we do see something, we don't miss it, because I'm an idiot.
I'm recording too, by the way.
Okay, good. I'm about to record because this. Well, You'll see here in just a minute. We're sitting right in front of this tornado if it comes across the interstate here. So I'm not really an idiot, but sometimes idiots have idiot tendencies. Let's see what we got.
There's still old debris aloft there. I don't know if you can see it.
I haven't seen it yet, but I'm
Right
sure
there
I
on
will if it gets
61,
close
there's
enough.
old debris that's about to land. Let's see, peace-sized hill.
Well, I thought I had it. I don't. I'm just waiting right here. I got another car that has pulled off behind me. I'm not really sure why.
They want to give
They
me some
have.
money.
Probably. I could use a loan at this point. Oh, that's a ton
Well,
of
you should
sirens.
hear
That's what
sirens now. The tornado watch warning is east of him, so.
Oh boy. Hold on.
He's in the tornado warning now. He wasn't before. Look at that lightning. Boom. Well, that took forever to come across. Do what?
We're gonna hang right here at this location.
Whoa.
Yeah, that lightning is not messing around, guys.
It's been in the same spot for about 10 times now. You want to zoom into that a little bit?
Well, it's gonna do it again.
I mean, it's been right at within an inch of where it just showed up right there.
Whoa!
Yeah. 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 That was a good one. That's what you said whoa about, I think.
Buddy, I tell you, this has been this storm is cranking electrically now. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't really see
what?
it. Spencer, Indiana, Worthington, Indiana.
Which, yeah, that would make sense. This lightning is nothing short of insane right here. These fingers that just came off on the stream right there. Crazy lightning.
I know I've only got 2 strikes on the app, but I can see there's more.
I'm telling you, this thing's electric.
Electrifying.
Let's see what
I haven't even seen her video yet.
Darren's telling the media to really hype this one for the South Metro now. It's starting to hook out, starting to get a hook echo and a really good signature there at the intersection of I think it's 304 and 69. That's crazy.
Lightning shifting a little bit more to your right.
Yep. Oh, look at the signature on it now.
Yeah.
Look at the signature. There we go. It's trying to pivot over. We watched this happen earlier today. I talked about the pivot when it starts to go vertical like that.
We watched it twice now.
Yep. I'm trying to figure out how to step back on this camera right here.
Do your wheel.
Three what? Dadgummit. I can't go backwards with the wheel.
Okay.
I want.
Start it over and go forward.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to get it closed. Well, just got the lightning shot of the century.
That'll do it.
It's all a little bit
What?
further to the right.
Is it coming our way?
I don't see any. Yeah, it's coming your way. I don't see any kind of a. The lightning's all headed over to South Haven, so it's kind of gathering up around there now. All the lightning strikes are. They went to the north. I think it's going to end up, passing to your north there. The bulk of it is.
The bulk of it is.
I don't see a kink there anymore. I mean, it looks like the RFD is going to be kicking there in a minute.
All right, I see it's looks like it's kind of gathered a little north of us here, which is good. I mean, I see the little hook that's formed there north of 69. Let's see what it does. Oh, I see what's happening. Run the loop. It's ingesting and clearing out. So yeah, TMM does not look as. Oh yeah, it does. Never mind. It's got a little signature there off 301. Doesn't look as great though.
It's going to go north of you pretty well.
Yeah, I'm looking at that too.
You're already on the latitude equal to it.
Yeah, we think we may go to the north and step that way just a little bit, maybe going up the interstate here just a touch.
Like toward Nesbitt?
Yeah, we're not far. All we got to do is get on it.
Yeah.
Dude, I can see stars above the breaks here in the inflow of the clouds. It's ridiculous how clear this has been today.
It's probably aided in a bit, some of this.
Oh.
Yeah, it's already north of your latitude, actually.
All right, we're going to go just to the north here. Heck, it may go right at the TMM radar site, maybe a little bit to the north of it. It's not looking so hot now to me, but we'll see. All right, we're going to get on 55. Upgrading to Tor on Crockett. Let's see, what is that? Okay, so that's northeast. All right.
Taking a big old breath.
That's what I was about to say. I'm wondering if it's doing a cycle. Super res. Let's look at tilt 2. Oh boy. There's an issue. Look just off the deck. This thing is really going to town. It is not going to take long for it to spin down. All right, let's go a little bit north on 55 here. It's headed toward Olive Branch, it looks like. All right. It's funny, all the TV storm vehicles are following us. All right. Right here is an interesting oh, see, there's something dark back over there. Let's see what we got here.
It's coming into Dean's Corner.
Let's see.
West
Watching it close because
days.
it's not far. That's the thing, is it could go up here just to the north of the radar if it could clear out. We're in an area of population now, and also in an area where you're gonna see it. If it does something, you're gonna be able to see it. Unfortunately, there you go, Dave. You're about to get some really, really intense lightning. Woo.
Although, did you see how quickly that lightning traveled on across into Memphis now?
Uh-huh. I did. We need to come up over the hill here. Maybe the next exit, be pretty careful here on 55. I don't think anything's imminent, but we got to watch it because I mean it's got a whole bunch of lightning with it. All right, we're at Nesbitt. See what the appendage looks like on them again, because it's trying to do a little bit of a wrap there. It's really weird. Can't tell if the gust fronts are out front of these things or what. Just looks really odd. We'll get back on the interstate here in just a second. Ride with it as it goes up into the metro. I mean, it should be.
You could,
video.
you could easily do that again. Still, it's north of you in latitude.
Yep. Let's go ahead and get back on that interstate section right there, Heath. Let's see. Yeah, it's literally gonna be right here, just to the north of the radar site, if it does anything. It's very windy though. I can hear it.
Yeah.
It's just take a little slow walk here in the woods. Still two. Yeah, just to the north here. It's cranking up. Matter of fact, I tell you what, get up here, Heath, and we'll go just a little bit to the north here. Yeah, you see what I'm looking at. Got some opening here.
And if you'll notice, we're right here.
Yeah, I see that. See the little collar look to your left.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right. If you want to get off like anywhere right in here, go ahead and do it. Hold on, Dave. We'll get out. Take a look. Since we actually have a spot where I can get a visual. We're right here at the TMM radar. Matter of fact, that little beacon that's red here in a second, you'll see it. It's right here.
Is that it or a water tower?
That's the radar.
Okay.
Matter of fact. All right. That's a bit of RFD surge. Not a bit of an RFD surge. That's a good RFD surge. Tell you what I did notice. I've noticed that the wind here, okay, it's pushing across. So let's go ahead and get back on the highway here and ride up just a little bit. It's pushing into, I think that's going to be Olive Branch. Basically headed into Olive Branch, that direction.
Yeah. I'd hang a ride up here at Star Landing if it looked like you could.
Let's see here. Star Landing. Where the heck is that?
It's your next off ramp.
Oh, Star Landing Road. Okay. Yeah. I don't think we can. That's what I was just looking at.
If you can't, you can't. You'd have to go.
I don't see an exit for it.
Oh.
Buddy, it's like this RFD just destroyed it.
Not an exit. You'd have to be on that side road.
Yeah. Yeah, it went east of us pretty quick now. It's trying to get itself together.
Your next exit's church.
Yep. Let's see if anything else is being said about it. Updated watch out till 1 a.m. Mesoscale discussion just came out again too, so.
Here's the mesoscale. East third, we'll say the western third from Waverly onto the west of Tennessee. Severe threat continues. Potential for large hail and a few tornadoes still possible here. There's still some 0 to 1 kilometer shear here values that are showing up to the west, although I don't see. The front's now through Paragould and also Jonesboro. The actual front, Poplar Bluff front's gone through there too.
Yeah, is it through Buzz? Is it? Oh, here we go. You can hear that, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Is this Goodman? Let's see what road we're on. Yeah, this is Goodman Road. Let's take it east. Let's take Goodman Road to the east. It'll go to 22. If anything happens and it runs Goodman, we'll know it because that's over here by where your buddy's shop is. And also a very, very, very populated area here in North Mississippi. DeSoto County is one of the most rapidly growing places in Mississippi.
I thought you were going to say in the world. I was really impressed when I thought you were going to say the world.
Yeah, the world too. The world.
Yeah. New tornado warning in Humboldt, Medina,
Tennessee.
That's going to be Cedar Cove and Huntingdon, actually north of I-40 again. Another go-around of strong thunderstorms here that are working their way just north of Jackson, Mississippi. My old buddy Joel Barnes, chief meteorologist there, Joel Barnes, busy bee today. He thought he was going to go on an actual vacation 2 days ago, and he texted me, and I said, nope. If I was your news director,
it's probably a good thing that he declined that and has rescheduled or whatever he did because high risk, chief not there.
We've seen that happen once or twice before.
I did April 27, 2011 in Huntsville, Alabama.
Yeah. Yeah. Still talked about it to this day. Yeah, he and I talked about it, and actually you and I just talked, and we talked about the chance of being high, and I said, dude, you don't want to be the chief met and be out of town for a high risk.
Nope, you absolutely don't. You definitely don't want to be one in a position where you could have, destructive, deadly tornadoes that impact your immediate area and you're not there.
Yeah. He's become a super popular guy there in Western Tennessee, by the way. I don't know if you've noticed, but I noticed tonight he posted on his Facebook page, and in 1 hour he had 14,000 views. Our Joe Barnes.
Oh, wow.
Pitbull.
Okay.
Yep.
Have to buy him a gold chain for that performance.
Yeah, he's doing well there.
Send him a bottle of his own vodka.
Yeah.
I know he's got a line of it.
Yep. Among other things. He may have a line on more stuff than Amazon. I don't know, but
yeah,
I've never asked him for something that he couldn't get a hold of. Maybe.
After tonight, I'm going to need some, I think. It really looks like everything is starting to shift. And we can hope that that is the case, that it's starting to shift. We may be about to the point of calling it quits ourselves.
Yeah, I don't know how you could just keep chasing that stuff all over the place. And I know within your group, within LSM, you got a lot of people who are out there who could pick up some video for you.
I think what we're going to do, I think we're going to ride over here. If we don't hear any reports of damage, and did I just see a tornado report? Okay, that was from 8:15, so that can't be this. I'm going to see if this does anything as it goes through Olive Branch. Okay, we're finally seeing the line form. It's back on the Mississippi River now, and it's starting to attach to the supercell thunderstorm. So I think, I honestly believe, Dave, we're probably going to go back and get some rest, and then we'll be out in a lot of the damage zone tomorrow here pretty soon. Probably grab us a bite to eat somewhere on the way in, because I don't know that we're going to be able to find it when we arrive where we're going.
Right.
But yeah, I think that's kind of where we're gonna do. And let me look and see if there's anything else we need to talk about.
There is a confirmed tornado up in Frankfort. It's a confirmed tornado moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. Southwestern Howard, northwestern Tipton counties, and you can see it. Pretty big deal there up in the central section near Kokomo, Indiana.
Right.
Yep.
Yep. All right, David.
But other than that,
Well, with that, honestly, I think Heath has done a wonderful job today, and I think we kind of deserve to go grab some food and maybe call it a night. I don't foresee needing to be anywhere first light since a lot of these tornadoes took place during the day. Um,
right?
we'll probably go into the damage areas though tomorrow. I know we've got, from Little Rock. Little Rock's going to be the most personal for me, so I'm probably going to start in the western path and then go down to Wynn. I know we've got 3 confirmed fatalities now across the board,
Mm,
and then I know we got a lot of people trapped in Covington, Tennessee, so there was that as well.
yeah. Well, all right, that sounds like a plan. And, again, looking at the radar here as well, we're going to just run through a quick look at the radar. Brett, you can go on. You did a great job. Heath, you did a great job. I don't know if you can hear me. Heath always does a terrific job there. I didn't hear him scream one single time today. He's very cool, calm, and collected.
Yep, it was a good effort.
Yeah.
Good group effort. I mean, we that many people would freak out when they see things like we saw
Oh, yeah.
With the tornado.
Yeah. I was so close to being with you, and then Steve Wyndham called me last night about 10 o'clock, and he said, well, can I come over there and pick you up? And I said, Brett just tried to pick me up. And Sharon had a really important interview today, which I'll tell you about it. She got it. It's a super big deal. And anyway, good to do it this way. Anyway, we had about 19,000 views, almost 20,000 views during the day today, and I feel like we helped quite a few people who were out there. We answered as many questions as we could when we were on the air. Dean Barry was on helping us out there as well. You call him Perry, we call him Barry, and he did a great job helping people out during the day today. Is also, we have tornado warnings, still have 8 of them that are out there in and amongst. We had a couple of water spouts on Lake Michigan today too, Brett. A couple of tornadoes reported there on Lake Michigan, on the south side of Lake Michigan a little bit earlier. But, yeah, our buddy Chris Jackson, who is great with waterspouts, big-time waterspouts, was not on that there at Lake Michigan, I understand. He was a little farther south. But he's a super-duper, he's already on the phone. So anyway, we're going to wrap it up here. I appreciate you being with us. Thank you, Chris. It's always nice to have you along. John, Chelsea, great to see you. Southern Blessed Mom, good to see you as well. Adam Dean, Riff Gaming, Jorge, appreciate you being with us as well. And this is, kind of what we do. We just try to inform. And during the day today, we had, quite a few tornadoes occur. You saw several of them live. We'll be wrapping that up. Brett will bring you some more information, and he'll be showing you those on his LSM site. We'll kind of give you some more information on those and what happened today, and about, sadly, the fatalities that occurred there in eastern Arkansas, just north of I-40, in a town called Wynn, Arkansas, not too far away from Earl. I'm meteorologist David Neal. That's Brett Adair. We got BJ with us, who's also been directing during the day today. BJ is our director, our floor director, our associate producer, executive producer, floor grip, and I'm forgetting some audio. And so really appreciate him as well. We're going to turn it over now. It's 10:04 Central Time, and we'll check on y'all again the next time we go around this, which looks like it could be on Tuesday. Check Brett's site, LSM, for some of his new videos that'll be going up through the night tonight as well. Wish you all astounding rest of the night tonight, and have a great weekend.